Are you sure we're ready?
I am shook.
I don't know if Niners are ready. As we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby.
Possibly.
Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Drive safely in the rain. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online to just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. If you're in the car radio, good morning to you as well. Thanks for listening. We're going to have shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, plenty of shout-outs to give out. Injury report, caller of the week, 60 seconds of celebrating, and big cap or big facts that we didn't get into yesterday. Bill Schmidt, covers the Green Bay Packers, will join us at 6:30. 6:30, Bill Schmidt, 97.3 The Fan in Milwaukee, to give us the lay of the land as we go behind enemy lines and try to figure out the Green Bay Packers. But the story to me here is obviously with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy didn't practice yesterday. Apparently threw soft little throws, 10 yards, maybe 5 yards, and walked off the field and didn't finish practice. And the quarterback usually talks on Thursday. He didn't talk yesterday to the media. So they pushed that back to today, and it could be Brendan Allen's season. But the big story to me is Brock's shoulder and Brock not playing in this monstrous game. I mean, obviously the Niners are desperate to win this football game. That, to me, is a story. What is going on with Brock Purdy's shoulder?
B, this is not good. Anybody who says they're confident in whether it's Brandon Allen or whether it's Josh Dobbs, like, what are we basing that confidence on? Come on. Like, we know that Brock is the best quarterback on this team, right? And so, man, this is a big one. This is a big one. And if it's the shoulder, when did he hurt it? How long has it been hurting? What did Cam Inman say yesterday? He hasn't thrown a pass over 25 yards for 3+ weeks.
That was 2 weeks. Did you say 2 weeks? Could be 3 weeks, but that's not good. No wonder there's been no go routes.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
You can't play like that.
And I'm seeing a lot of people try to go down the rabbit hole of when did the injury happen? Well, there was a scramble in the middle of the field where he got laid pretty hard on the right shoulder. Alex Smith, when he hurt his shoulder, he got plowed into the ground on a play like that where you basically get your shoulder jammed into the ground. That's not good. Jimmy Garoppolo, we know, hurt his shoulder, and that really did him in. I mean, that changed Jimmy physically and kind of torpedoed their offense in the end of that playoff run. Was that 2021, I believe? So this is a big injury, and I don't think Brock is quote unquote injury prone. I think it's a little too premature to say that, but a couple years ago, he steps in week 13. 2 weeks later, he hurts his ribs, doesn't practice all week. He plays in that Thursday night game, plays well in that game. That same season, has a major elbow injury, and I know he doesn't miss any quote-unquote time during the regular season, but he was out months. Got a concussion in week 7 last year, and now this. He is a smaller player. He runs around a lot. Like, he's got to protect himself. This is natural, though, because it's the NFL. Guys get hurt. I'm not saying he's injury prone, but I'm also not saying he's not injury prone. I'll listen to the conversation. Well, how long does this last?
It'll make you change how you feel about him long term. There's no doubt about it.
Really?
Absolutely. You have to be durable at the quarterback position. And what, you could say about Jimmy, and I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's not a better thrower of football than Jimmy Garoppolo, but injuries did end Jimmy. Injuries doing quarterbacks. Injuries doing any other player.
Yeah.
And so Purdy, and there's a lot of question marks. Kyle Shanahan says he's played great. Greg Cosell says he hasn't. The numbers are down, but also guys around him are hurt. Guys are not playing. There's a lot of baked into this, and so are the Niners wavering on whether or not he's a long-term quarterback? I have no idea. But here's what Cam Inman said yesterday on the Morning Roast about Brock Purdy's shoulder, and I want to take it from here.
Shoulder sprain or whatever it is happened from a hit on Sunday, but Brock has not aired it out much over the last couple of weeks. He has not thrown a pass over 20 yards, I think, the last 2 games, and he hasn't thrown one over 25 yards since week 4. So it's like, what's going on? Are the receivers not getting open downfield? Does he not have time to do it? I don't suspect that there's a more serious injury to it. Let me put it that way, because if you go back, I think, 3 years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo hurt his shoulder against the Cowboys and then gutted through it, and their next 2 playoff games obviously didn't do great. So I don't think it's anything too serious, but at the same time, anytime it's a quarterback and an arm is involved, it's cause for concern.
Cause for concern. cause for concern. He's not the biggest guy in the room, doesn't have the biggest arm in the room. And I got to play this, Shasky, for you, because it is worrisome. You're going to the Tundra, and he may not play. And your season's basically on the line. And we'll get to the ramifications of a loss this week, next week, the rest of the season, missing the playoffs, because there will be ramifications.
Yeah.
I think whether or not the Niners went on a run, I still think there's going to be some roster reshuffling in the offseason. It's just where the Niners are with the salary cap, with some of their players, whether or not they're getting long in the tooth. There's going to be roster reshuffling whether they go to the playoffs or not. That's just my opinion. But I want to go back to something, and maybe this is a disease of mine, because I remember things that people say, whether they're 6 months ago, 12 months ago, 3 years ago, it doesn't matter. It's probably a disease of mine. It's not good. But Shanahan joined Tim Kawakami a day before training camp. And it's about 1:23 long, and I want you to respond to it, Shasky. I'm going to play it, and I want you to respond to this. And because in real time, my eyes lit up saying, oh, Shanahan's planting the seed. I want to get your opinion now that we're 4 months later after this quote. July 23rd, Tim Kawakami podcast, Shanahan on the quarterback market getting crazy.
I mean, I think because of where the market's gone with the quarterback position, it's just the dollars. I guess that's kind of crazy. Those numbers, it's kind of like when I look at the real estate out here and how much houses cost. I didn't believe it at first because it's just there's so much. And then when you get out here and as long as you can resell it and stuff, it's all relative. So it's whatever, but the numbers overwhelm you. So I get all that. But me, as a coaching standpoint, I think about obviously how you fit into a salary cap, where it is going, but I don't get caught up on how much money that is. I get caught up on, well, that's how much a starting quarterback costs within the realm of it. I mean, but this is the market on how much a starting quarterback costs. This is how much a starting receiver costs. This is how much a starting tackle costs. This is how much a starting defensive end costs. And you start to see all that, and how do you want to balance out your team? What are the choices you get? And that's what you got to figure out. But are you happy with someone as your starting quarterback? If you are you happy with him as a rookie? Are you happy on a rookie contract? Great. Are you happy with him when you got to pay him? Well, how do you compare him to everyone else? He's a starting quarterback in this league. Well, what does that cost? And then you look at it, and that's kind of where I keep it. I don't try to say that's so much more than it used to be. I try to look at it as that's just the market. Now you got to figure it from an organizational standpoint, the cash, all that stuff, which is a huge deal. And that's why I listen to those conversations. I get involved in those conversations, but I also know that is not my area of expertise.
What does all that mean to you when you hear that from Shanahan? And it's a lot there. He's talking about the quarterback market, and the quarterback market is the quarterback market. But what is your big takeaway from that?
Well, there's a lot. Like my mind starts going kind of crazy. Let's start at the top. Howie Roseman, who runs Philadelphia, whatever you believe of him as a GM, I think he's really smart. I don't think he's perfect. I don't think any GM's perfect. He says a very simple thing. Every team in the NFL starts with the exact same amount of money and the exact same amount of draft picks every year. It's equal. It's how you disperse the money and how you utilize the picks. And I agree 1,000%. It's literally inarguable. So his point about, this is what a starter costs here and there. Forget quarterback for a second. Let's look at their offensive line. They've invested in the left tackle. They're paying him a lot of money. They've never really spent a lot of money on their centers. They did one time many, many years ago. And since then they go, we're going to go journeyman. Okay.
Western Richburg.
If we have, let's say 100% is what we're going to spend, of this pie on our linemen. We're going to give Trent 80% of it. And then we're going to draft Banks, and he's going to make very little. We're going to get Jake Brendel, who's going to be dirt cheap. We're going to draft Pooney, and he makes very little. And then we're going to have Colton McKivitz, and we're going to try to get away with it. And we're going to say, hey, now we're going to take whatever's left over of that money, and now we could spend it on our premium playmakers at wide receiver or at tight end. So what his point is the juice worth the squeeze when it comes to the money? And I think that's the only way to evaluate your roster. I love the money, and I love talking about how the money is spent. Look at how they've spent money on defensive line, and it really hasn't been worth it. It just hasn't. And then I look at what they've done at the playmaker position this year. You gave a lot of money to the running back. He hasn't played a lot. They gave a lot of money to Deebo. He hasn't played well. They gave a lot of money to Ayuk. He got hurt, right? And then you gave money to Juwan Jennings. Not as much as those guys, but he is making the most of any third-string wide receiver in the league. He's been amazing. So it is about bang for the buck. And now I go to the quarterback, and I say to myself, boy, there was a point in time when Jed York came out, Bonte, and said, we'll have the most expensive quarterback room year after year after year if that's what Kyle wants. When he was talking about, we'll keep Jimmy and have Trey and pay for them both if we have to. Well, we kind of found out pretty quickly. Kyle's going to do what Kyle wants to do. Regardless of what the owner might say publicly, Kyle's going to do what Kyle wants to do. He pivoted.
So what do you think Kyle said when Jed York came out and said that the quarterback's going to reset the quarterback market in Brock Purdy?
I think
because I bet you if we ask Niner fans today, 888-957-9570, is Brock Purdy worth resetting the quarterback for? When you have the injuries that he has, and is he that guy? I think there's a lot of people who would grow to be weary of giving Brock Purdy $55 to $60 million per season.
I think I'm one of them. I'm becoming one of them. And I'm trying to be as unemotional about this as possible. It's hard not to be because I root for the team. What does Kyle Shanahan think when Jed says that? Probably like, yeah, we felt that way at that time, but things change. That's the Kyle Shanahan MO. Things are constantly changing. I just did an evaluation this year on Brock Purdy. Let's just go very simple. I don't want to dive into the numbers and just the eyeball. And you could tell me what you think. I had him playing a good game against the Jets. I had a bad game against the Vikings. I had a really good game against the Rams. I had a good game against the Patriots. I had a bad game against the Cardinals. Against the Seahawks, I had a good game. Against the Chiefs, I thought it was a bad game. I got a good game against the Cowboys, a great game against the Bucks, and a bad game against the Seahawks again. So good to great, you got 6 performances. Bad, I got 4. That doesn't scream $60 million quarterback to me.
Yeah, but does it scream, my playmakers are letting me down. My running backs are letting me down. My offensive line is letting me down. My head coach is letting me down with some questionable play calling in certain situations. And situational football hasn't been the greatest. Is that all on Purdy?
No, but at the same time, when I pay someone that amount of money, there's a reason why Baltimore negotiated with a multi-time MVP who had a lack of weapons in many of his seasons in Lamar Jackson. And they went down to the wire.
Which was, in real time, just how dumb do teams feel about not going after Lamar Jackson?
But Bonte, to be fair to
unbelievable.
No, I agree with that. But if you're Baltimore, isn't that good business? Because now you can squeeze other players and you can get yourself a Derrick Henry and you can get this. Like, I know we want to give everyone the bag in life.
Not everybody deserves the bag.
Exactly.
Not everybody deserves the bag.
And I'm not saying Brock doesn't deserve to get a huge pay increase.
But part of his struggles, you could correlate it to some of the playmakers not making plays.
There's no doubt. But guess what, Bonte? You know what's going to happen when you're making $55 million quarterback?
Oh, you're going to get all the heat. There's no doubt.
And I can't afford premium players, and I'm going to have to bid adieu to really good players. And so when you see what Kansas City has done over the last couple of years, resetting their roster, when you see what Buffalo's done, resetting their roster around the expensive quarterback, hey, it could be hit and miss with these draft picks. And you're not going to get $30 million playmakers on the outside with a $20 million tight end and a $20 million running back. So that's the life of a $60 million quarterback. And I think that this is the financial puzzle that the Niners are trying to figure out right now.
So we're going to see a quarterback in Jordan Love this week who's getting 4 years at $222 million or whatnot. We'll talk to Bill Schmidt about the deal.
A lot of money.
And would you say that Brock Purdy maybe has had a better season than Jordan Love, despite Jordan Love having a better record?
Yeah, and he also has missed multiple games. Yeah. And so, I would say Brock's had a better year than him.
And so their quarterback in Jordan Love has been a lot more injury prone than Brock Purdy has.
In his early stints,
his early stages,
and I would say that Brock has a body of work that's more comprehensive than Jordan Love's.
And I will also say Jordan Love can get reckless with the football.
Absolutely,
he will turn that thing over. He's tied for the league lead in interceptions with 11. I've seen him be careless with the football. I've got him in fantasy football, so I take a little more keen eye. And I like Jordan Love. We had the conversation during the playoffs. Moving forward, who would you rather have, Jordan Love and Brock Purdy? And I believe I said Jordan Love, because I believe the prospects and the size of quarterback and stand on the football field. I don't know how good Brock is. I don't. I think he's really good, but how good? I don't know if he's $60 million a year good. I don't know. Where does Kyle land in this equation? So when you think about the Green Bay game on Sunday, and it's a must-win game, and Brendan Allen is in line to start the game. He hasn't started a game in 3 years. He's 2-7 in 9 NFL starts, but hey, he backed up Joe Burrow. Maybe that will help him. Learning from Joe Burrow and whatnot, Zach Taylor.
Stop!
I mean,
I know you're not saying it. It's the most absurd sentence
you know what?
I've ever
I
heard.
also had this thought coming in. And I had this thought I had this thought last night. What if Brendan Allen starts on Sunday? And what if the Niners go out there and score 30 points and look good? Does Shanahan get more credit?
That's a great question.
Because all of a sudden, what if Brendan Allen looks, it's like, wow, 23 of 29.
Well, you know what the question
280.
You know what the question is then? Can you do it in Buffalo?
Well,
right? Like when I look at the great players in the NFL, being great one time is not the barometer. The barometer is great a lot. You know, over and over and over and over again. But your point is well taken, and this is what I would say. People would say, wow, that was impressive. Let's see it again.
Have we had a great, outside of Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, Joe Burrow's been great, but they don't win games. They can't finish. And Joe Burrow was off in the latter half of the fourth quarter. He missed Jamar Chase deep twice. There hasn't been a lot of great quarterback play this season. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
When you look at the league, as a whole, Mahomes hasn't even been great.
No.
The great Lamar and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow have been the three best quarterbacks, in my opinion. And Herbert's starting to ascend.
Yes.
I give Herbert credit.
Yes.
He's starting to ascend here.
Yeah.
But other than that, Jared Goff's been good, but he had the 5 interception good.
Yeah, but he's been pretty
good.
He's pretty good.
I'll give him that credit.
He's been pretty good.
I'll give him that credit. But other than that,
I would agree.
it's quarterback position has let a lot of people down.
But I think there are other guys that like we give the benefit of the doubt rightfully because of what they've accomplished. Matt Stafford's a great example. Mm-hmm. I think we saw Matt Stafford firsthand, Niner fans, and it's like, yeah, he's a really, really good player. You know, and things around him aren't that great. And yet you fear him. You scare. You know, I saw, and I don't think it's this simplistic, but I saw somebody put out like, hey, if I'm going to give you $60 million, can we just go 4 wide for 3 quarters straight and throw the ball? And you just carry us?
Right. Can Brock Purdy do that? Do you believe Brock Purdy can do that? How many guys in
the league can you do that with?
Burrow could do it.
Okay.
Allen could do it.
Okay.
Mahomes, if he has weapons, could do it. We know it. Herbert's starting to do it.
Okay.
Lamar, don't matter. You got 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers.
I trust Lamar to do whatever.
Lamar's going to do whatever he's going to do.
His questions are like playoff related.
You know what? Bo Nix has played well.
You can't do that with Bo Nix yet.
I won't do it with Bo Nix yet, but I am starting him in a monster. Hey, I've got a monster fantasy matchup, and I got Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton, Javonte Williams. I got everybody going against the Raiders. It's all in on the Denver Broncos this Sunday. So you're all in on Sean Payton? It's all in on, no, I'm all in on those guys, not Sean Payton. I like Sean Payton.
Broncos have never won in Las Vegas, so there you go.
First time for everything.
Wow.
This is the week. You know it's
curse of Elvis.
They got to win it for AP.
Bonte, if they lose this game, I wrote down some fallouts, just things to think about.
Listen, I don't think it matters if they lose this game. There's going to be fallout and reshuffling regardless.
No, I meant for this year.
Fallout how?
I'll explain on the other side.
Well, we have Bill Schmidt first at 6:30, so you have to hold on to that.
All right.
Bill Schmidt, he'll join us on the River Islands guest line. Bill Schmidt, 97, where is he at? 97.3?
He does all the Packer pre- and post-game stuff. This is a guy who is so tapped in. We have him in every year when we talk to the Packers. I love Bill. He's great.
Bill is great. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. The beloved Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the Inn at the Tides is now accepting reservations for Thanksgiving. Delight in a classic turkey dinner or chef specials like surf and turf, prime rib, or pan-seared filet of salmon. Reservations at innatthethides.com.
Golden State Racing in
know the Cleveland Browns got some more wins, baby. Let's get it. I just got to tell you, buddy, I just got off Amazon, and I'm probably about to go order a dub off Amazon. It's going to get here to my house by 9 o'clock tonight. That's how fast it is.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Jameis Winston leading the Browns to a victory over the Steelers yesterday, 24-19. And there's a lot of sound from Jameis that we'll get into, man. He's having the time of his life in Cleveland. He ordered something. He was at a drive-thru like a month ago at this famous, I guess, fast food restaurant or something in Cleveland. He's like, oh, I got to try that. Oh, we got to try the Slurpee. And like, they bring the food to your car or something. Jameis is an all-timer, man. All-timer for many reasons.
He just makes me smile. There's just something about watching him where, and I felt this way about Baker this year, where there's an appreciation for just being on the field, you know, and there's something that's childlike about it that I truly enjoy.
Nah, it's pretty cool here. Don't forget to tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. All right, let's go behind enemy lines. Go ahead and hit that intro. Oh, we'll get into it in just a second. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9. See, the guy's been getting on me. My boys are slipping over here. Slub is always getting on me. Play the enemy lines. Intro. Play it.
I'll take that. You know what? I will be like Jameis. You know what? It's on me. All right, it's on me. Or was Russ last night, I guess.
Or is it on Antonio Pierce?
Oof. Or is it on Mike Tomlin for not using his timeouts correctly?
Yeah, that was a little weird. All right, let's go up to Green Bay, Wisconsin. We either go to Doug Russell or we go to Bill Schmidt. And I love Bill Schmidt. 97.3 The Fan in Milwaukee. No BS with Billy and Sarian. And the Packers postgame host, of course. He knows everything Green Bay. And I just saw Bill, and good morning to you, man. Welcome back to the Morning Roast here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. I saw that Jair Alexander's dealing with a serious injury. So I'm not going to be mad about not seeing number 23 out there on the field Sunday.
Yeah, we don't have 23, it'll be okay if you guys don't have 13. Thanks for having me, guys. I thought the dead intro was just going to be one of the cavalcade of calls over the last 15 years where your favorite team has beaten mine, and that's why we got called up. But no, it's all good. It's all good in the neighborhood. Jair Alexander, it is an issue. And Bonte, he went down like one of the last plays of the Jacksonville game. Really weird. Comeback is on for the Jags, and Evan Ingram skies over 3 Packer defenders, and Jair doesn't really go up for the ball, sees limping off to the sideline, and we find out yesterday from our guy Matt Steinman, who is on our show every day, that it's a slight, partially torn PCL. Sounds like he's going to continue to work through it. They're not putting him on IR at the moment, and it becomes a time when he's their best cover guy. They've put a lot more on their corners in this new defense led by Jeff Hafley that it's a tough miss, and one that they're going to have to find somebody playing some of their better ball in the second half of the season to be able to make up for his loss.
You referenced Brock Purdy, and obviously you guys got a firsthand look at him last year in the playoff game, and at times Jordan Love was outplaying him. But you look up, and the Niners found a way to win that game. Do you want Brock Purdy to play in this game or not?
No, I don't. And Joe, it's weird. Maybe I just like to be contrarian, but I've been like completely against what most national people have talked about with Brock Purdy. Last year, everybody is glazing my man. He's everybody's favorite thing, greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm looking around, I'm like, he's throwing to absolute Avengers out here. Like Deebo Samuel is breaking any tackle and everyone possible. Brandon Ayuk is looking like one of the best receivers out of that draft class, which features the best receiver in football, Justin Jefferson. And obviously Kittle was doing his thing, and McCaffrey was the best player in football. And I'm like, he's just driving the greatest car around. Damn near a Tesla. He can have the hands off the wheel. He just can't mess it up. And in the Browns game that you guys lost last year, I thought he played one of the better games where he had to grind it out, didn't have his guys, and put his team in position. They ultimately lose the game. And you mentioned the NFC divisional round game. I thought Jordan did outplay him for 3 quarters. However, the fourth quarter, Jordan threw one of his 2 picks in the second half, a really, really costly one and a bad throw. And Brock made a couple of big-time throws, especially on third down, to put them in position. The guy can win. He's a little bit Midwest tough. I know he's a California guy, but he's Midwest tough, trained over at Iowa State. So I'd prefer to see Brandon Allen than Brock Purdy this week. But one of the only wins that we have against you guys over the last decade is when it was the 29ers on Thursday Night Football.
Oh yeah,
and we don't apologize for that. So if it's Brandon Allen, it'll be all good in the neighborhood at Lambeau Field.
We call that we call that the Richie James Jr. game, the COVID game. I actually attended that one. It was embarrassing. There was nobody. It was such a weird season. Bad. It was so bad. It's like you're just hearing coaches scream, "Get down, get down, get out of bounds." Anyway, we're talking to Bill Schmidt. He knows everything about the Packers, man. Here on the River Islands Guest Line. You brought up Brock Purdy, and I wonder about this because I took a lot of heat out here, Bill. Because during that playoff game or during that week of the playoffs, I said, boy, I think I may rather have Jordan Love moving forward than Brock Purdy.
You said it with your chest. You didn't say it that
I did. I like Jordan Love a lot. But you guys didn't give him the 4-year, $220 million contract, and he struggled staying on the field with various injuries. Would you feel comfortable as a Green Bay Packer fan if Brock Purdy was in the same situation as Jordan Love and you guys had to pay Brock Purdy 4 years, $220 million? How'd you feel about that, Bill?
No, I would not feel comfortable with it, Ponce, and I'm with you. I think, like I said, I think Purdy can play. I don't know that I'm ready to give him $55-60 million. Now, the difficult thing is you kind of have to do that in today's climate until somebody doesn't, right? And until somebody doesn't say, you know what, I'm not going to hamstring the organization. I think I can feed my family at $35 million, right? Like maybe if that happens, something gets broken. We don't live in a utopia, so it ain't happening right now. But Love, I think, has shown a higher-end potential of a win because of traits that we saw a little bit in the back half of last year and some of the superhuman moves and throws that you see guys win like a Josh Allen, a Patrick Mahomes. What he needs to do is be able to rein in some of the decision-making, which I think Brock Purdy is excellent at. And one of the things that Jordan has struggled with this year, right? I mean, he's missed 2.5 games, leads the league in picks. However, he's up there in touchdowns as well. And last week, people around here were saying, well, I mean, Caleb Williams threw no interceptions. He may have had a better game. He had more passing yards. Well, somebody got into the end zone. So I think there's a risk for the biscuit. Jordan absolutely finds some biscuits. Yep. He's going to burn a couple, no doubt about it. And you saw that last week with the bad throw to Tucker Kraft. But it was the healthiest, most mobile, most confident he's looked last week at Chicago. And even though he only threw it 17 times, I thought it was his best game of the year. So it's right in line when he really surged a year ago. And him getting healthy right now has people believing that one of those runs might be in him again.
Yeah, it's a trip. Like when I watch it, because he's my fantasy quarterback, and he's got like the Aaron Rodgers mannerisms, but the gunslinging Favre kind of mentality. He's a trip to watch. I'm looking at Eberflus. I'm looking at LaFleur, excuse me. He's an interesting guy. Bonte and I were talking about this. Like, I was really down on him the last couple of years, especially it seemed like anytime the Niners played him in the playoffs, they just wilt, even though they had the better team. And this last year, doing it with Jordan Love and to come into Levi's the way that they did, and then obviously very impressive to find this defensive coordinator and to do it with all these young players on both sides of the ball. I'm very high on him. How does Green Bay look at Matt LaFleur right now?
Well, right now, Joe, it's all very, very positive. And you mentioned it of how they completely shifted. In 21, when the Niners come in, win, not scoring an offensive touchdown. And at that point, the Packers were the best team in football, I thought. And then they weren't because they couldn't move the ball after the first two drives. There was a flip, a real paradigm shift. The year after, it's Rodgers last year. They kind of told him going into the year, like, brother, we're not going to have all your friends here. Like, it's going to be a younger team. We're going to get some young pieces. And it kind of starts to turn. 23, they doubled down. And then this year, after going to the playoffs and having some success, man, they tripled down. They just kept grabbing the stacks of chips that they're winning, putting it on the stack and saying, deal it up again. And they're the youngest team in football again by their own doing, by their want to. And a lot of it is they feel like they can generate a lot of competition at a lot of spots with dudes that aren't paid and guys that are still trying to make their name and make their way in the NFL. It's a lot of Matt LaFleur, absolutely, with the way that he's coached. A lot of Brian Gutekunst as well, finding guys that he wants to pick in the way he wants to pick it. And fellas, you know this as well as anybody. you need a stable organization to be able to do that, right? You need somebody to have some patience. And these are two organizations that have patience, and you see why, because they win. And ultimately, it's one of the reasons why you're able to change the way you're doing things in the NFL in the same spot if you have an organization that trusts you and gives you a little bit of rope.
Bill, before we let you go, how much has that divisional round game from a season ago been discussed this week in Green Bay? Because we all know it down here in the Bay Area. The Niners stole one. They got outplayed for the first three quarters. And during that game, I even texted the thread, man, I think Kirk Cousins might be back in play because Brock Purdy was looking very, very suspect. How much has that been discussed this weekend? How far away do you guys believe you're from Detroit? The Lions, obviously, they're in the NFC North. And you guys did beat them last Thanksgiving. It took it to them on Thanksgiving Day. How far away do you think? So a little two-part question here. How much discussion about last season's playoff game? And then how far are you guys away from Detroit?
Oh, they're both good questions. For first, let's go with last year. There's been a decent amount of it discussed because the Niners are the team that has, been the Bowser for the Packers to get past wherever they've wanted to go. Whether it's the Super Bowl in 19 when we knew we had no chance and didn't realize that Raheem Mostert was going to do that to it. Didn't realize it was going to feel like that. Like it was going to be that bad, that painful, that horrible. But then 21, that was the surprise on our side, right? So last year, there was a lot of doubt. There was a lot of skepticism. However, the way the team dismantled Dallas, there was a little bit of confidence. There's a lot of fans that think and know the Niners were ripe for the getting last year, and maybe that was their best chance to get. But to be honest with you guys, there's a new feeling of this year's squad, and a lot that people don't want to necessarily talk about last year because we don't necessarily know how similar it is. Now, McCaffrey looks fantastic the last couple of games. You guys can tell me that if it's just us watching on Red Zone, but he looks like Christian McCaffrey is back, and that was the most dangerous piece a year ago going into that game was him running
I got to cut you off. We both shaking our heads. McCaffrey don't look like McCaffrey.
Yeah, he don't have the same burst. Like, he has a couple of jukes here and there. Like, I'm going to be honest, I've been kind of underwhelmed with CMC because he was so good last year. He's not even close. Like, to me, it's just not. Yeah, Mason might be running a little better right now, which is wild to say. Wow. And he's not touching it much.
How wide is that gap between you guys and Detroit, or is there a gap at all?
It's about as big as a smile on my face after hearing you guys say that about Christian McCaffrey. I'll say this. Listen, Detroit's really good, no doubt about it. I think they're the best team in football. I don't think the Packers are that far off.
Right.
They played a horrendous game when these two teams met at Lambeau a couple of weeks ago. And similar to last year, bad taste in the Packers' mouth for how they performed at home. I expect a really, really fun game a week from Thursday on Thursday Night Football for what really could lock up damn near the 1 seed for Detroit if they beat the Packers at home. If the Packers go into the Motor City and for the second straight year shock the Lions, it's game on in this division and it's game on in the conference.
Man, we can't wait for that, man. Niners, Packers, Lambeau Field. It never gets old. Not sure if Brock Purdy's going to play. It's a big practice for him today, whether or not he throws a football on the field with the shoulder injury. But the Niners, desperate for a victory. Packers rolling right now at 7-3. And, Bill, whenever we talk Packers, whenever we talk football up there in the Midwest, we got to talk to you, man. It's always a pleasure talking to you, man. Keep up the great work up there in Milwaukee.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you, boys. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Bill Schmidt, man, one of the best in the business up there in Milwaukee. 97.3, The Fan. We'll respond to him on the other side. Packers postgame host as well. A lot to get into here on the Morning Roast on a Football Friday. They got the Dubs at the Smoothie King Center today against the New Orleans Pelicans for the Emirates NBA Cup game. Warriors trying to stay undefeated. And how about those Lakers last night? AD hit a free throw. Wow. This is coming up, brought to you by Fremont Pig. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Attention, it's Lindy Waters. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Lindy. A little serious there. I like that. Business. It's a businessman right there. Lindy Waters III with his third start the other night against the Atlanta Hawks. Probably get to start again tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. And, boy, if you look at their lineup from the other night, the Pelicans, they had nobody playing. Literally nobody playing. There was no Brendan Ingram. There was no Trey Murphy III. It was a who's who. Alvarado's out. Zion Williamson's out. DeJounte Murray's out. Now, they lost to Cleveland by 28 points the other night. And we'll get back into the Niners in just a second. They had a guy named Antonio Reeves who played at Kentucky. Came off the bench in 40 minutes. Played 40 minutes off the bench. Scored 34. So who is this guy, Reeves? Shot 25 times, made 14 shots. That's what we're dealing with here with the New Orleans Pelicans. Brandon Boston Jr. got to start. Elfrid Payton signed with the Pelicans literally 24 hours before getting to start in Cleveland. Jeremiah Robinson Earl's playing. I mean, they've got nobody. The Pelicans are 4-12 to start the season. But it is a cup game. And the Pelicans are looking for a little revenge from getting swept in that doubleheader. So the Warriors will have to bring their hard hats on. See me, I'm a salesman.
No, I love that. This is such an impossible comparison. So I admit it on the front end. But there's something to be said for, like, we all know that the NFL is the greatest sport on the planet for a variety of reasons. You just rattled off all the reasons why someone would roll their eyes. And, like, can you imagine paying, pretty good money to go to this game, knowing that New Orleans is rolling out a team? And it's not, I don't know how much is by fault or whatever, but, like, listen to what you just said. And I'm watching the 2-8 Cleveland Browns face the 8-2 Pittsburgh Steelers last night. Cleveland has every reason to lay down, every reason in the world. But because of football and because, there's no quit in the game and there's only so many of these opportunities, every guy on the field is fighting like it's his final opportunity to put film out there. And I just think the more and more I've been thinking about the NBA, and I put Major League Baseball in the same category as the NBA. This is not exclusive to just the NBA. You've got an inventory problem and you've got to figure out how you can manipulate the calendar to reduce the amount of opportunities like this happening.
How about we start with the basics and guys just play?
Well,
all right, let's just play. Now, injuries are injuries.
Yeah,
injuries are injuries.
No, that's different.
And different. Brendan Ingram, he's out. He's questionable, left ankle sprain. I think he's gonna go. Jordan Hawkins, a young man out of UConn. I think he's gonna go. But he has a lower back strain, so you never know. But Zion's out again. Story of his career. CJ McCollum's doubtful. So the Pelicans are a mess. We've already seen them twice. I'm with the 650 trap game. It's an Emirates NBA Cup game. The Warriors want to continue to stack wins here and get their rhythm going.
I want this banner.
Yeah, you want the banner. I want them to just route them at the Smoothie King Center. Let's roll. Smoothie King Center, let's go.
And now introducing 4-time NBA champion, 2-time MVP, 1-time Emirates Cup NBA Invitational champion, Steph Curry.
Promise me if they win the banner, you're not going to brag about winning the cup.
Well, it'll be on the second paragraph.
No, don't be that guy.
What?
Don't be. I've never heard Spinoni brag about the NBA Cup.
Well, it's more of a joke.
I've never heard. I know it's a joke. I know it's like T.O.
Yeah, they have the Hart Trophy for a reason in the NHL.
Is it like T? Is it like T.O.?
Speaking of my Sharkies,
is it like T.O. Tongue in cheek? Boy, that made the rounds yesterday.
For Christmas, I will get you guys, if the Warriors do win, NBA Cup champion T-shirts.
No, I want the cup. I want a cup, a replica cup.
I don't know if they sell that. So,
would you go to Vegas for the championship?
If the company would fly me out, I would absolutely go to Vegas.
Are we going to broadcast on Market Street for the parade?
I would prefer not being at the Excalibur, but,
I will say this. I was thinking about this after our conversation.
No parade love?
Speaking of Vegas, no parade love, no. But speaking of Vegas.
Us in the float with Daniel Lurie, the mayor.
If I'm not mistaken, the Big 12 championship is in Las Vegas.
The Big 10 or 12?
Big 12.
Oh.
Big 12 championship.
Can't wait to miss that.
Well, no. If Colorado's in that game.
What? Colorado's in that game, what? What are you
I'm flying down to go see that. If the Warriors have a day off. The Warriors have a day off.
Ifs.
Big 12's at AT&T Stadium.
Oh, it's in Dallas. Oh, I thought it was at Allegiant Stadium.
Well, you've got ties to Dallas. You've been there.
Oh, no, I'm not flying that far.
Ties everywhere.
Yeah, you would take the private jet,
Big 10 is at Lucas Oil.
Okay.
And
what's in Vegas?
Well, they used to have the Pac-12.
Yeah, I went to the final Pac-12 championship game. Courtesy
Mountain West, I think probably since UNLV plays there too. So I would assume.
Courtesy of Bonte's hookup.
Yeah, I know.
Lot of people swung and missed.
Well, Shasky went to somebody else for tickets, and the
guy had ties to the network.
I just wanted to flex, and it was like, oh, you didn't go to me for tickets? Come on, man.
I learned my lesson.
And he was sitting prime time.
I was.
And then
Roxy Bernstein was there. It was basically a who's who.
Yeah,
and then the next thing you know, Roxy's like, you should come over tomorrow night. It's USC versus Gonzaga. Come sit near me. And then I got to meet Jason Williams.
And you got to watch Bronny
James. Here comes Carson Palmer. It was me and Crow. We had a great time.
Yeah, I know. Did Bronny James play in that game?
No, Bronny James had suffered the heart thing, and so he was only in warm-ups. But in warm-ups, in the layup line, he did not look special.
No doubt.
Could just tell.
No, he just.
That's a joke. I'm totally teasing at this point. But he was in the layup line.
Tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Tongue in cheek. Like TL's going to clap back at us, though, man. I
did remember
us or Deebo.
I will say this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. We do succeed. We succeed.
So explain to people what happened yesterday.
Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. So Terrell always joined us yesterday, and you asked him a question about Juwan Jennings. And TL talking about Juwan Jennings. You said, look, he's not the game changer. He's a good player, but he's basically not me. Paraphrasing. Well, and it's not a knock on Juwan Jennings. I mean, Terrell Owens is one of the 3 best wide receivers to ever walk the planet.
I agree.
So then he shifts gears, not us. He shifted to Deebo Samuel. And he says, basically, I don't know if he's more worried about his pregame warm-up or his pregame fit as opposed to playing the game at a high level. And he says, I say that tongue-in-cheek, though. Now in the video, you see me, and I'm like, I can't believe I got caught on camera. I'm telling these guys they'll clip it. And I'm telling them to clip it just so we can get some drops. Not to get it out on the interwebs. Because once Lubman came in and goes, I already got the tweet out. I said, oh, dear God. Oh, no. And then we get on the internet, and there's Greg Cole, and there's Chase Senior, and all hell breaks loose.
B, this is not good.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Well, we were doing numbers. Here's my problem, though, when we were doing numbers.
But hold on. Go ahead. Finish.
Okay, this is what I don't understand. The aggregators.
Oh, well, before we get there, because I know where you're going to go with that. But before we get there, I thought when I saw the tweets out, Deebo replied, said T.O. cut it. And then I see Larry Krueger, he's quote tweeting. And I'm like, oh, dear God. So one of 2 things are going to happen. T.O.'s going to just let it blow over. Or T.O.'s going to see, this is why I don't do media hits, because they do things and clip things, and that wasn't part of the conversation. And we're going to get hit, and we're going to get roasted, and our names are going to be attached to it. So then one or 2 things are going to happen from this point on. Now, some people might say, who cares? We got numbers. We went viral. But to your point, all the aggregators just tagging little morning roast while still in the content it's pretty genius.
So like back in the day, there'd be people that would do like burner CDs and they would burn the whole album and try to sell them, right? And there was a hustle involved in that, right? I kind of respected that hustle. There was something about being like, you know what I'm talking about, one of them CD bootleg, underground. Like think about the Machiavelli tapes.
The hookup guys, like, this guy's got the burst CDs. I know I can go to him for $5.
Exactly.
He's going to give me the 4 for $20 special.
Exactly. Hey, let me get Machiavelli 8. Right? You know, like one of these Tupac albums that, they would burn them and they'd sell them. And there was a hustle involved to it. I find one of the lowest levels of the internet, to me, this is just my personal opinion. And for those that don't know, there are people out there that have Twitter accounts. And anything that happens anywhere in the world, they seem to be online waiting for it to happen so that instead of just hitting the retweet button and reposting what the original content was, they want to dictate it down into 140 characters and then at the very bottom put via 95.7 The Game or via Morning Roast, and they want to get all the clicks for it. And I'm like, you literally sift through the internet all day. I mean, so got to be a lonely existence, waiting for content to happen on just the 49ers, okay? And then you just have to put it out within seconds. What are you doing with your normal life?
Well, they're making some money, I guess, off of Twitter. I don't know.
Now I want to ask you that.
At least you know what?
How much?
At the very least, they're crediting the show.
Like Schefter waiting with 3 different phones, like that feels lonely to me. But I know he's being compensated millions of dollars. So like, okay, Shams Charania, he has admitted this. It's a lonely existence, breaking news.
No, but you know what,
But being an aggregator feels very, very, very lonely.
But you know what, though? I don't know. I'm not going to go that far because I don't know what they do in their personal lives, but they've found a lane. And at the very least, they credit us. And that's all I can ask for. You're credited the show. You're credited the station. Whether or not we get the numbers or they get the numbers.
Do you find the behavior odd, though?
No, I just, there's a lane for it. There's a lane for it. I can't say that I haven't done it before where something happens and I take it and I say such and such. But I credit the station.
But it's not your entire online persona 24/7, 365. If you just go, 49ers, something happened. Boom, it just goes crazy. I find it odd.
Well,
I find it odd, that's all.
Yeah, they said it was so juicy, Larry Krueger was bringing it up on the other station. The TL situation. That made the rounds. I just remember saying, oh, God.
Krueger's hustle.
I just said, oh, God. I said, oh, God, here we go. Everybody's running with it. And, of course, Deebo gets online. He tweets it out. Were you surprised that Deebo replied? That's what he does.
I want to tell Deebo, hey, Deebo, let's strip this whole thing down to the beginning. And I got a text from Guru the day of. The outfit was weird. I mean, that's my personal
the one
opinion.
With the shorts and the leather jacket?
I thought it was a skirt. I didn't know what was going on. And hey, look, I got Scottish roots, so whatever. I see some stuff. You wear a kilt when you're doing, the bagpipes or whatever.
Kanye wore a kilt at his concert with Jay-Z. He was wearing a leather kilt.
Hey, look.
I'm fashionable.
I'll say this. I didn't think it was a great look for Deebo, and I wouldn't rock it. But that doesn't mean that I'm not on the outside looking in on what's fashionable.
He played his ass off,
The kids might think it's awesome.
He played his ass off, though.
I didn't like the red rubber boots, the video game boots, as I call them. What were those things called? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The red rubber boots. I thought this was a horrible look.
Yeah, nobody wears those anymore. Nobody wears those
I kind of saw that coming.
But, it made the rounds online yesterday. T.O. said that. And I'm like, boy, we were just talking about pickleball. But T.O. said a lot yesterday. He said a lot.
I know.
I mean, he took shots at fans. I could see your face. I kind of liked it. He said...
Well, with the Deebo thing, I mean, it's not like we asked him about Deebo. The question was about Juwan Jennings. He brought Deebo. I was reiterating what you were saying.
Yeah, thank you.
I like not confident Sam Loveman as a new character.
Whatever. Sure, whatever. Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
Yeah, you cut me off to repeat what I said. Yeah. You reiterate what I said. Thanks very much, Sam Lovin. I was just going to say,
you did a great job aggregating what Bonte just said.
Yeah. It's an aggregation sensation. That's what we do here.
No, leave that for the afternoon.
No, but he also told fans to stay in their lane and just sit and enjoy the game because you shouldn't fire Kyle Shanahan. T.O. was in rare form.
T.O.'s like, leave the coach firings to me.
We've interviewed T.O. a lot on the show. I've interviewed him a lot on the station. You don't have to prod T.O. to say anything. I don't even look to do that with T.O. I just like talking to him.
I asked him a Juwan Jennings question.
No, he went on my teams.
And I was complimenting him on the front end.
Right.
I know how to get to T.O.'s heart and compliment him.
Oh, yeah. No, one time we had him
that
on
and money, because clearly he's the newest ambassador of pickleball.
Hey, but no, listen. We had him call one time. We were talking about something. He joined Steiny Guru and I. And I said, T.O., when you had the tears of joy after the Green Bay game, tears of joy. And he goes, you're absolutely right, man. Those tears of joy. And he was like, you got to know how to butter T.O. up. And I got no problem with that, dude. He's a good dude at the end of the day.
I will never forget being in the stands for that game. And he dropped 2 balls in the end zone. And it was like pointing at his visor. It was like, get this guy out of here. Oh, yeah. All the OGs in my grandpa's section were losing their minds.
It's one of the worst games ever.
Oh, dude, Steve threw a perfect lob ball to him. Oh, God.
But yeah, I don't, at the end of the day, though, but the aggregators and everything, listen, this is what they do. Maybe they're paid to do it. I don't have a problem with them. Coach Yak and Chase Senior and Grant, just credit 95-7 a game, which they did. They credited 95-7 a game. They credited the morning roast. I've got no problem with them. I got no problem with them.
We take other people's content and then we spin it into ours all the time. So I'm just saying your entire persona online is nonstop aggregation. That I find odd. That's all.
I don't. Maybe they're getting paid for it. Maybe that's their lane. And if you got, I would die for time like that to have time on my hands and sit there on the internet.
Your eyes would be destroyed from the screen.
No, you're just sitting there. We're looking at screens all day anyway. My eyes are already jacked up. Probably from the lack of sleep. Let's go to Joe in Sacramento. Joe, what's happening?
What's up, Joe?
You're on the roast.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Joe?
Man, you're speaking about Deebo, I don't know. It feels like Deebo got paid and checked out. I'm tired of seeing that negative 1 yard jet sweep from Kyle. If I see it again on Sunday, I don't know, man. That ulcer in my stomach might pop. It's not working anymore,
Damn.
I've been thinking about this, Bonte, and he brings up a little point here about Deebo. I don't know about he got paid and quit. I don't think that's fair at all. I thought that this guy worked his butt off this offseason. But
he had a great year a season ago. Did we forget that he had over 1,000 scrimmage yards last year? Despite missing 3 games, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree.
His Detroit second half is iconic. We all forget about that.
Now, we can argue about how they use him. And that's fun. I think he's more running back than wide receiver because when they do the tunnel screens and stuff, he's just breaking tackles and running, and he's awesome when he's on. When he's on, he's awesome. I'm not going to doubt him anymore. I promise myself that. But let's say they lose. Forget long-term, Bonte. Just forget long-term. The Niners lose this game. All right? If Purdy misses it, does he miss Buffalo? Does he have a more severe shoulder injury than we all thought?
Probably.
Okay, I'm thinking fallout scenarios. And let me just lay these out, and then you can say, Joe, you're crazy. But these are things that came to my head. What do you do with Bosa? Does Bosa need season-ending surgery on one or both sides of his oblique? Does he play? Okay, what do you do with Greenlaw? Does he return? Does he not return? He's set to be a free agent, I believe, that you said earlier this week. Does he come back and just see what he looks like? Does he not? CMC, what do you do with him? Do you just continue to trot him out this year, risking more injury? Is there benefit to just shutting him down? What do you do with Fred Warner's ankle? I know he's a gladiator. He's an old-timer. He plays linebacker. Do I want him, becoming a running back and, all of a sudden, now he's depreciated heading into next year? I don't know. What do you do with Deebo? Feels like Deebo's out. Does he kind of taper it back? Trent Williams, what happens with him? I know he's dealing with an injury. Charvarius Ward, he's set to be a free agent. I know you need a new DC. That's already we're murmuring that all the time. Well, if Bosa shuts it down and Greenlaw shuts it down and Fred Warner, you think the DC is going to have job security? I have so many questions on a fallout if they lose. If they win, okay, now can they go on a run? Can we win some game? Can we get some momentum? Let's go. Even if Purdy doesn't play, can we just win and just salvage and keep the momentum going? If they lose, the fallout from this game could be dramatic.
It could be. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Well, if they lose, they're 5-6. But what if the Cardinals lose? And what if the Rams lose? Then you're still just one game behind first place in the NFC West. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but right now, because you don't have any tiebreakers, because right at this current point, it's like you're 2 games behind. But I hear you.
But you're 5-5. If Arizona loses and the Rams lose, and you get Seattle to beat Arizona, Seattle and Arizona's tied for first place at 6-5. You split with Seattle. Right now, you're down a game to Arizona, but you play them the last week of the season. Mm-hmm. The Rams lose to Philadelphia. They're 5-6. And you're 5-6.
Yeah, but you got to start stacking wins.
There's no doubt you have to start stacking wins.
Green Bay made the playoffs at 9-8 last year. I don't think that's happening.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think it's a little premature to start facing those questions when you're only one game out of the NFC West. You're one game out of the honestly, at 5-6. And if Arizona loses to Seattle, now it changes if Arizona beats Seattle. But if Arizona loses to Seattle, and you're one game behind Arizona, with the game to play them and the game to play the Rams, you seriously want to think about shutting things down after a loss to Green Bay?
I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm saying to myself, where are you finding, you lose this game, Where are you finding 5 wins out of 6 to finish the season?
Yeah, that's a different conversation. But
it's a numbers game. You got to start catching up. And
you're playing the 73 Packers. If you lose, but the rest of these teams lose, and you're 1 game out of first place, I don't think Shanahan and Lynch are looking to, hey, you know what, Fred?
No, that's not
Greenlaw, you know what? We're going to shut this down. McCaffrey.
Business decisions. Like, we see this in other sports. Like, hey, all these guys are hurt right now. And like, hey, do I push off my surgery? Kittle's a great example. He pushed off his surgery till after the Super Bowl. He could have easily had the team not been in contention. Like, I need to get this full core injury, this muscle, this oblique thing. I need to get it completely fixed.
There's a lot of money on the line. So like a Deebo Samuel. There's a lot of money on the line for him. There's a lot of money on the line for Juwan Jennings. Ricky Pearsall wants to get rolling. McCaffrey wants to show like, hey, they paid me and I'm worth every single dime. I don't think they shut things down if they lose this Green Bay Packers game, especially if those other things happen.
You don't think
if Arizona wins and you're 2 games behind Arizona, you'll trot out the same roster against Buffalo and you lose that game, and then you maybe have that conversation. I think right now it's November 22nd. You're getting ready to play Green Bay. They're not going to have Jair Alexander. They don't look like world beaters. I think Green Bay's very beatable. No, very beatable.
I would agree that you can win this game, but I worry about guys making business decisions. These are some very established, powerful, great players who have long resumes.
They haven't showed me that yet, Shasky. These guys in 2021 could have shut it down. They could have shut it down. They didn't.
They were a younger core back then.
Yeah, but I don't think 1 game behind the NFC West leader and with the chance to still win a division and get a playoff home game.
It hasn't crossed your mind?
Not yet. There's going to be roster reshuffling regardless.
No, that I agree with. Yeah, I'm talking about for this year.
Yeah, no, I'm not shutting things down if I'm a game behind first place.
I worry that things could get out of hand quickly. They have to win. This is a must-win for me.
Dude, Fred Warner's, it's not in his character to start making business decisions.
Yeah, but
it's not in Bosa's character to start making business decisions. It's not Deebo's character to start making
business decisions.
Yeah, if you think
Bosa's proven he's pretty businesslike.
So you think Bosa would shut it down?
Look, he's dealing. This
if
is
he shut it down, let me say something right now. Then, if Bosa's that guy,
I disagree.
If he's that guy, a business guy, and he shuts it down, then I want him traded in the offseason.
No, I disagree.
My highest paid player shutting it down?
No, that's why I'm more cautious with him. Like, these injuries, I can't have him. Like, Kittle went 3 months without working out. He lost a ton of weight, right? And he admitted it was very difficult to train in the offseason. There's a real scenario, like it's not even Bosa's fault, but if I paid my best player and I knew the season was getting out of hand, and it's like, hey, this guy's going to need a big surgery, like it's something I have to consider. I'm not saying you do it, but it's something as the team, you also have to put guardrails in place to protect these guys from themselves.
But I think if they lose, because it feels like a lot of people think, they're going to think that we're going to lose. And this talk does bother me a little bit.
I know, it's just crossed my mind.
It's one game, and if Arizona loses to Seattle, you're still 1 game behind first place. And all of a sudden, we're thinking that if we lose this game, even if they lose and they're 2 games out of Arizona, you still have a game against Arizona later on in the season, the last game of the season. I'm not okay with shutting it down in November. I don't think these guys, just the main character of these guys, the group that we've watched play, I don't think it's in their DNA to just start shutting things down and making business decisions. Nope.
I think the last year has taught me that a lot of these guys have made a lot of business decisions.
But they play their asses off.
No, I didn't say they don't. I didn't say they don't, but this is part of the business.
Right. And so, I know Bosa sat out a bowl game for business purposes. A lot of college players do. Bowl games are different.
CMC
Bowl games are different. Yes, exactly. Bowl games are different. When you're playing in the Beatles' bowl game, I would do the same thing. This is the NFL. And if you start mailing it in the NFL and I'm paying you as the highest paid player in all of football, the defensive side of the football, then we got bigger issues. All right, we'll get to Robin San Bruno. Shameless shoutouts, 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to all your calls here as the Niners get ready for the Green Bay Packers. Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky.
Shout out to Big Pun. We don't get those voice memos as much. He texts things out. I don't like that. I like when Big Pun sends the voice memos.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
I like when he's dropping F-bombs and sending voice memos or whatnot. I know he's gone through a lot this past season, this past year, but he's doing all right from what I see on the interwebs. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Where the hell you guys at, man? Hot stove season. Let's go. Let's go, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners, Warriors, stations, and radio shows like Steiny and Guru, and catch amazing interviews you missed, too. Wow, Mason Crosby joined Willard and Dibbs? What's Mason Crosby up to these days? Wow, they got the kicker on.
He's too old.
It's got the kicker. Kicker.
I love Priest so much.
It's got the kicker.
I'm going to back off.
No, don't back off. Shameless shout out.
Maybe they were looking for him to replace our kicker, Jake Moody.
Jake Moody? Well, remember, Mason Crosby couldn't even kick from 50.
I thought Mason Crosby was way older. He's only 40, which in kicker years isn't that old.
Hey,
I thought he was way older than that.
Screw you.
What?
He's only 40.
That's a compliment. You guys aren't old. I'm saying I thought Mason Crosby was 46 or 47.
Yeah, that's old, huh?
Well, yeah, because he had gray pretty early, too.
Hate you.
Yeah. You guys are looking good.
What are you,
Don't worry.
30?
31. Getting up there. I've aged, actually, the last 3 months, I think I've aged 10 years. So
well, I shouldn't be laughing at that.
We have to laugh at it, so don't worry.
No, I shouldn't be laughing at that. But 31 prime years, man. Oh, man.
It is prime. That's the wheelhouse.
30 was a new 20, man. We're getting into
prime now, boys.
30 was a new 20, man.
There's a song, Ooh La La, If I Knew What I Know Now. Gosh.
Yeah, no, it was 30s were fun.
Wish that I knew what I know now.
It's a rap.
Is that the note?
Yeah. When I was younger.
I want to hear from Rob said, Bruno.
Bonte, if they start Brandon Allen and he looks terrible, how many people are going to demand for Josh Dobbs?
Oh, I think people want to see Josh Dobbs instead of Brandon Allen.
Who do you want to see?
I don't really care, to be honest with you.
You don't care?
I don't care. I don't have a preference.
Don't care if it's not Brock, or you don't care if it's Josh?
I don't care if it's Brock, Brandon Allen, or Josh Dobbs.
You really don't care
I really don't have a preference.
No care.
If
Brock Purdy doesn't play this game, do you give what's the percentage that you're giving them to win this game? If Brock can't suit up on Sunday,
I have no idea what to make the percentage of. I watched Brandon Allen in the preseason, and he had a good game, then a couple of and then Josh Dobbs was running around, but he's so frenetic.
Yeah, Josh, you know what Dobbs, I mean? Josh Dobbs hit the.
I think they're screwed either way.
Yeah, I don't have no preference, man. Robin said, "Bro, do you have a preference?" I don't really care who plays quarterback. Just win the damn game.
Yeah, what you said, but I'm taking Josh Dobbs though, man. I've seen him win games in Minnesota. I've seen him win games in Arizona. So I'm taking Josh Allen. I've never seen him do
Brandon Allen.
Brandon Allen. My bad. Never seen him do anything in the league worth being a second-string quarterback. So, anyways, man, look, it seems like everybody trying to blame when it goes bad, blames Deebo. Oh, he can't get set. Well, he never got separation. He didn't get separation in college. He didn't get separation in the NFL. That's not his thing. Put the ball in his hands and let him go crazy. Bottom line is this: Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan, it peaked. Purdy has peaked. Last year was an anomaly. Great year. He's peaked. He's done. He ain't done, but to me, he's more of a Matt Hasselbeck type.
Yeah.
If you got a good offense around him, a Sean Alexander, a Mike Holmgren, a couple good receivers, he's adequate.
So Rob, let me ask you this. So when Jed York said he wants to reset the quarterback market, or Brock Purdy's going to reset the quarterback market, you vehemently disagreed, right?
Yeah, I mean, because he's seen last year and seen what Purdy did last year. He thought he can do more. And then the fan base, they love Brock Purdy, so it's business going on. We can sell Brock Purdy. Definitely in the South Bay. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no flavor down here, man. So they can sell him. Understand it, but he's not that guy. And Kyle Shanahan, look, I was the first one on the radio station, 2016. I was the first one to say go get Kyle Shanahan. But look though, he's peaked, man. I'm sorry, he's peaked as a coach. What else you need to see? I mean, he's not getting better with his in-game decisions. He's still losing close games, just like in 2016. Lost 5 games, about 3 points or 6 points.
Hey, Rob, I got to disagree with you on something. I can't let it go. There's plenty of flavor down in the South Bay. Single Bonte was in the South Bay a lot. There was some flavor down there, Rob.
No. I know. Trust me. I ain't talking about that flavor. I'm talking about the other flavor, the stillness. You know, when you go to Levi Stadium, when you leave the stadium, they asking you out to 101 South or North.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the ladies, brother. You know what I'm saying? Well,
I had to make sure, man. I was like, hey, there's plenty of flavor down in South Bay, Rob. You know, we couldn't wait to get down to the 408.
Hey, Bonta, you know I know. You know what I'm saying? I can't say that. My girl at the house.
Yeah, our previous days, we're done. We're both married, Rob, basically. We're both married. So those days are gone.
Oh, yeah, them days are gone. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think you should fire Cal, but to me, don't say he's untouchable. Because at the end of the day, it's been, 7, 8 Super Bowl winners since he's been hired, and he hasn't been one of them. So it's obvious somebody who can be a better coach. I'm not saying fire him, but don't just say he's unfireable. Nobody's unfireable. Klay Thompson got traded, won 4 rings. So he didn't get paid, won 4 rings. So at the end of the day, everybody's expendable. I give Kyle Shanahan 1 more year.
What about Brock Purdy? What do you do with Brock Purdy? Do you worry about him being durable? Do you worry about him long term, Brock Purdy?
I mean, if you think he's gonna run around like he's been doing last few weeks, that's not your game. You're not built that way. My thing is this: Brock Purdy is Cal's baby. So if Cal goes, that's good. Brock gonna go. Just like same thing with Jim Harbaugh and Cap. Once Jim Harbaugh left, Cap days were numbered anyways. So it's the same concept. So to me, I'll give Brock 3 years, $30 million, 3 years, $90 million, and I'll draft a young dude. That's what I do. I'm not giving him 60 though.
If he would take something in the $45 to $35 million range, I think almost every Niner fan would say, "Yeah, sign me up."
Yep. I didn't say I don't care if Brock Purdy doesn't start. I said I don't have a preference on the backup quarterback. Josh Dobbs and Brendan Allen. They both have their pros. They both have their cons. I want Brock Purdy to play.
Well, no,
if Brock Purdy doesn't play,
I think that's
my
obvious.
mindset is like, damn.
Yeah.
We got to watch Josh Dobbs and Brendan Allen.
What if they pull a rabbit out of the hat? I mean, we saw Malik Willis, who I did not think highly of, and
no, it's totally possible.
And LaFleur won 2 games with him. Now
I mentioned that when Brendan Allen could go out there and have a great game, and the conversation is going to be like, wow, look at Brendan Allen.
He does have a big arm.
There you go.
Comparative.
There you go. But no, I care if Brock Purdy starts. I said I don't have a preference on the backup quarterback.
Are you worried
I watched Josh Dobbs last year in Minnesota. He got benched. He played a few games and got benched.
He looked good against the Niners.
Yeah, but then it got rough.
Yeah.
Well, when he was with Arizona.
Yeah.
Arizona, they traded him. He goes to Minnesota.
He played hard.
He wins a couple games. He plays hard. Yeah, well, I mean, gosh, you know what I want to do, stop doing, is when it comes to pro athletes. Boy, he played hard.
Well, Trae Young doesn't play hard.
Well, but what I'm saying, though, is I want to get to the point where it's like,
no, I would agree, yeah.
Playing hard is the
baseline.
Like you should play hard. But now we're saying, well, boy, they play hard. Well, what?
Well, but you know what? I see all these professional athlete podcasts, and a lot of guys don't play hard.
It's embarrassing.
No, Luke Williams is talking about how the day he was drunk. I don't know if did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
So he was in New York, and they had a curfew, and he blew the curfew. And
he was with the Clippers?
Doc is the coach.
Okay,
and
Clippers, yeah.
He shows up. They have a 12 o'clock game in New York, and he left the bar at 4 a.m. or whatever. And he showed up to the game, and he was still drunk. And he went over to Doc after 1 minute. He turned the ball over a couple times, and he said, "Yeah, I got to admit something to you. I'm still drunk." And Doc said, "You got to stay out there because I need you to be ready to go in the fourth quarter. So you're gonna have to burn off whatever buzz you have right now, so you're ready." He had like 23 in the fourth quarter. But point being is you'd be surprised how many of these guys aren't. No, I'm not saying that all of them are, and it's probably a smaller percentage than I'm even alluding to.
Yeah,
but
no.
I think playing hard is a thing that we don't see often enough.
Which is sad. But in terms of guys like playing drunk or whatnot, I've heard plenty of stories. That doesn't surprise me.
That feels more like an NBA thing than maybe NFL, just because there's so few NFL games. But I'm sure there are guys in the NFL.
888-957-9570 is the number. Line them up for shameless shout-outs in 18 minutes. Shout out your dog. Shout out your wife. Shout out your Christmas tree. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. That's coming up. This is your time to shine and shout out anybody that you want to. By the way, as we get back to football here, 888-957-9570 is the number. Farhan Zaidi made his first public comments.
Where?
In the Chronicle.
With who?
Susan Slusser.
And
excuse me. Shayna Rubin.
And what did he say?
We'll get there, but I'm just saying. Who did I ask yesterday? I asked somebody yesterday. I said, "Has Farhan spoken since being fired?" I don't know who I asked. Literally a couple days ago, maybe in the last 25. I don't even remember. I don't remember what I said last hour. But it's like, damn, has Farhan said anything? Oh, I know who I was talking to. I was talking to Uncle Marty. Uncle Marty Lurie. I was talking to him over the phone a couple days ago. And I was like, has Farhan spoke? He's been hiding. Well, he spoke and he goes, here's one of the quotes. The autopsy is never pretty, and for me, it's not productive to respond to all the narratives that are out there. I'll say that during my time in the organization, I gave the job my complete commitment and did it with no ulterior motives or agendas. Always tried to treat people with respect and be a good ambassador to the Giants community. Beyond that, people are passionate about the Giants in professional sports, and there will always be a discourse on those things. And that's the nature of the beast. That is Farhan Zaidi.
God, I'm so happy we don't have word salads like that anymore. So he basically telling us he tried hard.
I recognize that there are a lot of lingering frustrations from what was a disappointing season. I mean, for me, in my 20 years of baseball, this past year was probably the most disappointing season, given the expectations we had coming into the year with the offseason we had and how it played out. But one thing that's always been important to me in my time in baseball, and certainly my 6 years with the Giants, is having a strong collaboration between different parts of the organization, whether it be between player development and the front office or the clubhouse and the coaching staff and the manager in the front office. I certainly believe that was the case this past year.
Yeah, I'm about done with him. If I don't hear from Farhan ever again in this market, I'll be fine.
Farhan's cooked.
Yeah, I'm good.
Melvin.
You had 3 bad years in a row, bud. Like, newsflash. 22 stunk, 23 stunk, 24 stunk. Like, assess yourself realistically. Like, I'm so done with him.
That was just a laundry list of generic statements.
Exactly.
Melvin
word
previously
salad.
worked with Zaidi in a brief overlap period in Oakland between stops managing in Seattle, Arizona, San Diego. Said a collaborative effort to build a lineup isn't unlike other teams' processes in modern baseball. He's passionate about the lineup. The coaching staff is passionate about the lineup. We want to get it right. Not only the lineup, but the construction of it. And I think that goes on everywhere.
He's homeless.
Zaidi said, I have a long-standing relationship with Bob. I think we understand each other really well because of the circumstances of when and how he was hired. It was really important that our relationship worked well. So I saw his feedback very regularly throughout the season about whether the front office dynamic with him and the coaching staff was working.
Yeah.
Based on the feedback I got from him, I feel confident that it was working well. We certainly talked about the lineup and game strategy as most effective front office and manager partnerships do. There was always an exchange of ideas that if one of us felt strongly about something or the other because of our history, there was a lot of respect for that. But ultimately, I felt as a manager, it was his role to have the final say on lineups.
So we play a segment, Big Cap, Big Facts, and I'm going to call Big Cap on that because I have multiple people that I trust tell me Bob Melvin was hired way above Farhan. Farhan wasn't like in on the whole Bob Melvin thing at all. And I know that with pretty good clarity that he went along with it because he knew his days were numbered. So he could say whatever he wants. I don't believe you.
That's Farhan Zaidi and his first public comment since being fired by the San Francisco Giants. 888-957-9570 is the number. What should the 49ers do if they lose? Are you with Shasky here? Maybe think about shutting some people down? Are you concerned about Brock Purdy? What if Brock Purdy doesn't play? Well, how confident are you about the Niners winning the game Sunday in Green Bay if Brock Purdy doesn't play? 888-957-9570 is the number. And 888-957-9570 is the number because there's a lot of people who believe Shanahan is the boy wonder, and we've seen it with Nick Mullins for a game. We see Jay Beathard for a game. We've seen it before with Kyle Shanahan. He can win a game with the journeyman quarterback.
Well, we've been talking backup quarterback for the last 2 years since Purdy's been the starter. Hasn't it always been like, can you win a game with someone? Like, part of the reason why Trey Lance is not here is because Brandon Allen was so impressive, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
He was here because you can win a game with Brandon Allen. You can't win a game. The irony is, even though I don't think Trey's great, he did win a game in December for the 49ers. And Brandon Allen hasn't won a game since, forever?
3 years. Not only did Trey win a game, he won a game that basically your season was on the line.
So I'm thinking about it this way.
You lose, and you don't go to the playoffs in 2021.
I'm more concerned about Brock for this year physically. I really am. Like, the shoulder injury is not good. The Niners have a history at quarterback of shoulder injuries. Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick had a shoulder injury. I mean, their careers were like, not that they were harpooned because of just the shoulder injury, but they were altered. Jimmy Garoppolo, shoulder injury, and now Brock Purdy. This is not good. Anyone can say, oh, it's just shoulder. If it's the throwing shoulder and he can't even throw the ball at practice, because from all reports, he was barely throwing it 10 yards and he was lobbing it back and forth. You and I saw him on the sidelines when he hurt his elbow. I said to you, what is he doing? He's like shot putting the ball. What the heck? This shoulder injury, this is not good, dude. This is not good at all. And I'm very concerned for this year for Brock Purdy. I don't know about this one, man. And the way Kyle's kind of skirting around it, I think for sure he's not playing on Sunday. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he comes out and plays, but this is not good. This is not a good injury. Your moneymaker as a quarterback, your right arm, on a guy who's already had a right elbow injury, it's not good. It's not good at all.
So, do you think they can win without Brock Purdy?
A game, maybe. Yeah, I do.
So can they win on Sunday without Brock Purdy?
No, if he's out 4 or 5 weeks.
Can they win on Sunday without Brock Purdy?
Yeah, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. Yes, you can. The NFL's wild. I watched the Browns beat the Ravens, and now the Browns beat the freaking Steelers.
Division games are different.
Agreed. But there is familiarity between Green Bay and the Niners. We understand their scheme because Kyle and LaFleur work together. We also have played this team, it feels like, every single season. So there is some familiarity.
Shanahan, though, he also mentioned how he was talking to somebody. Was it Shanahan? And he was discussing McVay and LaFleur. And he's like, look, man, I've been here for 8 years. McVay's been in L.A. for 8 years. LaFleur's been in Green Bay for a long time, 6, 7 years maybe? They've all evolved. And Shanahan's mentioned that they're doing different things now. They all do different things here. So they have evolved and tinkered with their system. Like Green Bay's offense, yeah, they may have a lot of principles that Shanahan has in his offense, but they do a lot of one-back sets, a lot of 4-wide sets, a lot of 3-wide sets. They do a lot more in terms of spreading out the field than the 49ers do. And they use their wide receivers in a way that the Niners don't use their wide receivers. So they take a lot of shots down the field. Deep shots down the field. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 10 minutes. Please shout out anybody you want to shout out. Maybe shout out Brendan Allen, who may get to start. Maybe it's Josh Dobbs. But how confident are you in the Niners possibly playing Green Bay without Brock Purdy?
I mean,
can they win this football game with Brendan Allen? What the hell do you know about Brendan Allen? Does anybody know anything about Brendan Allen?
I know he took a knee in the New York Jets game. I know that he hasn't thrown a pass for the 49ers. I know that the last time that he actually got a start was Bengals 2021, the season finale. He went 15 of 29 for 136 and a touchdown. I know that he's 2-7 in games that he started.
Who they play in that game?
The season finale 2021. Just take my word for it.
I just want to know who they play.
What do you guys think would be a bigger loss for this team? Bosa not playing or Purdy not playing? Because the way you're describing it, it's like, hey, Shanahan's won with like a Nick Mullins in the past. He's won if he had to have a rookie or a Trey Lance come in there. He's won with a CJ Beathard. But like you saw the Niners defense without Bosa last week on that final drive. It was horrible.
Horrible.
Like, so in a way, I feel like the loss of Nick Bosa in a game like this, which is going to be ground and pound, cold weather, a lot of Josh Jacobs, like, I don't know, man. I feel like the loss of Bosa might be bigger in the grand scheme of things, considering how Jordan Love has not played well the last few weeks.
Well, they gave up 6.1 yards of play when Bosa left the game. They were giving up 3.3 against Seattle when he was on the field. So, yes, Bosa not having him in a run game because Josh Jacobs is a load. Josh Jacobs is coming downhill, and these are going to run you over. I don't know.
What's your confidence level of the Niners right now?
I think they can win this game with Brendan Allen or Josh Dobbs. I don't think Green Bay's all that great. I don't think highly of Green Bay. I don't think they're representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. Now, to be saying that, somebody's going to clip this because they could go on the run. They're capable of going on the run. But what I've seen from Green Bay so far, so far what I've seen from them, I haven't seen a Super Bowl team.
Last year, they started off very slow.
Yep.
And then Jordan Love and the rest of the offense just went on fire. It was like 18 touchdowns, like 1 interception down the stretch. They really were a 9-8 team that got in and just dismantled the Cowboys.
Yeah, they got hot.
Dismantled the Cowboys. Well, it's about the same time last year that they got hot, and they're looking to do that again. And obviously their record is better this year than it was last year. But I'm looking at it from like the Niner perspective. I have very little confidence that they could do what the Packers did last year and go on a run. I have very little confidence.
How come?
This just feels very different. Like Bosa is severely compromised. Fred feels compromised. The quarterback feels compromised. The running back feels compromised. And it just doesn't.
Running back is compromised.
What?
Running back is compromised.
Like it just, I don't have a lot to hang my hat on where I'm feeling very, very confident. I just don't. And I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong in the worst way. I want them to go on a run. I was talking Super Bowl. We all were talking Super Bowl. Getting back there, this feels like a team that's going to finish the season 7-10 or at best 9-8 and miss out by a game or two of the division. That's what it feels like. And so I look at a game like this against the NFC. This is a big swing game, more for momentum and psyche than anything else. I think it's a must win. And I get your point about, you're only a game out. If this happens and that happens, you got to start getting some wins here.
I'm not saying that you can't stack wins. I want them to win. But on the flip side, I'm hearing too much of, like Mark Willard yesterday said, this is the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career. Like, didn't they just play in the Super Bowl?
Well, that I disagree
Didn't they play in the NFC title game?
Yeah.
Didn't they play in the divisional round game? Didn't the year before they played Seattle wildcard game and Dallas in the divisional round? Like, he's played. This is not the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career.
And up in Seattle for the division title that year.
It's just a lot going on here. But, I mean, I'm not saying they're going to win, and I'm not saying that, look, yes, this is an important game. You want to get a conference win. You want to beat Green Bay. You want to beat a winning team for the first time all season. I'm just presenting, hey, look, if they do lose, these X, Y, and Z can happen, and you're right back in the same spot you were next week.
Yeah, but I don't have faith that team is going to circle the
I agree.
Wagons.
That's one other thing.
Yeah,
I
mathematically, because this is the guru thing. Like mathematically, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, that's what
Psychologically, I completely disagree. Psychologically, I think they lose this game. I feel like they're cooked.
Like that?
My soul
the players
feels
feel
cooked.
like that?
Of course, the players don't feel like that. I'm talking about the fan base.
Oh, the fans don't play. The fans don't play. And if the fans did play on Sunday, we're getting blown out by 60 because the fans right now have no confidence.
Well, why would I have? Can I ask this?
But the players in the locker room probably have confidence. I was listening to Bosa yesterday. Bosa saying, man, damn it, we got to finish. We should be 8-2 right now. The players feel like they should be 8-2.
Okay.
In their heads. So their confidence, I don't think hasn't waned. They still feel like they're one of the best teams in the league. Now, do I believe that? No, I don't believe that. But they feel like they're one of the best teams in the league inside that locker room. Their mindset is completely different than your mindset or fans who don't have confidence in. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, but like you have to make me believe through your play. And I'm looking at it, and they're just so hit and miss all year. They're just so hit and miss all year. And so what I'm saying to them is, guys, I get what you've accomplished, and believe me, I respect it and I understand that. But this season, what have you given me to say, yeah, I believe that you can go out and go on a 4 out of 5 game winning streak, 4 out of 6 game winning streak, 5 out of 7 game winning streak. Like, you got to go out and actually do it. And I think it starts on Sunday against Green Bay. Because if you're going to say to me, hey, Green Bay can be beat, I agree with that. Then you have to go out and do it.
Yeah, there's two things to it, right? You got to go out there and do it, obviously. But I'm not saying that Green Bay's just going out there and they're just cooking teams. They've had, it's been nip and tuck. They've had some unimpressive wins. Like last week in Chicago, well, it's a divisional game, and Chicago gave them all they can handle. They're lining up for the game-winning field goal. How are we feeling about Green Bay if they're 6-4 this week? Well, and Chicago makes that field goal. So 888-957-9570 is the number. How confident are you in the Niners winning if they have to play this game without Brock Purdy? Plus shameless shutouts. But one thing I'm not going to do is go into the Sunday. I understand why fans won't be confident, and I understand why you haven't been confident because of what you've seen in the previous few weeks. And They get a big win, and they suffer a big loss. They get a big win, they suffer a big loss. So I understand the confidence level of the fan base not being too high. It is Green Bay. They're a beatable team. You still have Fred Warner out there on that football field. I still believe in Fred. I still believe in his rookie class. I still believe in Deebo Samuel and George Kittle to get it done for a game. And if you can get it done for a game, all of a sudden you're cooking again. All of a sudden you're feeling good again. And no matter what happens in Buffalo. But I don't know. I want to know why people aren't confident if Brock Purdy doesn't play. What if he does play? Do you still have the same confidence level? If he plays? Because it sounds like it doesn't matter if he plays or if he doesn't play. Well, it sounds like that nobody's confident regardless of who plays quarterback.
He couldn't throw a football yesterday at practice. Right? Now, maybe he gets shot up on Sunday and things change a little, but he's not going to get healthier if he plays, number one. And number two is that, he hasn't looked great the last couple of weeks, So, I'm looking at it.
You sound so scared.
Well, because I'm looking at it from Green Bay's perspective.
Scared.
This is the team that you thought you should have beat. This reminds me a lot of how the Niners viewed Philadelphia the year prior, where you're circling this game all offseason and you're like, yeah, we're going to put a fork in their season. We are going to come out, and we thought that we screwed up in that divisional round game. We had that game. We blew it in the fourth quarter. I'm going from Green Bay's perspective. We blew it in the fourth quarter, and now we have an opportunity to not only right that wrong, but to kind of put a shot across the bow of their season and maybe torpedo their season.
Here's what Jordan Love said about that.
Yeah, no, I think just ending the season, getting to the playoffs and, getting knocked out by the 49ers. I mean, whoever it would have been, that game is definitely going to sit with you. And, that's what you got to, kind of just sit with all offseason. Is going back, watching that game, trying to see what you could have been better, what you could have done differently in that game. So it definitely sits with you through the offseason and then obviously move on. But, just knowing that that's the team that knocked us out, we're definitely hungry for this game.
So that's Jordan Love. They're hungry. They haven't forgotten about what happens last season. All right, 888-957-9570. Line them up. I see you calling right now. Line them up for shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast. It is a Friday, a football Friday. You also have the Warriors down in the Big Easy playing the Pelicans, trying to remain undefeated in the Emirates NBA Cup. Oh, how about that? What's that court going to look like in New Orleans? What is that court going to look like?
Probably empty because no one's playing.
Or like a smoothie.
No, they love Steph Curry down there. They come out for Steph Curry. Right next to the Superdome, the Smoothie King Center.
Oh.
Right there next to the Superdome.
New Orleans down bad right now when it comes to football. LSU, not good. Brian Kelly might be gone, and then the Saints just stink.
Who could have saw that coming with Brian Kelly?
The fake accent told you all you needed to know.
He's just such a...
We talk about high-level losers. Brian Kelly, my God.
Yeah, I mean, one of the more overrated coaches I've seen in the last 20 years, no matter the sport.
He did take Cincinnati and Notre Dame to a playoff.
I mean, come on.
Did he show up in that top game?
Well, no, Cincinnati, real quick, was a sugar bowl, and then he left, and then they got absolutely destroyed in Tim Tebow's last game with Florida.
Yeah, he didn't show up for that game. He was already gone. How many years did Notre Dame underachieve under him?
I mean, because of their academic standards. Because of their academic standards where guys actually graduate.
That's what's keeping Cal football out of the national championship,
difficult
too.
to understand,
I know.
Always an excuse.
All those $1 million handshakes that are going on in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, like they're not happening to South Bend.
It's a lot tougher.
By the way, really quick, before we hit shameless shouts, Pelicans court, it's blue. They got the cup right there in the middle, and they got the logo kind of faded over the whole thing. So
it's a great way to paint the picture there, bud.
Yeah, that's what it is. Shameless shout-out.
Crack.
I know people.
Oh.
Boy, the confidence of 49er fans. We are down bad. It's raining. It's foggy. It feels depressing, man. Where's the energy? Where's the energy, Roasters? 888-957-9570. Come on, give me some energy. Let's go. It's a football Friday. Got the Warriors with a back-to-back against the Pelicans and the Spurs. Niners win. They're right back on track, baby. You're not out of it. You're one game. We talk like they're 3 games out of division. Cleveland's 5 back at the Steelers. They're done. Niners have life. Come on, Niner fans. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. Oh, I'm just worried about this, and maybe we do this, and oh my God, I'm freaking out. My pet's head's falling off. Come on.
My first shout out. The 2024 St. Ignatius Wildcat Field Hockey CCS Championship team that won just last weekend. My niece, Megan, congratulations to their entire team. She was a captain on it. First CCS title in field hockey for the women ever at St. Ignatius. What a great accomplishment. And then today, Bonte, I've got a big one, and please allow me this one. It is the Reardon Annual Luncheon. It's the 75th anniversary this year of the school. And so I'll be out there for the luncheon in a little short period of time, the Italian Social Club, the Athletic Club, excuse me. And the athletics department is going to be showcasing all the different teams that are out there. The girls volleyball team this year went to the CCS playoffs. The first ever flag football team won the league championship. And Benny Willers, 08, a Reardon guy, was named CCS Division IV Coach of the Year. And their football team won their first round CCS playoff game and will play Los Gatos this Saturday, tomorrow at Reardon for the Division I semifinals.
You got De La Salle, Pittsburgh. Shout out to Jaden and the crew.
Yeah.
Playing Pittsburgh. Tonight, Pittsburgh High School. You got San
What
Mateo.
division is that?
Oh, man. They're in the open. De La Salle might be playing another day. 415, shout out to College of San Mateo. I love you guys. Coach Hardy, Coach Green, K. Booth. I see you guys, man, on the road to another state championship. They just put it on my boys at City, 51-7. 650, I'm here, Bonte. I just ain't calling. I'm here, though. I'm confident. 707, shout out to my brother. It must be hard being a Cowboys fan. God bless him. He wears the Dak jersey everywhere.
Is that Guru's brother or?
Well, I don't think Guru's brother's a Cowboy fan. I don't know. Spadoni, what you got, man? Who you shouting out?
I'm shouting out my son, Benny. We had our first PTA meetings yesterday, right? The parent-teacher meetings. Even in TK, they do that, I guess. I was like, this is the update. They do that every week.
Yeah,
so
how'd it go?
He's doing great. He's doing awesome, very sociable, very nice. Every kid loves him in the class. You know what? That speaks volumes. And he's not a troublemaker like his old man was. So
Not a troublemaker.
shout out Benny. He's doing great in school. So I'm very happy for him.
I'm going to shout out Baby Chaz for refusing to go to school yesterday. But we found out that she was just tired because for the first time in months, she took like a 4-hour nap. So she was just gassed. And that was her way of saying, I just need rest. I'm working too hard.
She took a mental day.
She took a PTO day.
I do that every Monday through Friday from 6 to 10.
Yeah, she just was chilling. I got home. She was napping. And she was in a great mood after the nap. So shout out to her. Hopefully she gets her ass up on time this morning to get to school. Lord knows we're paying for it.
Is her birthday's coming up, huh?
It is coming up.
Oh, boy.
It is coming up.
Oh, boy.
Why? Why are you saying oh, boy?
No. They're getting old, man.
Yeah, baby.
I remember when she was born.
Saturday. LJ's coming up on Saturday.
I know.
I see you guys move things to the house.
Don't even start me. The freaking rain. It's been a nightmare. And now the clean police are coming to my house, and my wife was losing her mind last night. But Michelle, I love you.
You know what? Also, 510. I'm throwing you guys a shout out for keeping it real and keeping me entertained Monday through Friday. All right, so I was at Corte Madera yesterday for a second. I had to go get the Batmobile some new brakes, and you know what? The Batmobile.
Maybe some shopping in the Corte Madera Mall?
I didn't. I stayed away. I had
You're
to go
a
get a charger
Lululemon
from
guy?
Apple. No, I do like Lululemon. I never had Lululemon, but
what is it called?
Lululemon.
Save that for mispronunciation.
Lululemon. I do like Lululemon. But I did not shop yesterday. I was just kind of strolling around, getting some exercise, walking around while it wasn't raining. But I ran into a lady. She worked at the Apple store, and my name is evading me. Her name is evading me. She was like, hey, are you Bonte? I listen to you guys every single morning.
Oh.
And I said, you really have to find something to do. If you're spending your mornings listening to us, she worked at the Apple store up there at Corte Madera. She knows who I'm talking about. Send us a text, 888-957-9570, because I want to get your name. She was a nice young lady, a very sweet young lady. So
I'm
shout out to her.
surprised you didn't walk across the street at Corte Madera and go to the Jaguar store. You know, the king, he needs a nice chariot.
You're the one with the 3 houses.
No.
You guys are really starting to piss me off around here. RJ Fairfield.
Hi, RJ.
What up, Shasky? What's up, Bonte?
What's up, RJ?
Hey, I want to shout out my Sacramento City we're building a new stadium for the Sacramento Republic FC coming 2027. We on the rise. And then De'Aaron Fox, man, he been on a tear, 109 points in 2 days. No Monk, no Sabonis, no DeRozan. So I just want to shout him out, man. Put him in the Bay Area airways, got to represent. Like the B, baby.
Attaboy.
Hey, you guys are losing games, RJ. Let's go to Don and Concord. Don, what's happening?
They're 11th. They're in 11th place.
Well,
what's up, Don?
Hey, how you guys doing? 888-957-9570. Shameless shout out. I'm not Ted Kessie. I'm not Uncle Jesse. I'm not Irish Pat either. I'm a 49er fanatic. And that's it, Joe. Let's go Bears. Favored by 14 in the big game tomorrow. How do you like that?
I do like that. Cal,
Irish Pat Lawler?
Let's go, Cal.
Is that who you
let's go,
alluding to?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go, Cal Berkeley. Let's go. Yeah, shout out Fridays, 707. Shout out for happy 6th birthday to my daughter, Gianna. Happy birthday,
happy
Gianna.
birthday.
We love you. Cruiser in the 209. Cruiser, what's happening?
Yo, what's up, fellas? Good morning. Just want to shout out my son, Jacob. He's receiving a recognition today at school for 3 awards. So he's my A+ student. I'm super proud of him. And also shout out to you, Bonte. It was good seeing you at Laughing Muck, man. Catch you next time.
Absolutely. It's good to see you, too, as we watch the Niners lose that game. Watch the Niners lose that game.
We're going to have an announcement next week on the Doobie Awards, and I just want everyone to know, as you're driving around, Friday, is it the 20th?
December 20th, Friday, you want to clear your calendar.
Clear it out.
Because the Doobie Awards are going to be big this year.
We are going to have a celebration. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
Well, it's going to be amazing. Not only that.
Chicken is off the hook.
It's going to be free food for everybody who attends.
No way.
Free food. Trust me. It is going down at the Doobie Awards this year. It's going to be big.
It's the lunch?
Big. Shout out to my nephew, Napoleon. Freshman, QB2 at Stewart Hall.
Oh, cool.
Shout out Leon. They go against Branson for the championship in 8-man football to top off an undefeated season. Napoleon's probably a better basketball player than football player. Shout out to Napoleon. Shout out to Leon. Shout out to Dom.
Yeah, it's good to
who's
know.
down there at Occidental doing their thing.
Occidental.
Shout out to them, yeah. Shout out to the 13U and 12U SF Flame Baseball. Headed to Twin Creeks this week at 4:30. Are you going?
Well, that's my team. Who is that? Who's texting
Are you
them?
going?
No.
Why?
Because I'm busy.
Wait, I thought that was your team.
Well, no, we have other coaches. It's probably Scotty's team. So who is that texting in?
I don't know. It's the 415.
Well, tell them to put their name on it.
Well, they won't put
And I'll
their
shout
name
them
on it.
out.
Put your name on it.
Imagine if that was like Kyle Shanahan. That's my team, but I'm not going to be there. We got other coaches.
I'm not going to be there.
Nick Sorensen can handle it.
Well, okay, when you have a program, you can't be everywhere all at once.
Oh.
Sounds like something Kyle would say.
Kyle who?
Shanahan.
Oh, don't do that to Kyle. Stop hating on Kyle. I'm telling you, man, you better be careful what you wish for in firing Kyle Shanahan.
I didn't say fire Kyle Shanahan.
Shout out to all of our underpaid and underappreciated teachers. You guys just be disrespecting Shanahan.
Name one time I said fire
The
Kyle
best coach
Shanahan.
we've had since George Seifert. 888-957-9570 is the number. Robbie and Folsom. I want to shout out my daughter, Rory. Today's her 9th birthday, and I love her so much.
Oh, very much. That's cool.
Any advice for a girl dad like myself, Robbie, when they turn 9?
Well, here's the advice I'd give you. Today, the 22nd, is the beginning of the Sagittarius,
cycle.
Yeah, and so you got a fiery one, I'm sure, because I'm fiery, Sagittarius myself. You don't know about the signs, Joey?
Yeah, I know all about them. I hate them because I'm a Gemini and I'm a pariah.
Oh, yeah.
apparently,
You
so
know
there
what?
go.
That makes sense. It makes sense on the way you roll around here.
Please.
Geminis are two-faced. You guys change every hour. Like, Gemini by far is the shadiest of the signs, right?
Why
You guys are shady
do you
people.
say this with so much knowledge, Bonte?
Because I used to read the horoscopes every single day in the
Or
San
you
Francisco
dated
Examiner.
someone who was a Gemini? Like, where's this
We've
coming
all
I've never
done
dated-
it at some
I've
point.
never dated a Gemini. What was a Gemini? He's my best friend. What was a Gemini? But I know. I read the horoscopes every single day from the age of like 10 to like 25.
No way.
Yeah, I used to
He
be.
knew what the girls were into.
Well, I just trying to get myself.
He's got Andrea, the astrologer, on his favorites on his phone.
I like Andrea, the astrologer. I wish she called this show. A lot of knowledge
with
there.
Brock Purdy.
I am happy with Brock Purdy. Shout out to my wife. She listens and loves you guys. Have a great day. Love Sugar Tea. Sugar Tea. Just brought her some new ones so she knows
Sprinkle
who
me,
this
man.
is. Sugar Tea. Wow.
Hurricane.
Hey, Gemini's the worst horoscope, right? They're the worst sign. Are they Geminis? Anyway, what's Brock Purdy? Is he a Gemini? He left practice early yesterday, day after being limited. He's been dealing with an injury to his right throwing shoulder.
Born December 27th, so no.
Oh, wow.
Birthday's coming up.
So what is he? Aquarius.
Aquarius is like in February.
No, so what's January? Capricorn? Is it Capricorn? Capricorn or Aquarius?
We'll find out on the other side.
Oh, wait, can I finish the injury report?
Yeah, who's hurt?
Brock Purdy, but you cut me off. Left practice yesterday. Keep cutting me off, man. We can be here all day. Trainers were seen working up Brock's shoulder before he left the field and did not speak to reporters after practice. His status for Sunday's game against the Packers is very much up in the air.
Oh, no.
The injury report brought to you by Boxer Cars, another California Speedway workers' compensation law firm helping young workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Are you confident in the 49ers to win a game in Green Bay if they don't have Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to hear from Niner fans on a Football Friday. Come on now. Season's on the line, right? Come on. This is desperation. Where's the desperate Niner fans at? Or you guys just kind of hiding? Just like, I'm a little scared. You got the little Sausalito Shasky in you. I don't know if we're going to win in Green Bay. I don't know. Give me the meat.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for...
Baby. I kind of turned into Austin Powers right there.
Yeah, you're too. Oh, baby, come on!
I'm trying not to hurt my throat. You know, B.
Yeah, you know what? The hell with this. I see the lines lit up here. We're gonna get to the lines in just a second. I'm gonna fire some people up with this one.
What's that?
Your
Yankee hat?
Yeah, I do have a Yankee hat on today. Huh? This is pretty cool. New York, represent New York. You know why I'm representing New York today? Because I realized that this week West Coast fans have been a bit soft. Here in the Bay Area, we've been a bit soft. And this season, Niner fans, we've been a bit soft.
Yeah, because when I think hardcore, I think Brooklyn Nets fan.
Oh, no, you think the Bronx, which is what I'm wearing, a Yankee hat, the Bronx.
Front runners, keep going.
No, front runners. There ain't no front runners. They're tough. They want excellence. They demand excellence. Thing is, I watched Cleveland last night, and those fans of Cleveland are out there in the snow. It's a 2-win team. And they're out there cheering. They're fired up. It's Thursday Night Football. They don't give a damn what their record are. They're out there, rain, snow, sleet, whatever it is. Out here to West Coast, earlier this week, I heard us asking, it's going to rain really much. Oh, my God, the rain. And, it's probably. We are so damn soft this season. And I see why East Coast fans have the reputation they have. They're just built for adversity. They're built for turbulence. Out here, it gets a little rocky, and we want to start firing everybody and saying this and that. Maybe we are acting so soft. I'm dead serious. What I've heard from West Coast fans and Niner fans this season has been very disappointing. Very disappointing. And I'm in the streets. I'm in the churches with Niner fans. I'm at Levi Stadium. It has been very disappointing what I've heard from the fan base. And you know what? Let's just say it, because I'm allowed to say it, because I am a Niner fan. We've been a bit soft this season. We've been soft.
Yeah, the reason the Niners are 5-5 is the fans.
No, it's not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the fans have been soft. We have been soft.
We travel every week. We support this team through thick and thin. Well, I don't get what you're saying.
We've been soft. Just listen to the way we talk. Listen to the way we talk.
Well, time out. Kittle missed the game last week. He's been injured and banged up all year. Trent has been banged up all year. Fred Warner's been banged up all year. CMC missed how many games to start the season? Greenlaw has missed the whole season. Our quarterback's probably not going to play on Sunday. Bosa has missed time and looks very, 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 very compromised. Tarvarius Ward's missed the last couple of games because of a horrific thing that happened in his household. Yeah, we're a little snake bit right now. Forgive Niner fans for feeling a little doom and gloom. I think it's okay. You get a pass.
Doom and gloom no matter what.
No.
They lost 3 games in a row last year.
We were arrogant last year.
No, they lost 3 games in a row and the Pets' heads are falling off.
Everybody fans that lose 3 in a row lose their minds.
But here, we're just built a little different.
Yeah,
so I'm here to fire up Niner fans because in my opinion, you've been a bit soft this season. Shout out to those on YouTube watching. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate, all alone. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. I don't even have to say it. Comcast Business Text Line, proven Bonte's point. Every team is baked up in Week 12. We're all baked up. Everybody has calluses. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's trying to brave through the elements. No excuse. We just haven't played well.
Well, no, both are true. They are banged up and they haven't played well. Who's arguing that? You just paid a wide receiver $30 million a year, essentially, and his right leg got blown off.
We can't even handle the sun at Levi Stadium. That's what Zaidi said.
Oh, that's true.
The sun.
Hey, the sun is bad on that side.
Let's go to Ariel. Ariel in Palo Alto. He's a diehard fan. Ariel, you got some faith, right? You got some faith in this team.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Good morning, guys. I'm just getting to work over here at Stanford.
Oh,
but
nice.
I'm pumped, baby. Call me crazy, delusional as hell, but I still got faith, man. That's our freaking
Ariel.
That's our logo, right? We're the faithful, right?
Ariel,
yes,
you
sir.
know what? I can tell you're faithful. I can tell you're fired up. These are the Green Bay Packers. We know what the Packers mean. It's Packer Week. Come on, man. Season's all on the line. Packer Week. You got CMC back. Jordan Mason's ready to roll. Come on.
That's what I'm saying.
Need a little buck up, man. If Brock Purdy doesn't play, you rally around Brendan Eller and Josh Dobbs and you go win a game.
We about to see Mason and Garendo go out because I know Shanahan heard all that talk. I know he's still going to run McCaffrey like crazy, but we're going to see Mason and Garendo help us out. And I'm telling you, on defense, man, I know we're hurt every which way, but like I said, man, next man got to step up for your brother. That's all it is, man. You got to have faith. I still believe, y'all. I still believe.
There
Thank
it
you guys,
is.
man. I
There
hope
it
you guys
is.
have a great day.
You
Don't
too.
stop
408. How about this one, Shasky? 408 Comcast Business Text line. Bartender Niners are soft. Didn't they call the league to change jersey colors because it was too hot?
That wasn't the fans. And then got beat by a team that plays indoors in air conditioning.
Yep. Unbelievable. They were the ones who wilted. Cameron in Pleasanton. Cameron, what's happening? What's up, Cameron?
What's up, guys? What's up, Shasky, Monte? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Weekend's coming to us. I just wanted to comment. Monte, you wanted to fire us up and get us ready. I'm here to fire you up. The Niners, I still believe. They're good. All my friends been, talking their mess about Kyle Shanahan and who he is now, but he's not going anywhere, right? He's earned enough respect for sticking around for this season, and I'm glad by that. But we got to live by it and just keep on rolling. Things are tough. We got players out, but next man up. I know I sound like the last caller, but I'm glad to know that the faithful is still out there because, I'm faithful. That's in it. In the name.
I'm looking for the faithfuls. Where are the faithfuls at? Where are the people with confidence at? The hell with the doom and gloom and being worried about reshuffling the roster and resetting things and contract and money and this guy. Come on. What is this?
I love this. It's a great version. He doesn't know. You don't know.
George Michael, Faith.
Oh, gosh. That's not going to get people fired up.
Okay, then play the Limp Bizkit one.
Get Big Pud.
Didn't they do a cover of Faith? Look up Limp Bizkit
Get
Faith.
my boy, what's my guy in Texas who I love?
Big X the Plug?
Big X the Plug, yeah.
Does he do a cover of Faith?
Hey, you know what? Big X the Plug is blowing up. He's on Prize Pick commercials, man. That guy is blowing up.
Oh, what's Goo?
I feel like I'm part of that. I feel like I helped with that.
Tough L for Goo yesterday. He had the Steelers minus 2.5. I didn't even know you can get that spread.
Yeah, no, it was low. That's Guru and I had a little crossover.
Still didn't hit. Sorry, Goo.
Still didn't hit. But no, I was like, Goo. I was like, we both said, I was like, man, why is it only 2.5? Vegas is kind of telling you something.
Sincere question. Has Goo ever won a bet?
Oh, he's won some bets.
He was on a heater for a little bit.
Okay, he was. Okay.
He took the ups and downs.
Because I know. Trust me, I'm well aware. We all have our ups and downs when it comes to betting, but I'm just asking if he's ever been on a run.
He had a run there when we had Goo's Lock of the Day where he had like 20-something in a row.
What was the show him and Dibley were doing for a minute?
Was that a BetQL show they were doing?
Yeah. Guru wore the shades.
Me better you bet? Or what was that?
I actually think Dibs and
You better you bet.
I actually think Dibs and Goo had something cooking. Dibs and Goo had something cooking with that betting show. They were good on that show.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, I watched it a lot.
You were tapped in?
I was tapped in. It was a good show. I used to read my comments and stuff. I used to comment. I liked
You're
it.
always in the comment section.
Sometimes. I gotta let them know.
Disrespecting the Sharks.
I gotta let them know. When the girl said I was disrespecting the WNBA, I was like, all right. First of all, that's absolutely nonsense.
He was in the chat dropping his Big 12 locks.
Hey, that was
hyping up Juju Lewis.
I heard from a lot of people yesterday. They were really disappointed in you guys. It was like, how are they going to disrespect Prime?
Your Big 12 people?
Such a lie.
I heard from a lot of people yesterday.
Yeah.
I heard from
Name
a lot of
one
people.
person who's disappointed.
No, I'm not going to name people. I'm not going to do that. I'm not Mr. 311 on the show, okay? I'm not a snitch. I'm not
I'm not asking you to
snitching.
snitch. Just asking you to
No,
provide
I'm not giving
evidence.
you no names.
Provide evidence.
Because there are no names.
I'm not a name. No, there are plenty of names. Trust me. There's plenty of names. Plenty of names.
A lot of names.
Plenty of names.
He did the hand gesture and everything. He did it.
He holds up the phone to showcase all the names.
I know.
But no, there's plenty of names. I don't need to say. I
got names in my phone too.
I'm not just going to say things just to say things. People were like, yo, they were kind of out of bounds at the Prime.
Because all those people that were defending the honor of Prime in Colorado and the sanctity of the Buffalo program.
You guys just like poo-poo them winning the conference championship.
Bronte, you're doing great.
That's not what happened. We said the turnaround's been amazing.
It has been amazing. And then T.O. came out here. It was nothing but crickets.
Well, I mean,
because T.O., y'all wouldn't go say nothing to T.O. like that.
I love T.O., but if I paid T.O. enough, he'd be rocking Skechers and,
so what? You would too.
Ping pong. Of course I would.
We
and I
all
admit
would.
it.
What
and
does
I
that
admit
even
it.
mean? What's that even mean?
These opinions can be bought.
No, he's rocking with
For the
Colorado.
right
He
price.
told you. He told you. Nah, T.O.'s not a guy who gets bought. T.O.'s going to say what he wants to say. as he did yesterday about Deebo Samuel. We didn't even ask about Deebo. We didn't even ask about Deebo. He's talking about, Deebo's word on pregame.
Well, that was a side mission.
He said it tongue in cheek. So anyway, let's go to Doug in Wichita, Kansas.
I don't feel confident about Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs starting this game. I don't know how can you.
Oh, man. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Doug.
What's up, man?
Hey, man, I was listening to you guys earlier, and a couple of things I just wanted to comment on. Number one was however the season plays out going forward, I think you put your best players on the field. Like I told the call guy, I was like, hey, man, I just remember Herm Edwards when he used to say, you play to win the game, and that's what you do. That's why it's a game. And you put your best foot out there. If you can go, you go. If you can't, if you're injured, you're injured, man. You can't do anything about that. But you can do something about you want to. Yep. So go on and play. I don't care if we lose the next, what do we got, 7 games left? If we lose the next 6 in a row, you still go out and try to get that last one with the best available players. And then as far as Brock Purdy goes, you guys were asking the question about, is he a $60 million quarterback? Well, if the ownership wants to give him $60 million, he's a $60 million quarterback.
Yeah, there you go.
If he'll play for $40 million, then great. That's great for the organization. But either way, I think you got to ride the storm or call it a storm. You got to stick with the guy for 3 or 4 years to see what he really is. Now, I'm on Brock Purdy's bandwagon. I think he's good enough. I think he's great. I think he's awesome for our team. I want him on the team. I want him our starting quarterback. That's, so bias aside.
Can I ask a question? Has he had a great year? I'm just asking independent of that because I like Brock a lot, but has he had a great year?
Okay, this year, statistically, probably not. But looking at the games that I've been able to see, I don't get to see every one of them. But the games I get to see, he's playing good ball. But, he's one guy. Once the ball leaves his hands, his worst game was against Kansas City of his whole career. All 3 of those picks I'm watching with my Chiefs fans family, and I'm like, that's on Purdy. That pick's on Purdy. That pick's on Purdy. He threw the game for us. We would have beat the Chiefs if he took care of the ball. That's my opinion. But, yeah, he's not statistically having a great year, but he's balling out, man.
Yep. Hey, Doug, I love that call. I love that call from Wichita, Kansas.
I'm going to push back on balling out.
I think he's ready to go.
He's been a mixed bag this year. He's been really good at times, almost great. And then he's had some bad games. He's had 4 bad games, what I would determine bad games. That's just my personal opinion.
Doug saying, who the hell cares? Does anybody, now that we're here, 888-957-9570, are there any Niner fans who felt like they haven't given maximum effort this season? That this team hasn't given maximum effort?
There have been distractions, but I don't think that those distractions have bled onto the field.
On the field.
I think there's been side missions. It feels like a lot of people, and I know that Vernon Davis had spoke about this. There were a couple different, Julian Edelman talked about this with the Niners. He's like, everybody's trying to get paid like they won the Super Bowl, which I get, you didn't win the Super Bowl. And his point was like, you got to go out and finish the task. And it's like, well, Julian, that's easy to say because you won it. But let's say you lost, you'd still want to get paid and compensated because you've been very good. But like his point was that there's been too much focus on the entire team of maximizing every dollar and not enough of getting on the field. Now, that's Julian's perspective. So I don't know, but it does feel like there's been other things that have distracted this team at times.
So we do have an update on Brock Purdy. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, did a great job with this yesterday, man. He had a couple things that went viral on the interwebs. John Litt says Niners did MRI on Purdy and feel good about where it is from that standpoint, his right shoulder, that is. Brock will show up here today, see where he goes from practice, and go forth accordingly. It is sinuous. Brendan Allen and Josh Dobbs would both be ready, but Brendan Allen would get the first snaps. Brendan Allen would get the first snaps. So an MRI was done on Brock Purdy's shoulder. We'll see where he's at today. It could be Brendan Allen's season.
Okay, can I just... I'm not pretending that the Niners are maliciously lying to the audience. That's not what I'm saying. But they did feel kind of good about CMC for weeks and weeks and weeks. And it ended up being way worse than they let on, right? Jimmy Garoppolo, he missed a couple, I think it was 1 or 2 games down the stretch of 2021 with the shoulder injury. And they were like, oh, he's fine. He would have played if it was a playoff game. And come to find out, he was not fine. They're not the only NFL team that does this, but it's tenuous. That means it is very thin. It is very thin that he's going to play in this game. And Yeah, it's going to be Brandon Allen and or Josh Dobbs. And the fact that they can't even determine of the two of them which direction to go in, that doesn't make me feel confident either.
They know. What are you talking about? He said Brandon Allen's going to get the first crack.
First crack? That means like until he screws up, and then we're going to Josh Dobbs.
It's best just saying he's going to start, and we'll see where it
Bonte,
goes.
If the boss said to you, hey, Bonte, we're going to give you the morning show. You'll get the first crack. And if you're not ready, Spadoni, be ready to go if he's not ready.
That's fine.
I wouldn't feel that confident. I'd be like, damn, he don't really.
Well, no, he
don't believe
wouldn't
in
be
me.
confident, and then I turn on the microphone, and Spadoni's not getting the stiff at the morning show. That's how that would have went down.
Yeah, but you're good at your job. We don't know.
I would have taken the job.
We don't know.
No, Brendan Allen, it's your time. Take the job. Take the job, Brendan Allen. If you're good, take the job. This is what you've been waiting for. Take the job.
It's a legacy game for Willard, too. I mean, he hyped up Brandon Allen for 2 years. He did back up Joe Burrow. The way he picked up his helmet and handed it to him.
Leave Willard out of this. Willard's got nothing to do with this.
No, it's a big game for Willard.
It's a big game for the Niners. I'm scared of Willard.
What's he Joe? Mark can handle. He knows I love him.
Is Willard going to be under center? Like, no, it's not. Relax now.
He doesn't have the helmet anymore.
I would like to hear him. He does have the helmet.
No, the helmet was returned.
Oh,
that's good. It's the green dot in the helmet.
You know what? We got we'll get to caller of the week in just a second. I think we all know who caller of the week is. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto, and then we'll get to my girl Tony on the other side.
What's up, BPA?
BPA.
Just two mentions cutting it up.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I think, Niner fans know what good football looks like, unlike Jet fans or even really Giant fans of late. And, it's not a good team. I think we know that. Shasky knows that. And they're not going to blow anyone out, which basically means that there's going to be a lot more scenarios with 2 minutes left in the game with the Niners up 4, and Nick Sorensen's defense has to make a stop, and I don't believe they can. And I've said, I think 4 times in the fourth quarter where it was like right before a fourth quarter drive, Niners up 4 or 5 points, and I tweeted you guys, confidence in Nick Sorensen, 0.0.
And you ended up being right.
And he's that's the sign of a good coach and a good coordinator, right? Is how your teams play in the fourth quarter. And they're the worst team in the NFL by far defensively in the fourth quarter and in the last minutes of a game. And they're not good enough to blow anyone out, which means they're going to lose a lot more close games because they give it up at the end of games like it's candy. And, I don't think they're going to beat the Packers. There's no evidence they can beat a good team. And I'm going to root for the team.
BPA, let me ask you this. I already know your answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to call me. Don't be condescending. Don't be a prick. Don't do that. I'm being nice.
Okay.
Let's not do that.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
They lose a game on Sunday. Is the season over?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
why?
Because you'll be 5-6 in a division in which you're in last place, and you lose every tiebreaker within your division. So they would, in my book, they need to win the division to make the playoffs. They're not going to make it as a wild card team.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I agree.
And so they're just, it's look, it's not the end of the world. I'm faithful. I'm a fan. I'm going to watch. I'm going to show up. But I also have the gifts of sight and common sense, and they're not going to beat the Packers and the Bills on the road, with or without Brock. When Brock's been great, they've not been good enough as a team.
It's true.
And so, they'll lose the next 2 weeks. I'd put $1,000 on it, by the way.
Go ahead.
If,
I'm
you want to make it interesting, Bonte.
I hope you make some money. I hope you make some money on it. I don't even know who you are. So I'm not betting anybody that I don't know or have never seen before or has fake names. So no, we're not getting
me in the Macy's parking lot to get your winnings.
The last time I bet somebody, Yogi, who's a Jets fan, he owes me a jersey. I haven't heard from him since week 1. Swear to God, I haven't heard from Yogi since week 1. And we made the bet online, so I'm not betting strangers here. Sorry, BPA. Have a good weekend.
I have no. Hey, you too.
I think your relationship's getting better.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
You want to start being condescending and be a prick. I could be a prick, too. Let's get the caller of the week.
BPA?
Frankie in San Rafael. Frankie, what's happening?
Hey, Frankie.
I love my friends that love the Niners, and when I had Kansas City to win it all, there was no way they were going to beat them, and I knew that. I knew Shanahan would blow the game.
So Shanahan,
and he blew it.
So you think Shanahan blew the game?
Listen, why do you back him?
I'm listening.
Why do I back him? Because he's a damn good coach.
Yeah, why do you back
this
guy?
He's a damn good coach.
No.
He's a loser, you said?
How is he
You
a
think he's a
damn
loser?
good coach?
You
He's
think he's
never
a
won.
loser?
Hold on, he's never
So
won
let
a
me ask you
Super Bowl.
this. Look, how do you feel about Marv Levy?
Who leaving?
Marv Levy.
Oh no, I think you should get a coach.
No, hold on, Frankie. I want you to listen. What do you think about former Buffalo Bills head coach Marv Levy? What do you think about Marty
you guys.
Schottenheimer? What do you think about Marty Schottenheimer?
Loser.
That was Frankie and Sarah Fell.
That's your
Who
winner,
gave us
Marconi.
one of our Caller of the Year nominations in the Doobie Awards December 20th. You want to get the day off for that one. We will be at a location, and we will be feeding you, and we will be celebrating, and we'll be giving out some trophies.
I love how quickly he said, loser.
Yeah.
When you were like, what about Buffalo Bills head coach Marv Levy? Because I don't think he heard you the first two times.
Well, maybe.
And then you're like, what about this guy? What about that guy? Loser. That was just absolutely gold. Chef's kiss.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. Football
Nothing
season.
pisses me off more, though, when we do that. Like, Coach X, player X, like, wins a lot, is clearly a winner, right? And we're like, loser.
High-level loser.
Like Patrick Willis. Yeah, he's a loser. Tony Gwynn, loser. It's like, really?
Dan Marino.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Jim Kelly.
Exactly. Like, they're not
Jim
championship-level players.
Just,
Like, come on. Like,
I mean,
come on. Really?
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Now that I think about it, Yogi really disappeared after talking with his chest out.
Oh, he did the Homer Simpson. He went right into the bushes.
And never even called the show again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
In the words of Chris Tucker, I'll be back, though.
What is BPA like trying to get fired up? You imagine him trying to get fired up for something? Or him like giving a pregame speech to a
I'm
team?
not a GM, even
Go
though
out there and lose by
I'd
100
love to be
points.
put in-
So, like, if he got in front of a team, it's like, all right, guys, let's bring it in here. Like, that team will get destroyed.
Well, people say that about Belichick. Let's talk about it.
He's motivating. The BPA, your call's coming up, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
I also have the gifts of sight and common sense.
Whether you're flying for business or pleasure this holiday season, choose SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and local eats. Now
That make my morning drive way better.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Daniel Jones just got released from the New York Giants, and no, I don't want him on the San Francisco 49ers, if that's the question. I guess they'll ask it during Steiny and Guru or Matt Dehegan. They're coming up with the show plan. Daniel Jones?
Sports, man.
Dude can't throw a 5-yard pass.
I'm asking sincerely. I think Daniel Jones stinks.
He sucks.
Honest to God, would Niner fans as a whole, if I said Brock was out like, let's say 2 or 3 weeks, would Niner fans really take Daniel Jones over Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs? I think I'd rather have Josh Dobbs.
No. I ain't Eagle. No. Shout out to Lincoln High School. They're playing my Eagles today. Semifinal at 1:30 today, yeah.
And then the winner plays next Thursday?
In Turkey Day, yeah.
Against?
It's going to be Balboa. I forget who they play.
Oh, yeah.
Balboa plays, I think, Lowell on the other side.
Oh, that's cool.
But Balboa and Lincoln, the two best teams in the league, cool. They had a really good regular season game meeting. I think Lincoln won 14-12 or 15-12. But my boy Edison, Coach Edison, what's up, baby? Coach Walker, and of course, Coach Farino. That's my guy. He dropped a couple curse words when he called the Royals.
He's a great guy.
They've been kicking my Eagles' ass for a long time, man. They've been winning the bell. I think, how many straight years have they beat Washington High School? Like, I never lost a bell game. We never lost a bell game. But, times have changed. Daniel Jones, oh gosh.
No, I'm just asking, we're having a fun little conversation. I'm not advocating for them to sign him and then he'll learn the playbook and come here. But are there people out there that are like, yeah, if Brock's out for a couple of weeks, get me Daniel Jones? Because I don't see it.
A statement from Giants president John Mara on Daniel Jones. Daniel came to see me this morning and asked if we would release him. We mutually agreed that would be best for him and for the team. Daniel has been a great representative of our organization, first class in every way. His handling of this situation yesterday exemplifies just that. We are all disappointed in how things have worked out. We hold Daniel in high regard and have a great appreciation for him. We wish him nothing but the best in the future. Meanwhile, they had him, I think, wearing a red jersey playing scout team safety yesterday.
Bonte, we watched the offseason Hard Knocks, which I believe to be like a great rejuvenation of that franchise, the Hard Knocks franchise.
I like the in-season one, too. Focus on the AFC North. Whew.
I haven't even checked that out. Okay. It's on Max?
HBO Max.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to check that out. I haven't even watched it. But watching the New York Giant one, the offseason, I thought it was awesome. And what was my takeaway? It's like, these guys really, I'm talking about the GM, really is going to sell themselves on Daniel Jones?
Well, I don't think they really wanted Daniel Jones, but they were looking to try to move up for one of those quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels or Drake May. They're just like, you know what? We'll take Neighbors. We'll roll with Daniel one more year, but
here's where I'm going with this.
May get fired for doing this.
This is why I'm going back to the Brock Purdy thing. When you make the wrong decision on allocating the money to the quarterback, which they did, that has ramifications, and one of the ramifications of spending all that money on Daniel Jones was that you couldn't keep Saquon Barkley. Now, they chose to go in a different direction with that little leftover money, but you can't keep other people around when you pay a guy $40 million a year. And we all knew that was an overpay, and Brock's so much better than Daniel Jones. So I want to start there. So much better. So that they're not similar in that sense, but the decisions and the hard decisions you have to make about where you spend your funds outside of the quarterback when they're making that money, they do have ramifications.
It's a great nickname for the 925. As a Raider fan, I'd welcome Danny Dimes, also known as Vanilla Vic, with open arms.
Well, that's because they'd ensure you'd never win a game the rest of the season, so that's why you do that.
His best season, I think they threw 16 touchdowns and 11 picks. Yeah. It was such an Alex Smith 2011 season statistically.
It was bad.
By that, I mean mediocre.
Does have a playoff win over Kirk Cousins and Minnesota Vikings.
One of the more incredible playoff wins.
Saquon Barkley, they regret not paying. See, I don't think Saquon would have been Saquon in that system.
Well, no,
Saquon needed to go.
Of course not.
Saquon couldn't play in that system no more and see 9 men in a box and get hit every. Saquon needed to move on, and the Giants paying Saquon Barkley, you're just wasting them because you have Daniel Jones at quarterback.
No, but when the owner walks into the room of the GM on television, okay, and for everyone to see on a streaming platform, hey, I'd have a really hard time sleeping at night if you don't keep this player who's one of our most popular players, and if he goes to the division rival, because he said that to them, Joe Shane's done. And Joe Shane's kid even said to him, hey, Dad, if you really want to knock out this draft, I'd move up a couple spots and get Jaden Daniels. But obviously Washington wasn't going to trade.
He tried to move up to go get a quarterback. But the Saquon move, look, I don't think Saquon would have been the Saquon we saw this season with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's just in a better position. I think for Saquon, he needed to get out of New York City, man. That situation was just nasty. All right, let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you confident in the 49ers' chances of winning a football game if Brendan Allen is your starter? Or what if it's Josh Dobbs? Are you confident that the Niners could win a game in Green Bay against the Packers without the services of Brock Purdy? Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Good morning, boys. Am I confident? No. I think we're cooked, bro. I think this season, if this wasn't meant to be, they started off on the wrong foot, never had that feel, but I think it could be a good thing. I think we can use this season as some reflection. We've had a lot of success. I think, our heads probably got a little big. We can look back at this season and be like, look, if we don't keep this core around, GM, coach, top core players, let's look at this season and make adjustments. Lynch, look at the mirror. Shanahan, look in the mirror. All the big dogs. Trent, Deebo. If we're going to come back strong next season, let's all look in the mirror, because this season has been a disappointment. It's one bad thing after another. You got, even with Brock playing this Sunday in the cold, I wasn't confident in that with the small hands. He's never really done good in the cold. So, and then you got Buffalo after that. It's just looking really, really gloomy right now. But I said, look, we probably need this little reboot, and let's use this as motivation going forward. And we can all look in the mirror. Head coach, GM, players, look in the mirror. Where did we go wrong?
It's fun.
I'm not saying blow it up or fire anybody, but let's just look in the mirror. And sometimes when you had a long, sustained, of excellence and all that, sometimes you need this little bump to, on your head to get back right.
I hear you.
I like that, Dave. I like that perspective.
Well, it's like I was talking with the boss, and look, I'm not ready to even fully dive into all of this because I want to see them win. I would rather, if you're giving me the spectrum, I want to compete for a playoff spot in a championship, right? That's the original thought. But if that's off the table, one of the silver linings of being on the run that they've been on all the time, and if they do have a down year, because that's all it would be. It'd be a down. It wouldn't be this devastation and, oh my God, everything needs to go. No, it's just a down year. Everyone's entitled to a down year when you've been excellent for a long time. Doesn't matter what sport it is. It happens. Things happen in sports you can't control. It's okay to have a down year. It's not the end of the world. That being said, one of the silver linings, if you had a down year, you get a better draft pick. Maybe we get an assessment on some of these young players like Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, and maybe some of the older players that have a lot of tread on their tire toward the end of the year can take some games off, right? And I'm looking at this team right now, and I know people aren't ready to hear this today because I want to beat Green Bay. I want to make that clear. I want to beat Green Bay. But if I told you, they did kind of the bottom fell out, wouldn't you rather have the 13th pick than the 26th pick?
Honestly, I'm not there yet.
I know you're not, but I'm just saying, couldn't this team use a pick like that?
Sure, but they haven't nailed those picks. So a lot of people don't have confidence. A lot of people don't have confidence in them making the right first-round pick.
This last draft was really good.
I agree, but first-round picks I'm talking about. They've whiffed on the first-round picks more times than not, and that's what the fans harp on.
No doubt.
Bosa was the obvious choice at number 2 overall, according to a lot of people, and look, that worked out. Now he's hurt now, and hopefully he gets back, by the season opener next year, even though that's a long shot. But, they struggled in the first round picks. I'm not even there yet. Sure, there's
That's
pros
silver
and cons
lining.
to everything.
Yes,
pros
exactly.
and cons to everything.
But the other part about the first, and your point about first round picks, the evidence is the evidence. It's Bosa and Ayuk, and that's about it. But in the Bosa draft, because they were so bad, that second round pick was basically a first round pick, and you got Deebo, right? And so the aggregate is you get the early pick in every single round. Again, I'm not saying that that's what I want. I'm just saying that to his point about sometimes these things can be a good thing. I believe the Warriors are in a better position today because they got bowed out early. I do. I really think it helped them evaluate themselves clearly and not cling to the hope that they were close. And secondarily, it got them slightly better draft status. And so, yeah, I mean, there are some silver linings.
I wonder if Bosa, what's the update on Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa, what's the update there? Nick Bosa, is he going to play on Sunday? Let's go to, we'll go to Antonio in Oakland, then we'll get to my girl, Tody. Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yeah, I do believe that Brandon Allen can go in there and win. Just hand the ball off and make smart passes. Don't overdo it. Take what the defense gives you, and our defense got to play sound football. And I really believe we're going to, turn this around, And I would never call, like, Marv Levy a loser or Kyle Shanahan. I might not call him the ultimate winner, but I'm not calling him a loser. At the end of the day, I think Shanahan's going to, fix some things because, he's one of the best play callers in football. So at the end of the day, I got full confidence, y'all, and we're going to win. And that's the bottom line because Antonio from Oakland said so.
Let's go. Let's go. He never wavers. He never wavers.
Stone cold Antonio.
He never wavers.
I mean, is Kittle going to play? He says, I guarantee I'm going to play. Why would you do that? Like, just
because he's guaranteed he's going to play. Why not? He said he's playing.
I mean, he's been injured multiple times this year.
He's playing. He's playing. He said, they asked him a question, are you going to play this week? I guarantee you I'm going to be out there on that field. Doesn't that make you feel like, damn, that's my guy, George Kittle? Well, that's the best tight end in 49er history.
But Bosa had that, and I'm not knocking Bosa. Bosa had that same exact mentality, and then he re-injured himself.
I don't think he said it, though. Did he?
He said, like, I'm going to try to get out there. You know what I mean?
Kittle's guaranteeing it, and he's going to play.
Okay.
Said he's going to play. I'm not bothered by these. I'm not bothered by whether or not people are guaranteed are going to play.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Who is that?
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Who is that?
Sparky. It's Caller.
Oh.
From where?
I need a little bit more than Sparky.
Just Sparky, I think from Alameda, maybe? He's from somewhere.
Who did he call?
Called somewhere. But he doesn't care who they're playing, Bonte. They just want the challenge. Am I right? Is that where you're at?
I think boy, when teams lose, when your team lose, we come up with all these theories and things. We start It is unbelievable. It is really unbelievable.
I mean, they might just be bad. Like
it might not just be their year.
Okay. And fans are just having a hard time with that, or they just don't care?
It's hard to come to reality. Yeah. Look, it's when you've been accustomed to success and you have the mindset of we're going to go back for another championship, and that part of why they paid Ayuk all the money and giving Trent all this money guaranteed, and CMC was like, yeah, we're all in for one more year at minimum. And yeah, it's been a down year, right? And it's hard to come to grips with that. That's fair.
John Lynch on Nick Bosa's health. I thought Nick made an incredible jump last week at practice, and he was really playing a good game. Ironically, he hurt it sacking Geno Smith. He's a game-changing player, of course, but having said that, we're capable of doing things without him.
Oh, boy.
We needed to find a way to close that game out. So Bosa's probably not going to play on Sunday.
I mean, he's got an oblique injury, which in the NFL is so different, but in Major League Baseball, oblique, minimum 35 days that you don't play.
4 to 6 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks.
And so, he has double oblique, essentially. Like, he's going to probably need some sort of a surgery in the offseason. George Kittle had the core, which is close to an oblique, and that wasn't good. He couldn't lift for 3 months. He lost a ton of weight.
Can you, I'm recommending this. Kickoff's at 1:25 Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you live stream the game?
No.
Are you watching?
I'm very busy this weekend.
No. I want you to YouTube live stream like you were doing earlier in the season.
Are you going to compensate?
I want to watch.
We'll turn the chat on.
I want to see how you are during this game.
Turn the chat on just for me? Yeah. Just to tease Bonte?
Just for you. I want to see you this week because you are Boy, so what do you mean you're not? You can't live stream. You're going to be very busy. You're not going to watch the game live?
Oh, I'm going to watch it, but no, these are the kind of games that there's going to be some swearing and stuff, and I don't want my brand being affected.
Oh, your brand
by
is
maybe
okay.
how I'm viewed.
I think you enhance your brand if you drop a couple swear words in.
I mean,
be the real Joe Shasky, the butcher boy. That's what I want to see on Sunday. Because boy, I don't know if you're going to make it to Sunday. I want to watch. I honestly want to watch the live stream of you this Sunday. 125.
Purdy's hurt. Bosa's hurt. Greenlaw's hurt. CMC is hurt. Deebo, I don't know what's going on.
Can you promise the live stream?
Fred Warner's hurt. Okay, Charvarius Ward's probably out again. Trent's hurt.
Man.
Kittle's hurt. Okay, come on.
The boss man. We got to make this. I need you live streaming Sunday at 125. You ain't that busy. You're going to be watching the game. You ain't busy. You ain't that busy.
I'm entertaining people.
Oh, you're having a watch party?
No, but when you're on the YouTube chat, you're still entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just be you, entertaining.
It's being on. It's like when people are like, hey, come be in this golf tournament, this scramble. It's like, oh, then I gotta be on. I don't want to be on. I just want to lay low.
You said you were busy. You're not busy. You're just watching the game.
Yeah, well, that's busy.
Oh. Can you live stream?
Too busy to watch the game because I'm going to be watching the game.
I'll live stream with you. How about that?
No, you won't. Because this is going to be you. You're going to do this fake thing where you're lean back, kicking back. This is how I watch the game, roasters. Let me tell you, I'm just chilling.
And then his internet's going to suspiciously cut out.
That's how I watched the first half.
That is such a lie. I've watched multiple games with you.
That's how I watched the first half.
Okay.
I ease into a game.
And you ease.
I realize that a game is not won or lost in the first quarter.
Okay, Sam, how many texts in the 3 years or whatever you've been on the show with us that he sends in the second quarter? Brock's not seeing it. Jimmy's not seeing it in the second quarter. They were on it. You were praying to God at halftime during the Detroit game.
Yeah, because I didn't want to get embarrassed.
In fairness to Bonte, during those times, Brock wasn't seeing it.
But
Kirk Cousins was in play.
I'm just reacting in real time.
And the second quarter,
seeing it.
The second quarter of the Packer game, Kirk's back on the table. So I just want to make sure we're clear.
Was he
ever
not?
so briefly?
Was he not?
And then he was taken off the table.
No, seriously, the play-by-play voice was talking about bitching him for Sam Darnold in the divisional game. So it wasn't just me.
Fran Darnold.
It wasn't just me. Everybody was seeing it. So I reacted real time. But there's nothing inaccurate about what I do.
Read and react.
Yeah, but
react.
But a cool cucumber would be sitting back like, it doesn't matter, guys. They're going to come back in the second half.
No, Kirk Cousins was on the table. They lose this game. Kirk's on the table. Didn't say the game was over. Didn't say the game was over. Greg Olsen was even echoing some of the things I said during that Green Bay game.
He's playing terrible.
Remember I sent you guys the videos when the game was on this past season? I was like, look at this. Oh, my God. Greg Olsen's so critical. Brock Purdy's off. He's just off. First half, I chill. Second half is when I ramp it up.
Uh-huh. So Josh Allen comes out, throws a pick six to start the game. You're like, we're good.
No, I'm going to
right where we want him.
No, that's silly. That's silly. No, he throws a pick six. I'm like, damn. Whew, gonna be one of them days.
Josh Dobbs on the table.
That's what I do. I know how. Hey, man.
I just don't know why you're just so full of it.
I'm not capping. He throws a pick. I'm not going to break a remote control because it's Brendan Allen. I expect Brendan Allen to throw picks. I expect the worst from Brendan Allen.
But you still think they're going to win?
I never said that today. I've never said that they can win.
What are you saying?
I never said that at all. You guys never, no, you're not listening. You're putting words in my mouth. Don't do that. I'm like Mark Willard. Don't do that. I hate when people do that.
So what are you saying, Todd?
Well, we were talking about me watching the game, and I want you to live stream. But what I've been saying this morning is that even if they lose this game, there's a scenario in which the Rams lose to the Eagles, and the Cardinals lose to the Seahawks, and they're still one game behind the division lead. Is that not a fact?
Yeah, and there's this scenario.
Because I'm not saying, I didn't say, are they going to win or are they going to lose? You guys asked me if I'm confident in Brendan Allen or Josh Dobbs. I'm indifferent. They're backup quarterbacks for a reason.
Can you make a definitive statement?
No, I don't need to. A definitive statement about what?
Anything.
I have. Have you been listening?
This is a tough game, and it's a must-win for the Niners.
But it's not a must-win.
It is.
It's not a must-win if Arizona loses and the Rams lose. You're one game behind. Don't be confused with the facts. Those are the facts.
888-957-9570. Rapid fire. Is this a must-win? I think it's a must-win.
A lot of people are going to say a must-win. How many times? See, but here's the deal. We've said the Arizona game was a must-win. We said the Chiefs game was a must-win. Cowboys.
Well, that was psychologically. This is for the season.
Last week,
totally different.
This is not for the season if Arizona and the Rams lose. Who do you got with it? Philadelphia or L.A.? The Rams. Eagles, Rams. Who you picking?
I'm not counting out Stafford.
Where you at with that one?
The Rams and the Eagles game?
Yes. We just watched Miami go to
Devontae
LA.
Smith isn't going to be playing in this game, but I think A.J. Brown, if he wasn't playing, would be more detrimental to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is playing very well, but I think I'm leaning the home team in this one. I like the Rams. I think I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually think
every time I count them out, they do something wild.
The Rams are winning this division.
You think so?
They have the best quarterback, they have the best wide receiver, and they have the best head coach, and they're healthy.
The best quarterback is in Arizona right now.
No.
I'm taking Stafford over Kyler.
Okay,
yeah.
but not this year?
No, I'm just saying in general. I think because I watched Stafford, what he did against the Niners with no receivers.
I still am waiting for the wheels to come off the Cardinals.
I am
All
too.
right, say if the Rams win.
I am too.
Say if the
Cardinals
Rams
have like
win.
the second easiest schedule the rest of the way or something like that? Or
so you like the
schedules?
Cards?
No, but hold on. The Rams win, they go to 6-5. Niners one game behind the Rams. They play them on Thursday Night Football. Who's winning Seattle, Arizona? Who do you guys feel about that?
I like Arizona in that game.
In Seattle?
I like Arizona.
I'll take Kyler over Geno right now.
At Seattle.
I'm not, but I want to make sure I'm not confident. Like I'm not trying to hedge. I'm just saying, like it's a toss-up game for
Divisional game, Bonte, as you know. You don't know.
Division games are different. They're very different.
I just watched Brock run around against Seattle, and I know Kyler can do it better than that.
I think I'd give Arizona a slight edge over
Yeah,
Seattle.
that's see. You're with
I think the Niners more lost the game last week, and then Seattle coming back to win it.
Yeah, I like Philadelphia, Seattle this week. I like Philadelphia, Seattle. But, no, all I'm saying is that the season's not necessarily over if you win against Green Bay.
No, we all agree, but I'm also looking at
you
this.
guys don't. You guys said I haven't said anything that was definitive. That's all I've been saying all morning.
The season's not over if they win against Green Bay?
Yeah, that's what we all agree with.
No, I mean, if they lose against Green Bay, excuse me, my bad.
You're
You're
good.
You know
So
what
because
I mean.
I'm looking at
if
it
they
this
lose
way.
to Green Bay, the season's not necessarily over for the 49ers.
You've got
now,
you got
makes teams
Buffalo.
blink. Your chances at a playoff spot decrease. Your chances at winning a division decrease.
Can they get 10 wins at minimum? At minimum is what they need, correct? They need 5 wins.
I don't know that because Arizona might lose some games. I don't know that yet in the NFC West.
They need to get to 10. That's the at minimum. That is the sweet number. That's what my algorithm, the Shasky rhythm, is telling you. Okay, and so you've got the South Beach game, you've got Detroit, you've got Buffalo, and you've got Green Bay. Those are 4 games to me that are all up in the air and can be lost, as well as these other division games. You got to win this one against Green Bay.
So Arizona plays Seattle twice in the next 3 weeks. They're at Minnesota Sunday, December 1st.
I don't know what to make of Minnesota currently.
They played the Rams in L.A., and they have the Niners.
Your L.A. pick, it might be not a bad one, Spadoni.
Let's go to.
I mean, they're in 4th place right now, and I know it's very jumbled, and we're going with like tiebreakers. But just go by the eyeball test. At what point have they looked like the best team in the division?
They haven't looked great. They haven't looked great at all. Let's go to Derek in Gilbert, Arizona. He has a suggestion about the 49ers. Derek, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Good morning. How you guys doing?
Not too bad.
I've had better days.
I've had this is a great day. Why is it? Wait, hold on, Derek.
I'm with you, Shasky.
Derek, we need to ask Shasky. You and I, Derek, we're doing this show right now. Me and you. It's the Morning Roast with Derek and Bonte.
Okay. All right.
Shasky, why are you having a bad day?
Well, because my Niners are heading to Green Bay, and their quarterback's shoulder is injured. And Nick Bosa, who I gave $120 million to, has not one but 2 obliques that are hurt. And the guy with bilateral tendonitis in his ankles doesn't look like he's himself. And then Trent Williams, who is a mercenary of all mercenaries, the greatest left tackle who's ever played the game, okay, is literally walking around hobbled. And then Fred Warner, who started off the season unbelievable, hasn't been the same.
But you know what, though? They don't play till Sunday.
And also, Brandon Ayuk, who I gave $100 million to, he doesn't have a leg.
But listen, they don't play till Sunday. The Warriors play against the Pelicans. It's NBA Cup. That's not going to make you feel better.
I mean, that's a side. That's like the coleslaw of the pastrami sandwich.
Should be having baby LJ is going to be 1 tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be a great day.
Yeah, how are you not? All right, Derek, your call. See, I don't get why this guy's having a good time.
Tonight's confirmation from my nephew Mikey. I'm a sponsor, and we got a Reardon luncheon today. Like, I got a lot of stuff going on that's positive. The Niners stink.
Yeah, but you said you had a bad day. Sounds like you had a great day. You're the busiest guy in San Francisco. Go ahead, Derek.
All right, All right, fellas, let's see if I can bring you up a little bit. Now, I want to preface it with saying, is he going to save the season? Probably not. But here's an option if Purdy's out for an extended period of time, is Daniel Jones was just released from the Giants. So, Shanahan being the quarterback whisperer and Daniel Jones being able to take the Giants to the playoffs, would they claim him, and would he be able to thrive in Shanahan's system, or at least be serviceable?
Do you believe that Daniel Jones would be able to thrive in the system?
I'm not saying thrive, but I'm saying he's shown that Brock Purdy, he can elevate his game, his level of play. He's shown with Jimmy he can elevate his level of play. He's shown with Matt Schaub he can do that. Daniel Jones isn't great, but he has the ability to throw the ball. He can move, play action. I think with the running game.
I disagree. Daniel Jones cannot throw the ball. He literally cannot throw the ball. He can't. The year that they went to the playoffs, they were 9-6-1. He threw 15 touchdowns and 5 interceptions and threw for barely 3,200 yards.
Derek has a suggestion. That was his suggestion.
Yeah, I disagree. I'm not taking Daniel Jones.
Let's go.
I'd rather have Josh Dobbs start. And I guess Brandon Allen. I guess. I don't even know. I've barely seen Brandon Allen play.
Let's go to Tony in Oakland.
His claim to fame is that he backed up Joe Burrow.
Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland. What's up,
Hello.
Tony?
Oh, please. That's probably coming from Shasky. Anyway,
hey, Tony,
when did Shanahan get the of the QB whisperer? There goes the whole game. You know why everyone is hurt? Because you got that dude on the sideline. I'm putting a challenge out there. Hello?
We're here, Tony. We're listening.
Yeah, I'm putting a challenge out there to any guys who played a sport and had a coach that got them into the zone. And if you know the difference with one who doesn't, you should give this show a ring, because especially Shasky, they don't even know what's up with this. And these callers, oh my God,
Tony.
We need a patent. Let's imagine that the next game is World War III, and we have to win. And listen to these people.
Tony, what are you doing December 20th? We are having our Doobie Awards. Yeah, it's a Friday, December 20th. You have to make an appearance. Please tell me you're coming.
All right, December 20th.
Mark your calendar.
Give me a call.
Oh, you know what, Sam? Take her number offline.
Take her number down.
Please.
Yeah, we'll give you a call. We'll send you reminders
I promise. Do
every
not hang
single
up
week.
when we're done with this call.
Tony, do you have your driver's license?
Yes. Wait, I told you I used to go 165 on 280. Don't you have a memory?
Well, December 20th, I'm going to need you to go 165 down to a location, maybe on 280, maybe on 880. We'll see.
Wait. Okay, great. But, Bonte, we got to solve this problem. It's Lynch. Can you imagine? You just have both of them on the field. Have Lynch be the motivator like Patton. This is what we need.
Let me tell you something,
guys
Tony.
Don't know it,
I got a little tip for you. Tony, little secret. John Lynch talks to the team every Saturday night at the hotel.
Well, who cares?
What's
That's
Saturday
one
night?
Get his presence on the, you know what I mean? Like if Shanahan came in instead of Jesus, how many would have gotten the field? No one.
Yeah, I hear you.
December 20th, you better be there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't you just want to see what she looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I'm learning about myself as we do this show.
You're closer to Brian and Palo Alto than you want to admit?
No, we couldn't. No.
You, Steiny, BPA, all
I
just
also
one.
have the gifts of sight and common sense.
I don't ooze douchebag energy, all right? I don't leak that stuff.
I'm right a lot.
I don't even do that. That's just shameless. But what I'm learning is that I don't like talking to people when the Niners lose. Because now I'm cranky. Because all the sky's falling. This guy can't coach. This guy can't throw a football. This guy can't catch. It's almost like we're talking about a team that's like the Cleveland Browns. They're 3-8 or something. I don't know what the hell's going on around here.
Well, 5-5 for this Niner team feels like 3-8 for the fan base.
It does. Oh, I
so
get it.
like I get. I'm not ripping fans. Like, but because of the expectations heading into the season. Like I said to the boss, like we were talking about the fallout and this and that. He goes, I just can't even fathom that this is what we're at. We were talking about Super Bowl. We were talking about deep playoff runs.
But you know what though? Are we surprised? Are we really? When you leave, I'm not anymore. I'm not surprised at the 5-5 start.
You're the guy from the inventor. I'm not worried about anyone coming in late to camp.
No, I'm not. I wasn't at all. But I'm also not surprised when we get there to week 1 and the guy who was in camp, Christian McCaffrey, you find out moments before the Jets game, he's not playing, and it could be an Achilles injury. That's when I said, oh my gosh. And then the Pearsall situation, the team that loses the Super Bowl, we talk about it all the time. It's not pretty the next season. And all the warning signs were there. They were there. Now, I did feel good when they signed Ayuk, and I felt good with Trent Williams getting camp. And then you get to Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium, but it's like, hey, McCaffrey's not playing. And there's an Achilles injury that hasn't been reported yet. I'm like, what? Achilles? I thought it was a calf. Well, nope, it wasn't. So and then you find out a couple weeks later that it's bilateral Achilles tendonitis. So, to be honest with you, I should be more surprised that they're 5-5, but I'm really not as I sit here this morning. I'm not.
Yeah, but when you go through each of the games that they've lost, for the most part, it's like they've had all of these moments in the game to seize the opportunity, and they've just failed to do so. And versions of this team in years past would always grab those games. They would always find a way to win those games.
It's a different team.
No,
different team,
I know, but it's a lot of the
season.
same guys.
And you know what? We laughed at Arizona in the preseason. We're discussing the NFC West. I said, I feel like they're cooking something in Arizona, man. I don't know why, but something's up down there, and I think they're going to be better than what we all expect. Well, you know what? They are better than what we all expect. They got better. Seattle has gotten better. The Rams have gotten better. Teams in the league, in the conference, this is why losing that Super Bowl is so devastating, because we knew Green Bay would be better, Detroit would be better, and then now, we knew Philadelphia would be better. We discussed that like, Philly, they're going to bounce back now if they have Saquon. So everybody's gotten better. So that margin for error that the 49ers had last season, kind of like what Steve Kerr said about this Warriors team, it's just not there. You got to play button-up football, and more times than not, this season they have not played button-up football. Now, also the San Francisco has an interesting thought on Brock Purdy. Wait till you hear this one. Also, what's happening?
Hey, not much. Hey, whoever says bring Daniel Jones in is tripping. We don't want that, man. But, hey, I've been saying this. Baby Jimmy G, man, Purdy, man, I've been saying wave the white flag on him this season because he ain't seeing the field. But everybody's so stuck on the last 2 seasons he's been doing or whatnot. It's a totally different season. This man is not seeing the field at all. I've been calling for Joshua Dobbs to come in because he's been doing way better in the preseason than baby Jimmy G did this year. Come on. Every team that he's been on, he gave that team a spark. It's about time for us to get a spark, Let this man sit out a game or two, rest that arm, because all of a sudden his arm is injured. Let that man rest up, and let's see Joshua Dobbs give us this spark. Come on now.
All right, Austin. You want Dobbs season? Let's call him Brock Purdy, baby Jimmy G. Is that appropriate?
I just when he keeps saying baby Jimmy G. Have you watched any of the Righteous Gemstones ever?
I've watched a couple episodes.
Baby Billy, like the little brother. That's what I keep envisioning in my head. Walter Goggins, one of the best actors out there. Just the guy is just incredible. Righteous Gemstones is hilarious.
By the way, we're about to go into 60 seconds of Celebrini, and Joe Thornton getting his jersey retired tomorrow, number 19 at the SAP Center. Coverage begins on NBC Sports California at 2:30. Joe Thornton getting his jersey hung into the rafters at the SAP Center.
Is he the best 19 in Bay Area sports history? Because I have a couple off the top of my head.
Couple 19s? Who's better at 19?
Deebo.
Definitely not Ted Ginn Jr.
Deebo was a good one.
Dave Rigetti. Kevin Franzen. What? What? You asked, I'm telling.
Joe Thornton is a much better 19.
I'm teasing. I know. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I knew that name would trigger him.
Oh, I wasn't triggered. I just wanted to see where you're going.
I knew it.
Boy. Oh, man, I want the Niners to win so bad on Sunday. Oh, my gosh. And it's not even because they could stay in the NFC West race. It's because of you. I want the Niners to win for you, Shasky.
I would like that, too.
Could you please live stream on Sunday? 60 seconds of Celebrini. Let's go.
What about my Sharks?
Your Sharks.
My Sharks.
Your Sharks.
Hella resiliency. Grr. Grr.
Yeah, those fighting Sharks they were at it last night did not get the win against the Blues, though they lost in the shootout, so you did get at least 1 point. But guys, scoring is always fun, but helping's pretty cool too. And Macklin Celebrini was quite the helper last night, teaming up with Mikhail Granlund to assist Alexander Wenberg on this goal in the first period.
Celebrini loading up the drop pass. Now they switch up as Granlund coasts behind the goal line. At the side, a quick feed on the goal line and put into the back of the net by Alex Wenberg, and the Sharks tie it up.
And Celebrini was not done there. He got another apple with about 9 seconds left in the game. The Sharks had the empty net. Again, partnering up with Granlund to set up Wenberg for the game-tying goal.
Toffoli back for Celebrini. He'll wheel it to the other side. Granlund loading up. From the wing, a shot. They score!
Hey, Sam, before you go on, were you watching the game?
I was watching bits and pieces of it while flipping back and forth between Thursday Night Football.
If you were
I was not fully
like
locked
me,
in.
If you were a real hockey head,
you were at basketball practice.
He made a diving stop on the empty net just prior to that.
Oh, good. I'm glad you watched the highlights.
29 saves on 31 shots for the goaltender as well.
Oh, wow.
Hey, me and my boy Chops, a.k.a. Inferno.
What's the goaltender's name?
I don't know.
So much for watching the game.
I get a call from this guy at 6:50. Hey, I'm on my way to basketball practice while the Sharks game is going on.
I went back and I watched it.
This guy ain't watched more than 3 minutes of the Sharks. Going back and watching the
But
Sharks.
hey, you know what, Shasky? I love the enthusiasm for our San Jose Sharks.
I agree. And my boy Chops, who's kind of like my insider when it comes to hockey, he's hitting me up and he's saying Celebrini's going to be better than Bedard when it's all said and done.
Is he going to be better than Connor McDavid?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what he said.
The speed that Celebrini has on the ice compared to everyone else, it's like he's like 2 times speed everyone else is in real
It
life.
reminds you of a young Sidney Crosby.
Getting a point on the road was huge. They're making the playoffs. Mark the tape.
All right, stop.
All right, let's settle
relax,
down
dude.
I'm out.
SAP Center, though. I can't wait to get down there to go see Celebrini in person.
You wait till I come in with my personalized Shasky Sharks jersey.
Yeah.
You and LJ?
Yep, sweater. I want the black one, though, with the white laces.
Those are the top tier.
Oh, so cool.
The teal jerseys are the best.
I like the OG teals.
I like the teals. You guys like the black jerseys?
I like the black jerseys.
Honestly, all the Sharks.
Yeah, the Sharks got great
pretty
uniforms.
hard, but the
I'm
blacks
not getting me a Sharks Michelin S.
You know, Sharks Minute. I do like the Sharks Minute.
I like the black and teal starter jacket. The old school one. Those are fire.
Yeah.
Sharks here. All right, we got Telmo, Spencer, Bob. Wow. You know, there's a lot of people who have issue with people ripping Brock Purdy. 925 Comcast is the sex line. Oh, boy. Why do all the anti-Brock people sound the exact same? They don't sound the exact same. They just all sound like they're not fans of Brock Purdy.
I think we can be
White,
realistic.
Black, Mexican, there ain't no racism happening. Ain't no racism happening when it comes to assessing a quarterback. Let's stop.
Can we admit this? Like, we all like Brock. He was excellent for multiple years. And this year, he's had some good and he's had some bad. It's been a mixed bag. No one is saying he's the worst player in the league. And we're also not saying he's the best player. And the situation around him has been great. But guess what? When you're making top dollar and you have to make this decision, you're not going to have $20 million weapons across the board. So we're getting a little insight into the next couple of years.
We're gonna take all your calls coming up. Green Bay, Niners happening on Sunday. How confident are you without Brock Purdy? Warriors and Pelicans later on today. But we're going to break because I want to listen to this new Kendrick Lamar song during the break. And that's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this deal for members and more.
Dub Nation, it's Ron Adams. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7, The Game.
When I think of Ron Adams, I think of Smack That by Akon and Eminem. I mean, come on, dog. You could not have put two combinations together more funny than that.
Well stated.
We got to get Tony there. December 20th, Friday. You better
December
take the day
20th.
off.
I need everybody there.
Tony, I need BPA.
I need Tyler Miller there.
Tyler Miller.
I need Robin San Bruno.
Absolutely.
I need SFB drummer flying in from Houston straight to San Jose Airport or SFO
Uncle
or
Gene.
OAK. Uncle Gene will be there. Uncle Gene, no doubt, he's got to be there. Ernie, Rockin' New Era.
I want to invite Dave Fleming.
Cruiser.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
We should invite Oreo Florio. Cookie. We should invite Florio. Just send an invite.
Yeah, just send an invite.
He can always decline.
I want him. I want. Who else do I want?
I think we should invite Farhan.
Fezzy fell.
Fezzy, yes.
I'm going to ask Bully to wake up early.
Yeah.
Should invite T.O.
Well, he might not come on this show no more.
I don't know.
T.O. and Deebo, we bring them together.
I
don't know if I want to be there if T.O. shows up.
Why? Well,
for fear of him, you know.
No, don't talk that mess in front of the microphone.
I didn't talk no mess.
You know? It's like me tiptoeing around Chase. Where's number 23 at? Where's Draymond at?
Oh, we should invite Draymond.
It's always fun. But you wouldn't be scared of that, huh?
I wouldn't.
Oh, you're such a sucker, dude.
But if you invited Clay, I mean.
Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, man. Don't
Clay
ever
would
run the Vic with Joe Shasky. He'll snitch on you and leave you out to dry. But I want all the Comcast business text liners, the ones who talk the mess, the 925 guy who always comes at me, 408 guy who always comes at me. I want him.
How do you know it's a guy?
Guy or girl. They come at me. I want the Nicole chick who was in the other station's chat ripping me. I want her there. I want all the family members there. Dude, listen.
December 20th. Take the day off. Just mark the calendars.
It's going
right
to be
before
big.
Christmas.
It's going to be a celebration with the morning roast.
Absolutely.
A big celebration. Massive celebration.
I want it to be
TVs.
You're going to do that.
Celebrations.
Dude, it's going to be massive.
Dude, sports right now, I mean, I don't want to get too political, but the Trump dance is going off right now. And then Big Steppin' Stunna Man came out and was like, no, that's Big Steppin'. And he's like, Joe Mixon. What?
Why are you shaking your head? People like the Trump dance. It's
dumb. It's all dumb.
Well, it is what it is. I'm not going to get into politics. I'm not going to get into politics. I'm not going to get into politics, man. We ignore the character of people these days, like Mike Tyson. We ignore everything he's done in his life. The good and the bad.
Well,
the bad stuff.
Can I ask
some people sit there and watch stick out a little bit more.
Are you allowed rehabilitation in any? I'm not saying Mike deserves it. I'm just asking.
Well, yeah, sure. But,
just show your butt on Netflix.
Should that be our president?
Well, isn't
he a convicted felon, by the way? He's convicted. He's a convicted felon? We got a convicted felon as a president? Damn. This country's great.
Well, he'll wipe his record, so you know.
Yeah, that's
exactly. That's what happens.
That's what
there's that part.
Marcus from Richmond needs to be there.
Only for 11 minutes, though.
Only for 11 minutes. Only for 11 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be massive. December 20th. It's a Friday. Make sure you take the day off.
Next week, we will unveil where it is. It's going to be a Friday. It's going to be awesome. We want everyone there. We want to rock this bad boy. I mean, I think we invite the San Jose Sharky guy. The mascot.
SJ Sharky.
SJ Sharky.
I think we invite him.
Locked in on the Sharks.
Lucille.
Locked in on the Sharks. Sourdough Sam.
Sourdough Sam, I want there. Absolutely.
I want Debbie, the security guard from when we made the Trey Lance video.
Good call.
Debbie.
Let's invite John Lynch.
Should invite Trey Lance.
We should.
Should invite Trey Lance. Your biggest fans.
He's not going to be doing anything.
Should we invite Daniel Jones? He's not doing much.
Should we invite Jaquaski Tart?
Quentin Post?
I would. Hey, Santa Cruz is right.
We posting up waiting for him.
Santa Cruz is close. Santa Cruz is
Shout
close.
Shout 831.
He get to the East Bay in an hour and a half from Santa Cruz.
Gotta drive careful on Highway 17, though.
You do.
Especially if it's raining.
Especially in these elements. Drive safe, yes.
Highway
17, just one lane. Oh,
you know what?
So scary.
You know who's not doing nothing? Maybe we invite Farhan Zaidi.
I said that earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I wasn't listening. I pulled a
Yeah.
Shasky, sorry.
I was just rattling.
You started talking about ears closed.
We should invite Farhan, though.
When you say Farhan, Bonte immediately checks out.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't have Farhan show up then. That might...
that one. Bobby Evans, maybe you come down?
Knowing Farhan, he'd send Slater and Yastrzemski to platoon for him.
No, Slater's with the White Sox now.
Yeah, I'm aware that he's not on the team anymore. Well, I
would rather be the White Sox.
Oh.
Will Venable, manager, San Rafael High.
Don't invite Eckersley and LaRussa, excuse me.
Well, if Eckersley's got to be there, then Mason Miller's got to be there.
I'd love Dennis Eckersley to be there.
Yeah,
Guy's the life of the party. Kidding me? That stash has traveled through so many decades.
It has.
I can't believe.
Not just decades.
I can't believe somebody on the show compared Mason Miller to Dennis Eckersley.
That was ridiculous.
I said Mason Miller in a high leverage game. I'd rather have him.
Yeah, it might be the most asinine thing you've ever said.
I mean, come on.
I mean,
Mason Miller is striking out Kirk Gibson easily.
Oh my
easily.
God. Oh my God.
Stop trolling.
Stop trolling.
100 miles an hour down the side.
Before I play the highlights of Anthony Davis missing 2 free throws last night.
Yes, this pisses me off. We do this because, like, they're like, oh, Pedro Martinez wasn't that good. Like, for example, like this is what the young generation has. I'm taking Walker Buehler over. Like, Walker Buehler's a very good player. You're not taking Walker Buehler over Pedro Martinez. What? No.
Wait,
No, but like that's the stupid things that I'll see.
No, I know.
Like the thing I just saw is the greatest thing of all time. Like, no, it's not.
We do that in the NBA. I've never seen that before. Yeah, they did that in the 70s. Oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever.
I was arguing with my nephew yesterday, Mikey G. We're in the car and he's like, LaMelo's one of the best point guards of all time. I'm like, no, he's not.
No, wait, who said that?
Mikey G. I go, he literally
How old is Mikey G?
What?
How old is Mikey G?
He's 13, 14 years old.
Oh, so he's a kid.
Yeah,
okay,
but that's my point. He goes, he's one of the best ever. I go, no, he's literally not. He's not one of the best point guards ever. He goes, yes, he is.
Coming to play.
And he goes, D'Angelo Russell should have never been traded from the Warriors. I go, just shut up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. It's driving me nuts.
But this is
this is the daily fantasy sports.
I'm talking about grown ass men who do this.
That literally won them a title because Andrew Wiggins was like unstoppable.
He goes, D'Angelo scores in daily fantasy. He goes, Andrew Wiggins doesn't fill up the stat sheet. I go, shut up now. Just please. The whole time watching the football game, throw George Pickens an 85-yard touchdown, Russ. God, he sucks. That's all he kept saying.
Hillary for Boxing Gerson needs to be there.
Absolutely.
Has she?
We were just wondering. I don't know if she's had her child yet. We should inquire.
All right.
I actually I was working out one Saturday morning. I ran into her husband.
Did you ask?
No, it was like from afar, and you're like, oh, what's up? And he was like getting his workout on.
You're too busy for him, huh?
What?
You're too busy.
Well, I was leaving because I'm an early riser, and he was getting there, good for him.
Somebody asked if May Money is coming. May Money doesn't call the show no more. She's been in the YouTube. Oh, wait, YouTube chat's disabled. It's been disabled. What, 51 days now? It's been a long time. Damn. I don't think that thing's ever coming back. I missed the YouTube chat. But I want all the chatters to come through.
You don't say.
Yeah, I do miss the chat. I'm not going to lie.
Are we going to invite Chase Sr. to be there?
Oh, my God.
I like how Bonte calls him senor. It makes it so funny.
Let him aggregate what's happening in real time and then post videos with us in the background of the videos that we're making.
So I went down his timeline because he aggregated us about T.O., right?
People
and T.O.
who
said
the hell is this?
T.O. said, I say that tongue-in-cheek, though. So nobody cares about that. We just care about what he said about Deebo.
We even said, let's put the disclaimer in the tweet.
Yes. And we still didn't do it.
You know what we should do, though? We should turn it into a peace party. I'm going to invite David Lombardi and Grant Cohn. Let's get them together.
They won't come. I was going to actually stole my thunder here because I was going to say invite David Lombardi down, but, who knows. But no, I was going down to Chase Senior or Senor. Chase Senor. I like Senor better. I like Senor better.
He doesn't strike me as a senor.
With his tweets and political tweets, we can tell he's not a senor. But anyway, he aggregates them, right? So I'm going down his timeline. He's got things on the Eagles, the Cowboys, and he ventured into 76er land talking about that organization is joke what my insiders are telling me about the Philadelphia 76ers. You must not want to. Oh, Brianna from Detroit?
Oh, yeah.
Will she fly out?
You find out.
I think we know roasters that know her that could reach out too. So that's good.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
No, say it. Just say it with your
So I did
chest.
slide in the DMs to say hi.
Steiny said something to me at the break that I found to be very very interesting.
And what was that?
Well, it was something regarding quarterbacks.
Something that only Steiny could say.
Yeah. And it's really his account, so I don't want to like steal his thunder. We're bringing him in.
No, he doesn't want to. He's refusing to.
What?
Typical Steiny fashion. He said, no, I don't want to.
Well, he just ruined the bit.
Well, I didn't. Where are you guys going? Come on, just say it. You can't do that.
Spadoni.
Can't do it. You already let it out the back.
He
You
was
want to let it
basically
out.
saying, Bonte, that don't be surprised if the Niners looking at Kirk Cousins in the offseason. Because his salary was front loaded and it's not going to cost them a lot.
$26 million on the book next year. Would you rather pay Brock $55 million with a bunch of guarantees and maybe it's $150 million guaranteed, or take on the $26 million contract to Kirk Cousins?
Y'all thought the Kirk Cousins circle.
I thought it was done. Yeah, I thought the circle was complete.
No, he's back on the table.
So I'm not crazy anymore.
You're not.
I'm not irrational no more.
Bonte did have a point.
You know what I'm saying? Do you think Kirk Cousins talk died?
Well, no, because then if the Niners win this weekend, Kirk Cousins will be off the table. You know
No,
how
he
this
won't
works.
be. No, he won't
He's
be.
like the character in
because if they
Scream.
win,
I thought you were dead.
If they win, it'd be with Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs.
Well, if Brock
and, a
plays
lot of
and they
people
win.
say, "Well, I just watched Brandon Allen do what Brock Purdy did." Brandon
Allen's on the table now.
Brock Purdy's expendable. You already know where this thing is going. Come on, folks. We weren't born yesterday. What happens with Nick Mullins? I knew it in real time. Nick Mullins balls out. I go, Shasky. And I put the tweet out there, and everybody called me crazy. I remember, I saw it pull it up right now. Shout out to Bay Shot. He was the first one. But I tell you, you're delusional, dude. Stop this. Stop it right now. And Nick Mullins won a game. And the next week against Philadelphia, it was like, boy, if Nick Mullins does this again,
Well, no. Let's be fair. Lay the whole thing out. This is how it was. It's the same way Shanahan talked about it with Kawakami. I said, is Nick Mullins $28 million worse than Jimmy Garoppolo? Not is Nick Mullins.
I'm not talking about that, no. But it was a lot of rhetoric about, I think he could get away with playing Nick Mullins over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, because you could save $28 million.
Look at his first 3 games.
Oh, he threw for 3 touchdowns and 245 yards against the Raiders on the final Battle of the Bay.
He replaced Jimmy Garoppolo in the blowout when Jimmy Garoppolo's ankle was jacked up. And people were saying, you can keep saying it's garbage time, but it's not garbage time. Seattle was playing hard.
Well, then he had the screen to juice in the Philadelphia game, and we were all like,
Let's go to Spencer in Oakland. Then we'll get to Telmo and Benzo. Ooh, what a fun show.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I just, back to the Niners for a moment. I feel like everybody's asking, and I'll answer the question because clearly Bonte lost the coin flip this morning on, what argument he needs to take here. But it's clearly a must win. I mean, anybody arguing otherwise really isn't looking at the tiebreakers, isn't looking at the schedule of the other teams, and isn't really looking at what's going on with the 49ers. But what I will say is, Bonte, to your comment earlier about, when I saw McCaffrey go down with the Achilles, the shoulder of Purdy, I'm just going to mention this. There is such thing as the Madden curse. And we do have a gentleman on, the front cover of Madden. But aside from that, nobody's talking about what the Niners need to do to win. And what they need to do to win is run the football. What do you do when your defense isn't performing the way it should? You give them time on the sideline to relax and come in fresh. You run the football. You have a gentleman on the sideline who got two plays last week who was leading the league.
Yeah.
Leading the league in rushing to start the season.
And Spencer, such a great point, too. Real quick, Spencer, such a great point, too, because you look at last week in Chicago, the Bears had a similar game plan, a lot of quarterback keepers, a lot of running plays. They held the ball for over 36 minutes. Jordan Love was on the field for only 23 minutes in that game in Chicago, so you can't keep the Packers off the football field, Spencer. I like that.
Well, it's also how you beat the Packers before.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got to run the football. That's point blank. I mean, your star left tackle is struggling in pass pro. Okay, I'm not going to say struggling. He's just not doing as well as he was in pass. He gets beat on occasion. He used to just be disappeared. You just never see him unless he was just trampling somebody downfield in a run play or a screen. But now he struggles a little bit. Once a quarter or so, somebody gets some pressure on Brock from his side. So what do? You throw him in the run game where he's still going to dominate because he's still enormous and he's still just a massive man that can bench the world. What do you do when you're your quarterback who has a bum right shoulder. You run the football. What do you do when your quarterback's not seeing the field as well? You give him play action, and then you give him one or two reads off that. So I don't like all this shotgun. I mean, throw it back to where they should be.
Yep.
Go back to the old days of 49er football, run the football. And by the way, this is coming from, a reformed Raiders fan. I'm still a Raiders fan. They'll never get another dime of my money. But my wife is a big 49ers fan. They're the only ones left in the Bay Area, so I root for them now.
Thank you.
So I've kind of, converted a little bit, but also I'm a big Stanford guy and a McCaffrey fan, but he clearly is not where he should be.
Totally agree.
No doubt. I don't get what people are saying with him. I don't get it.
They just see him on the field.
Yeah, they see him on the field.
I think they
people
just see him on the field.
Just Chris McCaffrey being Chris McCaffrey. I hate the Chris McCaffrey. I know, and I've watched, to Spencer's point, I attended a lot of those Stanford games with Christian McCaffrey because I was working at the other station setting up the promo and a broadcast. Seeing a lot of Chris McCaffrey. This ain't Christian McCaffrey that we're watching right now. This is a shell of himself. There's no doubt. By the way, Steiny's idea about Kirk Cousins? Somebody, the streets always talk. 650. Yep, I sent that text in about Kirk Cousins yesterday during Steiny.
Would you like a job here at 95.7 The Game?
In fairness, Steiny has always loved Kirk Cousins.
He has. He has.
No,
he
he
has
can't
loved
quit him.
Kirk Cousins.
It's kind of like Bonte. Bonte can't quit Kirk either.
No, Shanahan can't
Bonte
quit
knows
Kirk.
that Shanahan knows that he can't quit him.
Yeah, exactly.
Get your guy.
Exactly. See what Shasky be trying to play me, man? He be throwing all the stuff out there. I see why Willard gets so upset when people throw words in their mouth, man.
Did you not say, go get your guy?
I'm scared of Willard.
I've said that for years, and you guys, and I got a lot of heat for it. It's amazing where we're at right now with Shanahan, the Shanahan cycle. It's so amazing.
Well, you've run the full cycle.
No. You guys thought I hated Shanahan. You thought I hated Shanahan. You thought I gave him no respect.
Never said
you thought I was too hard on him. A lot of y'all's out there did.
Well, you caved
up
for Jimmy.
Out there. No, I just kept it real about Jimmy. I kept it a buck about Jimmy. And if you didn't like Jimmy, go get your guy. That's all I said to Shanahan. Go get your guy.
Well, he did, and he missed. And then he found his other guy.
Well, was Jimmy his guy?
No,
or was Brady his guy?
Trey
or was Trey his guy? But did he give Trey a fair shake? Well, I don't want to get into that. But, should have gave Trey the keys day one, but to see what he is. But we didn't do that. Now we're here. Now we're here to talk about Kirk Cousins again. 2024. Benzo, Napa. Then we'll get to Telmo in the city. Benzo, what's happening?
Hey, guys, this is Frankie again. All right, hold on.
Whoa. Wait. Is this Frankie and San Rafael, not Benzo?
No, I'm joking. That was so funny yesterday when he came on, and it was it reminded me of Frank. See, that was a good impression, right?
That was a hell of an impression.
You guys remember the Jerky Boys?
Oh, yeah, I remember the Jerky Boys.
Wow. Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. All right.
I could swear to God that guy was Frank Rizzo.
That's a good call.
Guy.
Good call.
Listen. Hold on. Anyway, it reminded me of New York. I'm a New York Giants fan. All we've had is pain with Daniel Jones. So that earlier caller, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't even go there. I think the Purdy has been great. He's been dealing with such bullcrap with everything that's gone down. I mean, the list is so long. I feel you guys, especially, man, basically it's the bench playing this whole game this weekend for the Niners. There's only one person, and they're still kind of hurt that's still out there. I mean, I shouldn't say that, disrespect to the linemen that aren't hurt and everything, but all the stars. I mean, it's incredible how many people are hurt. You can't let it fall back on Purdy, though. He's been great. I mean, his numbers show it. He's improving as a quarterback. Maybe he's not seeing the field, but he's had to deal with so much adversity. So I just had to shout out to Frankie because I was laughing my what off.
So you know what, Benzo? You thought that call was good, right? You thought it was fun, right? Good sports radio?
Oh, it's hilarious. I mean, it was it's hard to listen to. I wouldn't want to have a conversation. I would have to bet my friends, how long do you think it would take you to get out of a conversation with that guy if he was in the room? But at the same time, it would be hilarious. And yeah, it was a good call. I'm glad you guys let it ride because Frankie had some stuff to say, apparently.
See, thank you, Benzo. And I hope the boss man's listening right now. That's another one, DJ Khaled, another one who has said, boy, we enjoyed that call with Frankie and San Rafael. That night at the Warriors game, Chase Center, Gatehouse, J-Dub was there. He was there with Gina. First thing he said, Oh, that call was hilarious. I go inside the arena. It was a who's who. Hey, Frankie! They started calling me Frankie. Wasn't one, wasn't two, wasn't three. Multiple people loved the phone call. But I'm not sure everybody loved the phone call. Some people said the phone call went on too long. As we honor Johnny the Gout Man, who left this world earlier this week, is one of the great callers on the Gary Ratnett Show. Great callers make for great sports radio. Characters make for, that's what sports radio is all about. So, to the person who thought that the call went on too long, I disagree with you.
Vontae, you're doing great.
And I feel like I got validation just now from Benzo and Napa. I'm done. My TED Talk's done. Wasn't a King's Tale, just a TED Talk.
I mean, you just left me hanging there. You just turned your head and started staring into the screen.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm ready to start Friday now. Oh, wait, we got Telmo in the city. Let's get Telmo in there.
Okay.
He's got an issue with the Brock Doubters. Telmo, what's your issue? We all got issues, right? What's your issue today?
Yeah, I mean, listen, my problem is when people hear one take, and Greg Cosell's amazing, and not saying he's wrong, but up until 2 weeks ago, he said Brock was playing fine and it wasn't an issue. Now he said the last couple weeks he hasn't been seeing the field. So now all these callers are calling in acting like they're geniuses and that's their take. Brock's not seeing the field. Brock's not seeing the field. Up until 2 weeks ago, he was top 5 in the league in passing yards. He led the league in passes of over 20 yards, and he was one behind Lamar Jackson in passes of over 40 yards. So he's not seeing the field all season. He did that with no Christian McCaffrey. He did that with Purcell gone half the year, no Brandon Ayuk, and basically only Jawan Jennings. That's what he did all that with. So this whole narrative that he's not seeing the field and this and that, maybe he's looking for passes that he can make because he knows he can't throw that far because he's hurt. So, or maybe he's trying to get Christian McCaffrey involved now that he's back. But I don't think he just stopped seeing the field in the course of 2 weeks, and it's not a season-long narrative. And then
but Telmo, let me stop you real quick. Let me stop you real quick. I'll let you finish.
Keep Telmo on the line.
I'll let you finish. But, guys do have bad games, and they get deceived by coordinators, and Tom Brady was talking about this, when he was looking at the Brock film versus the Vikings, I think he didn't understand what he was looking at, pre-snap versus post-snap, and Tom's like, this happens a lot at times. No one's saying he's not a good player, but there are weeks out there, even for the greatest players of all time, where you do have some bad games and you don't see the field that well. I think that's what Cosell was saying. But to say that he all of a sudden can't see the field moving forward is a totally different narrative that people are running with, and I agree with you, it's absurd.
And so, yeah, that's my whole point, is Cosell's not wrong because literally there's nobody you should argue with ever that is Greg Cosell. Nobody should argue with him. That's all he does is eat tape all day. So people now all of a sudden have this narrative like you can't see it. But here's my last thought. Okay, Bonte, how would you feel about this? If the Niners go and get Kirk Cousins next year, right? And then Brock Purdy goes to another team for $50 million, right? Kirk Cousins 3 games into the season gets hurt, can't play the rest of the year, and Brock Purdy balls out for the next 2 or 3 seasons with another team in the playoffs. How's everybody going to feel then? You have a guy that's young and he's good, and you have a chance to have a franchise quarterback.
Telmo, I just want to be clear here. Telmo, I want to be clear here. I don't want no damn Kirk Cousins on my football team, okay? Can I make myself clear?
No.
I want to make sure that you know that absolutely. I don't want Kirk Cousins. Before you get out there on the internet and get the Twitter fingers going, I don't want Kirk Cousins. Continue.
Okay. And very, very last thing, Bonte, you said you can't talk to people after the game because they have crazy takes and crazy narratives. My bro, you were tweeting, shut it down, shut it down.
No. Again, stay on the line, Telmo. Again, this is why you got to read and comprehend. I said Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, who have Achilles tendonitis, maybe you shut those guys down, give the youngsters some more runway, and put more on Brock Purdy's plate. 2 players I was talking about. And one of the players hasn't played a snap this season, and the other player is a running back who doesn't have any burst. I said shut down to 2 players. That's it. I didn't say tank.
Bonte, he's the offensive player of the year last year.
Does he look like it right now, Telmo? Does he look like it right now, Telmo?
You don't shut him down. No, did Trent Williams look like themselves when they came back from holding out and not playing football? No. He has to get up to football speed. You don't shut it down when you're a game out of first place in your division.
This guy has bilateral Achilles tendonitis. That thing may snap any moment. We saw it with Drake Greenlaw's elbow.
It's not an ACL. It's a thing that goes. It's like plantar fasciitis. It can go away. It can come back.
So no, I didn't say tank the season. I said shut down 2 players. One player who hasn't played. One player who hasn't played, and one player who's played 2 games and doesn't have any juice.
So hypothetically, though, if the Niners were to, just for whatever reason, Purdy's gone and they bring in Kirk Cousins, and we're going crazy hypotheticals down the line, trading a 25-year-old quarterback
oh my gosh,
for a 37-year-old quarterback, like that screams CP3 for Jordan Poole.
That screams Shanahan.
And worse, because I think Purdy's been better than Poole.
You know what that screams to me? You go do a move like that, Shanahan, the clock is ticking. That's what that is.
Oh, then we'll have the conversation.
The clock's ticking.
Okay.
Clock's ticking.
So he's Jack Bauer then.
I don't even think they trade him to the Falcons. You probably trade Brock Purdy to a team that needs him.
No.
You could trade Deebo Samuel to the Falcons and try to get Kirk Cousins, though. Get Michael Penix a receiver or something.
No.
It's actually, I actually don't mind that. That's interesting. I'm talking about Deebo to the Falcons. That's an intriguing.
Flip Brock somewhere else.
He's from South Carolina, right there by
Brock.
your
Sam, do you think Brock is good? I still don't know.
I like what I'm seeing. Like, I'm not abandoning Brock Purdy for Kirk Cousins, if that answers your question.
No, I don't think any of us
I
are.
like what we've been seeing from Brock. It's been a down year, but like, again, T.O. kind of said it yesterday. He's not getting the blocking up front that he's used to. He doesn't have his number 1 receiver to throw to this year. Like, it's just things just aren't going right for him this year. So, like, what can we really expect?
Well, I think the hard part for me as a Niner fan is like, God, I saw that with Kaepernick, saw that with Jimmy, like where they had some success. Brock was better than all of them, it feels like statistically. And now it's like he's hit a wall, and I'm waiting for that,
I'm going to do this because I see the text coming in.
What texts?
I'm going to leave the Kirk Cousins talk alone for now. I'm not even going to mention it the rest of the season. I'm not going to mention it. I'm going to watch Brock Purdy and see what he does here. I don't even want to start this narrative because I could already see people, 2 dudes on the morning roast talking about Kirk Cousins. Surprised by I already see it, and no, we're not saying that.
Bonte,
so I'm going to move off of this
Shedeur?
to save us.
Bonte,
to save us.
Would you take Shedeur over Purdy right now?
Would you take Shedeur if it meant that Dion would come here?
Here's Greg Cosell. I'm Brock Purdy.
I want you to answer that.
I'm not entertaining this nonsense.
I want to know.
I'm not going to entertain this nonsense.
The fantasy man in you, would you take Shedeur over Purdy right now, sight unseen? You asked me this about Caleb last year.
No, because you were comparing Caleb Williams to Patrick Mahomes.
I said he throws like him.
No, you were like, he's Patrick Mahomes reincarnated.
That's what I said.
You said it a lot, dude.
He's going to be the greatest quarterback of all time.
You were comparing him to Patrick Mahomes, and I said, what did I tell you? I said, this is not fair. You shouldn't do that.
Right.
And then you said,
we underestimated the ineptness of the Chicago Bears.
No, seriously, because I said, don't set this guy up like this, man. Leave it alone. Stop saying that. Just let Caleb be Caleb.
Saying someone has the mannerisms of throwing the ball.
But this is what we do in sports. We compare people. And I was like, don't compare
I was
Caleb
comparing
to
the mannerisms. The mannerism. Do you know what the word mannerisms means?
I'm well aware of what the mannerisms mean.
No one
but you didn't say
he
that.
is a like-for-like clone of Patrick Mahomes.
You were so changing the goalposts on what you said about Caleb. Pull the audio. You said it 3 years ago.
Would you take Shedeur over Brock Purdy?
No, I'm not taking Shedeur right now over Brock Purdy. Are you out of your mind? I've never seen Shedeur take an NFL snap.
Just asking.
I want to see him play the SEC. Play SEC team, but no, I'm not doing that.
Oh, because he's in the Big 12 and maybe that's not as good of a conference?
No, because I know the defenses are not as good. But no, you guys are poo-pooing on their accomplishments. Jesus Christ. Greg Cosell, Brock Purdy. Unbelievable. You guys move the goalposts so much.
I want to see him play in the SEC.
You know what? When we flip the calendar, I'm going to start writing down takes. Because people be changing up, man. Switching up. I stand on mine. I stand on it every single day, every single second of my life. I stand on these takes.
Like
and people
you like Brock Purdy
stance. Like Telmo, just twisted words. You said shut it down. No, I said shut down 2 players. One who hasn't played and one who has bilateral Achilles tendonitis who happens to play running back who can't get to the second level right now.
Can you explain that one? So you want them, if they lose, to shut those guys down?
No, I said the Niners. I said I suggested after that Seattle game a consideration moving forward.
Which is
Drake Greenlaw has not even practiced yet.
Yeah.
Why even bother bringing him back? Let him rest.
You're
Let him
paying
chill.
him, I guess.
Get him the offseason, whatever. Not getting he's a free agent, so he may want to play anyway to show that he's back. And then Chris McCaffrey, for what I've seen, oh my God, he just looks like another guy. He looks so slow.
But I guess my question would then be like, if he shuts it down, is he going to be all of a sudden like healthier in April? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Will he need surgery? Will they go in and clean it up? And then if you do surgery, he's going to be out for a year. So it's all bad with Chris McCaffrey right now. It doesn't look great. Maybe rest.
It does feel like we got the best at CMC.
Well, you know what? Maybe he turns back the clock against Green Bay and he balls out and gets to the second level. I hope so too. But that's it. I said shut down 2 players. Then I suggested put more on Ricky Pearsall.
I agreed.
And Jacob Cowing and Isaac Guerrero. I want to see these youngsters and what they can produce in this offense.
I'm intrigued.
Do we have some players here?
But with Guerrero going out there, like it doesn't increase your chance of winning necessarily because in passing situations like happened the other day, like he whiffed on a block.
No doubt.
So now you're putting your quarterback who's already hurt under duress. Like,
you are.
It's a tough spot.
But you got to navigate that. You have to navigate that.
True.
You have to navigate that. That's the coach to put players in the right positions. And right now, that position for Guerrero on third down is not his strong suit. Isn't picking up blitzes or blocking, but he's got speed and he's explosive. And this offense looks slow right now. So I'm just looking for somebody who's got some explosion. Ricky Pearsall, Cowing. I want to see what these youngsters got.
He's got to get the ball. He's got to make a catch this week.
Right. Ronnie Bell, we know about him. So that's all I suggested. And then, the last suggestion was put more on Brock's plate. Because I need to find out if this guy can handle a full load in terms of finances and everything, but in terms of let this guy change a play or two.
But what do you mean? Oh, let him. Okay,
right. I have to put more on Brock's plate. That's all I ask.
Kyle's never going to let you do that.
Well,
that's just not how they play football.
But Greg Cosell, I'm a little iffy on Greg Cosell right now because he did last week say, "Oh, Brock looks like Brock. Oh, he's saying it, blah blah blah," and then the other day he says this.
Purdy is just, for whatever reason, the innate and refined and nuanced sense of timing and anticipation that has been really a foundation of his game since he became a starter 2 years ago is not quite at the same level this year. Now, I don't know if he's not confident in his receivers. I don't know the reason, but I just feel like that there's throws that are there that we've seen him make that he's not turning it loose. And again, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That's what I see. And I feel like he's just not as comfortable. I feel like he's been leaving the pocket at times unnecessarily. I just don't see him playing with the same level of comfort and timing and anticipation. And as you know, Ross, that has to be his game because he's not a power thrower.
Okay. I think I agree with a lot of what he said there, but I still think he's had some really good halves and a couple of great halves. One of them against Tampa Bay, for example. Again, I think it's been a mixed bag this year, but he hasn't been as, to me, in the 4 games that I viewed as bad, he just hasn't been the same. Like I get to my back foot and I'm just ripping it.
Got to have the same personnel out there. Maybe he doesn't trust him. He's got a rookie in Pearsall. He's got Deebo, who's been out for some games. He doesn't have George Kittle. He had no tight end to throw to last week. None. You need a tight end in today's game. You need one. So Sunday. We'll see what happens. Sunday. Oh, it's going to be a lot of angry people out there Sunday. And I'll be here for you Monday, whether the Niners win or lose. I'll be here to be your therapist.
And I would argue next week is the greatest week for workers in America.
Oh, yeah, because it's a short week.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, Thanksgiving's next week.
Hell yeah.
Damn, I'm only working 2 days next week. 2-day work week. That's kind of fun. Alex Cobb.
Wait till I put my list together of athletes whose last names connote Thanksgiving.
Alex Cobb.
That'd be Wednesday. Corn on the cob.
That'd be Wednesday, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah, because I won't be here.
Yeah, we do all the fun stuff.
You crossed over. Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, you guys do all the fun stuff when I'm not here.
Of course.
Everybody says I'm doom and gloom. Oh.
Well, it's hard when you're right about everything. It's just difficult.
Parcells. No, you're right about everything. I stand on mine. Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again. See, it's boiling now. Let's move to Warriors talk to get happy Bonte.
All right, here's my final thought.
I'm always happy, 5-0. I'm just not happy with these idiots already suggesting Kirk Cousins should be our quarterback. What the hell is wrong with these people, 5-0?
You like that? You like that?
Flimsy-ass fans. Oh, let's get Kirk Cousins now. We don't believe in Brocky. Oh my gosh.
No. And my final thought is this. Happy birthday to my son. And
Happy birthday, LJ.
It's going to be a great weekend. We're going to have a little party tomorrow. The rain has kind of screwed things up, but that's okay. And I love you, babe. All right. I know we're going to be stressed out over the next 48 hours. We got a lot of things going on, but just relax. We're going to have a good time.
It's at the house. Chill.
Which makes it more difficult.
Oh.
Because then the clean police are coming.
How many people are coming?
Bonte, I have 70 people in the Porter side alone.
So they're all going to be in one.
No. We're telling people to it's open house, so you can kind of come and go
in and out. So
throughout the day.
Because we got a family thing tomorrow.
No,
so Anna and I will come
do a
through.
hit and run. I want you to do a hit and run.
All right, we'll do a hit and run.
In fact, if you don't want to come too, I'm good with that as well.
Damn! Wow, you don't want to? You want me there?
No, we want you there.
Maybe Taz wants to see LJ.
There's autographs you need to sign.
No.
I knew you'd love that.
Hey, let the Porters know I'm charging $4.99 for each autograph.
If my aunt calls you Banta again, I swear. I love Auntie Babe, I love you. Stop saying that.
Well, whatever.
Bonte, do you have a Cameo account?
I should make one. We discussed this last year. Remember we talked about doing cameos.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Do it.
I could use the extra money.
$5 a hit?
I got 20 more years of education to pay for.
You think people...
At minimum.
I was going to say.
And I don't know if radio's going to be around in 20 years.
Oh, hey, in the words of what Steiny told me one day, Shasky, you're a hustler. You'll figure it out. He called me Scarface.
Steiny did?
Yeah.
Well, he's never given me a compliment that. I was working 4 jobs working on that damn show. It's
because he's jealous.
Being his therapist.
Remember I told you he gave you a compliment a couple of days ago. He said you're doing a great job with Mullen and Zena.
He did.
Wow, I can't believe he only said that because, Steiny, he's slick.
Now that his daughter's getting married, I just think he's become more of a happier old man.
But not only that, he's starting to text Mully and I in the group thread separately. I'm like, oh.
Wait, he has Mully's number and I don't?
Now he texts you. Well, I don't know how. He's covered Mully for a long time, so,
Don't like it.
My final thought is shout out Palma High School taking on Menlo School tomorrow in the Central Coast Division II football championships. They had a big upset over Sacred Heart, the number 2 seed.
Yeah, don't remind me.
This one will face either Menlo Atherton, the 4 seed, or number 1 overall Wilcox in Division II.
Oh.
So there you go.
Very cool.
Let's go Palma.
Yeah,
down here for them too. They're like 6-5. Like I didn't expect them to win that game in that first round. So there you go.
There you go.
When Bonte is out, there's heavy Star Wars talk.
We'll talk Star Wars. Sure. There's like a new Skeleton Crew, right? That came out.
Andor 2.
Oh, that will
premiere.
Moana 2's coming out. You guys see that?
Yeah, it's on my list.
Gladiator 2.
I was watching Silo. Episode 2, season 2 last night.
I'm seeing Gladiator 2 tomorrow.
I can't wait. Is Maximus in it? No.
No, he's died in the first what?
I'm just asking if they're doing any
alert, 25 years later,
flashbacks and stuff. I'm just asking if
no,
is he in it at all?
Hey, stop.
What?
Stop.
Stop what? The movie hasn't even... No one's seen the movie, dog.
We need to do a live stream for Sunday. Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell the boss. Maybe I'll do a live stream Sunday with the Packers game.
All right, my final thought is this is a very fun show. Thank you, Bill Schmidt, for coming on. I really like how he talked about how these are 2 patient teams. You know what? Let's just be a little bit more patient with Brock Purdy. All right, bye, show.
Wow.
Bonte, you're doing great.
Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Damn it.
What, you
forgot his heart out?
No.
Damn it.
No, the heart out. We already blew that. But we might as well just write it out now. We forgot to do Big Cap and Big Facts.
Okay.
I told Sam to remind me.
Bonte likes Brock Purdy. Big Cap, Big Facts.
Oh, Big Facts.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
Big Facts. Hold on. Let me do it. I, Bonte Hill, love me some Brock Purdy.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
exhausted. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Everything.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Payday Friday.
Yes, sir.
That makes the rain seem less important.
Because it's here, baby.
Hey, we got a...
Can you stand the rain? New edition. Hey!
Right off the bat.
We'll see.
Hey, anybody else feel like I'm feeling right now? And here's the way I'm feeling. Obviously, it's the biggest game of the year for the Niners this weekend against the Packers in Lambeau Field. Anybody else feel like it could have implications that are more important than just this year?
Now when you say that, I feel like you're saying, because if they somehow drop this game and Purdy can't play, which is on brand for this season, that we're at this juncture, Steiny, and your most important piece looks like if I had to bet now, I'm thinking he's not playing. But you must mean the fallout of not having Purdy and somehow dropping this game going to 5-6.
Not necessarily. I'm thinking if you don't win this game, whether Purdy plays or not, and it starts to continue in this way, and we don't make the playoffs, do you start looking at this team in a different way? I mean, I think like if they can put something together, win 5 of the last 7, make the playoffs, win a game in the playoffs, and then maybe get beat, then you could make a case that, with a few tweaks, we get back in it. But if this thing goes downhill the rest of the year, and this game this weekend kind of starts that ball rolling down the hill, what do you do? What do you do if you miss the playoffs this year? If you're the 49ers. Okay. And let's just say the next 7 games resemble the first 10.
Okay.
And you go 8-9.
Right. You asked me a question, I keep it real with you, brother. I think you look yourself in the mirror and say, what was the biggest component in us going 8-9? And I'm looking at you right now, Steiny, and I got questions galore about this team. But wouldn't injuries be, to me, 85% of what's gone wrong for the Niners? So I say that to say is you could look in the mirror and chalk it up as that. We get healthy, we come back, and bang. Or just hearing you talk, and there's part of me that feels what I think you're trying to say is maybe there's bigger issues at hand, starting with the quarterback.
No, I think when I look at football and I consider injuries, I look at it a little bit differently than other sports. Basketball, a guy gets hurt, he can come back the next year. But if this season continues to go like it's going, and McCaffrey doesn't return to the player he was last year, and we can tell by the eye test, and we know Trent Williams isn't having a great year, and he's been banged up, and Brandon Ayuk, we know, is probably going to miss some of next year already.
For sure.
And Deebo Samuel's having a very down year. I mean, can you bring back the same team?
Well, what are your options?
Well,
because you got one at quarterback.
You got plenty of options at quarterback.
There's
plenty.
What now?
Plenty.
We're talking about some dividends now since it's payday. I mean, if you go 8-9,
yes.
Would that change?
Yes.
Because I was Mr. Blank Check. So you start there, right?
If the 49ers go 8-9, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are reluctant to write a $60 million check to Brock Purdy,
that's major.
Then all bets are off.
So we could see possibly a new quarterback under center for the Niners?
I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
See,
I don't know
never thought that was feasible, but now somebody could talk me into if it's 8-9 or what have you, 7-10, Steiny. I can't believe I'm there.
Well, my point is this: they're 5-5 right now, And if this thing continues like it's continuing and they don't make the playoffs, what do you do then? What do you do then? Do you simply sign Purdy to a long-term extension at big money? And how can you bring back the same team when you know that this team already this year is a little bit on the old side? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, you talked about the influx of the 6 rookies, and I'm not saying that, they're throwing confetti because they got contributions from those guys, but to me, Steiny, I guess because they've had so much success when healthy, I could see bringing it back or trying to run it back. And maybe Greenlaw's back next year for sure. I'm not counting Ayuk at all, Steiny. That's those are injuries. But only time will tell. I think that's Cyndi Lauper.
I guess what I would ask 49er fans is, what is the significance of this game on Sunday? Because obviously it's the biggest game of the year. Obviously, you're playing an NFC opponent. Clearly, if you lose this game, you're in a heap of trouble. It's not over, but it's getting darn close. The fat
lady's warming up.
Exactly.
She's humming.
And so I do think there's more at stake for this game than just whether this team's 5-6 or 6-5.
Okay.
You can't lose this game.
No, you're right. But
and so I'm just starting to think a little bit ahead, and man, this team falls off like it looks like it's falling off right now. Then where do you go if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan?
Okay. And my question to you and the masses, Steiny, if Purdy's unavailable, regardless if they win or lose this game, what does that do for his ledger? Or do they already know and have seen maybe behind the scenes some warning signs? Or are they feeling like, Brock has been Brock? Other things have eroded around us to where he's looking sketchy or etchy.
I don't know.
What is a non-available Brock? Like, Steiny, if they lose this game, they're definitely not getting in outside of winning the division. Now you're 5-6. I just wonder if Kyle was here and he pulled up on us, what grade he would give Brock and what he would tell John right now. Have things changed? Do they see warning signs?
Possibly.
Yeah, Kyle, I don't know, Steiny, but you're right. This is the biggest game of their season.
And obviously if Purdy doesn't play, and I'm reading this stuff on the internet, and I'm reading Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, and he said Purdy, quote, appeared to experience discomfort in his right shoulder as he threw some passes on Thursday. The trainer came out, rubbed his shoulder a little bit, and then Purdy left practice, went back into the locker room. Now, that ended the window of the media. Then the media was closed to practice, so it's unclear what happened after that. But Matt Mayoko saying that he appeared to experience discomfort, and you parlay that with he didn't throw a pass over 20 yards last week, and we don't know where he got hurt or when he got hurt.
Wow.
And maybe we are dealing with something a little more serious than we thought in terms of Purdy's injury. So if Purdy misses Sunday's game, then it's just a Malcolm X, by any means necessary, figure out a way to win the game with Brandon Allen or Dobbsy.
Tell me if I'm being too cutthroat for you guys this Friday, payday morning. If they got their eyes or they feel behind closed doors that, the possibility of another quarterback under center, are you reckless and tell Purdy, give him the option of the Toradol in the shoulder like Trent Williams? I know it was a different body part, but I'm thinking Toradol would help the shoulder. I'm no doctor. Do you risk running him out there knowing that there might be a change? So if, you know what I mean? Like if he got hurt, you kind of, you know how they treat running backs when you know you're not going to re-sign them. You just run them in the ground.
I see what you're saying.
I know that sounds cutthroat, but I'm wondering.
Yeah,
if Brock was like, shoot it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you could probably shoot a shoulder up to alleviate some pain. I'm not totally sure. I mean, I think obviously if Purdy can play, he's going to play.
But pain, Steiny, on Thursday?
Well,
man.
That's that's something to consider. But it feels like, and tell me how you guys feel, 49er fans. It feels like they lose to Seattle, and they're 5-5, and now they've gone through the week before the Packers, and it feels more desperate than it did Monday after the game against the Seahawks. It feels like there's just so much at stake for this game, and it could mean more than just the immediate future of what happens the rest of the year. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, let's talk about the significance of this game on Sunday and what it means. How big is it? Is it the biggest must-win? It has to be the biggest must-win of the year, you would figure. Can they survive a loss? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. At 11 o'clock today, we'll have Jesse Sapolu, Super Bowl offensive lineman from the past from the San Francisco 49ers. We're talking to Jesse at 11. That segment brought to you by Lucky California. Dobbsy.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky.
cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You got to go live.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Niners, Packers, 125, Lambeau Field.
I'm ready to go.
Season on the brink.
You better be Deebo.
It just is. The season is on the brink. We have Cam Inman on here and there on 95.7 The Game. He's covered the 49ers for 20-plus years. And he said something yesterday or 2 days ago that I can't get out of my head. And it's this.
This might be the most underachieving team I've covered of the Niners in 25 years.
Wow.
It is. They should be finishing these games. They have better rosters than the other teams, but they just aren't a better team. And it's not just one guy you can point to and say, get him out of the lineup, or one coach say, this guy's screwing up. It seems like every game there's something different. And you know, for, a stretch there, 9 games, it was like every game there was a special team mistake. But it wasn't the same guy making the mistake. And then you compound that with penalties and injuries, and those are hallmarks of bad teams.
All right. So, first of all, do you agree with Cam Inman? I didn't hear, I've never seen a team as injury ravaged as this one in my 25 years. He didn't say that. He didn't say I've never seen an offense sputter this bit. He said this team is one of the most underachieving teams that I've watched in my 25 years. And so my question is, well, if this is the way the season plays out, and they don't make the playoffs, and they're an underachieving team, then what do you do if you're the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, what are my options? What can you do?
Well, you could make you've got a decision to make at quarterback.
Which is humongous,
clearly.
yes.
And my question, and that's the big one.
Or do you just get healthy?
Yeah, I'm out on that, because if this team is getting up there in age, and they got hurt this year, I am not saying, well, everything will be fine next year. Like, if Trent Williams is not
no doubt.
Trent Williams is not going to be better next year than he is this year. And he's not as good this year as he was last year.
So what does that do for their window?
It means if they don't make the playoffs this year, it's decision time with, I think, a lot of these players. And as far as it goes to Purdy, all right, I want people to try to think about the way they thought about Brock Purdy coming into this season. And everybody was pretty high on him. I think Brock Purdy had won over a lot of players and fans. But my question is, right now, with Brock Purdy, are you more convinced he's the guy? Are you less convinced that he's the guy? Or do you feel the same way about him that you did in the beginning of the year, and you're taking into consideration that there's been a lot going on around him? I don't know the answer to that question, but I think for me, if I were to answer it, yes, I'm a little less sure of Brock Purdy right now than I was before the season. I just am.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm in that same line, but at the end of the day, if somehow he says you can have me for less than 60, something reasonable, then we could see him come back. But if he does the Kaminga and says, no, this is what I'm worth, I want to reset the market, I've been to a Super Bowl, I've been to an NFC Championship game, there was a lot of stuff going on, starting with the offseason, then damn, Steiny, if you that's like a heart transplant if you change the quarterback. And I think of the sound from Steve Young about their best opportunity. And I'm double back, and I'm taking 2 steps back. I thought it was a blank check, and I can tell you right now, I'm unsure of Brock Purdy and how much he is a part of this offense, maybe just not looking like his normal self.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, it feels like there's so much on the table for this game. It's not just a game. It's a game that feels like is going to dictate where they go the rest of the year. And I know that's a little bit of an overstatement, but let's be honest. If this team's 5-6 and they're headed up to Buffalo to play the Buffalo Bills off a bye week, I mean, they're in trouble. I think we can all acknowledge that. And you know what? And I'll put rats on the table.
You can.
I'll put rats on the table. if this team underachieves, do you look for another quarterback? And I'll tell you right now, we had Matt Barrows on yesterday. I didn't tell him to talk about Aaron Rodgers. He brought up Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers wants to play next year. It probably won't be for the Jets.
And Sam Darnold,
free agent.
Kirk Cousins.
They have a rookie quarterback who might be ready to take over.
Could you imagine?
Yes, I can imagine.
And you've been consistent with that even during the offseason before this season started. Steiny, I got we talk about victory lap. Evan's going to help me out. I got some surprise sound I want you to hear. And this dude, once you hear this sound, I scoffed at this. You and Evan have brought it up at different junctures this season. But let's just look at it through the prism of somehow they go 8-9 or whatever, 10-7, and they missed the playoffs. Play it for him, Ev.
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel coming out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
That was I'm not saying he's right, but he said he saw something in preseason. Now I'm like, I feel like some chickens, they got the possibility to come home to roost after hearing that.
No, I mean, it's a fair statement. And to me, that equates to what we call a Super Bowl hangover. They've gone deep in, like even when Willard and Dibbs had Steve Kerr on, and they have Steve Kerr on every week. They asked Steve Kerr a little about the Niners, and he didn't want to speak specifically to the Niners, but he talked about the Warriors and their long runs and how exhausting it was. Damn. Maybe this team's out of gas. Maybe they just don't have enough anymore. And in football, particularly, if you're not playing at your peak, you're probably – look at last night. Look at last night. The Browns can beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, the Browns are 2-8.
Yeah.
Hell, if they were a basketball team, nobody would have played last night because there wouldn't have been anything at stake. But it's football, and these guys play if they're ready to play. So I don't know. I'm just wondering how 49er fans are approaching this game, knowing that it probably is more important than just the 11th game of the year because they don't want to go under 500.
And if the timing is just of a lot of things going on, and Purdy's one of them. But you're telling me, Steiny, he takes you on the fly to the NFC Championship game, follows that back up with the Super Bowl, and then somehow if they miss, then he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt to come back? Like, there could be a change? Like, that would be drastic.
From the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, no. You guys already crowned Purdy as a top 5 quarterback in the league. Now everybody's starting to backpedal. LMAO.
Well, we're not backpedaling.
Well, we might be.
Well, no.
Yeah, you're coming off blank check.
All that matters is what they deem Purdy. Is there regression or is there reasons for what we deem regression? That's
maybe
the right on the table.
Maybe there's both. Maybe he's regressed.
But if it's going to cost me my tenure and you're going to go look for other dates, then you didn't marry me.
Well, we didn't have to marry you a year ago.
Oh, man.
We have to marry you this summer, perhaps. And maybe things changed.
You calling off the wedding?
It's on hold.
Did you get the ring?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
You can take it back.
You know what? They might not have gotten the ring, but they certainly were shopping. They've browsed around. They've sniffed around. They like that 8 carat. The 12 carat's pretty nice. They're thinking about it, but I don't know.
Well, let's do this. Let's say you're Brock Purdy's dad or his best friend. Would you kind of say, dude, you need to get that shot at Toradol? You cannot go out there with everything that Steiny Goo and Niner fans are saying about the possibility of the future. Brock, you got to go out there and play.
No, that's not where I'm at.
All right.
If he can't play, he can't play. And that to me is separate from everything we've talked about in terms of will he get paid, won't he get paid. If he misses one game, I don't think it's a big deal.
Now, what if Brandon Allen plays and they score 30 and they look great? What are we talking about Monday? I'm just throwing that out there like, okay, hey, great job. You stepped in. You did a great job. It's back to Brock.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all on the table, it feels like. Let's go to Michael in Lemoore.
Hello, Neil.
What's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah, so Steiny Guru, there's zero significance of this game coming up on Sunday. Let's just accept reality and the fact that this team is not a playoff team, nor is it a Super Bowl contending team anymore. The window closed last year, and if we're going into the 2025 season questioning whether or not if we should pay Brock Purdy and we're having reservations about him now, then all options are on the table. And Jed York, if you're listening, that includes firing Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, because we're going into year 8. And how many quarterbacks have we been through with this regime?
About 5.
That's a fireable offense. And you grossly neglected not even drafting a quarterback in 2017 when he first came here, and you selected Solomon Thomas because you quote-unquote went to class with him at Stanford, and you passed on scouting Patrick Mahomes, which comes back to haunt us every year that we play him. And you're now questioning whether or not you're going to be paying Brock Purdy $50-55 million in my book. He's not worth it,
Michael.
At all.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask you. So you don't think you can pay Purdy $50-55 million?
Quarterback? No.
Why not?
Do you look at Patrick Mahomes? Look at Josh Allen. Look at Lamar Jackson. Those are $60 million quarterbacks right there. They carry their team.
So Mike, there's 7 games left. You're calling the double. Like your opinion can't control how they're going to play or what happens, but you just feel to your core there's nothing to see here. This is not a playoff team with 7 to go.
Absolutely, I feel that way because look at half of our team. They're on IR or they're injured. All
right.
It's reality. We've got to accept it. We got to stop living in fantasy land. Some of us do.
Michael, I'll tell you
Hope
what.
is not a strategy, Mike.
Michael, you're kind of my kind of guy.
Dude,
however, I will say this. Even if that's the way you feel, you got to play the last 7 games and try to win them.
No doubt.
But, I mean, listen, if Michael feels like, look, you guys, meaning optimistic fans, are being unrealistic and this thing's over, that's fine. I understand a fan that thinks that. But the reality is you go out and beat the Packers and now you're 6-5. I mean, you got to keep playing. I mean, you got to keep playing. You got to keep trying to win until the last possible moment or until you're eliminated. But you have to.
But if you could just, I'll go the election. If you could just go on the Steiny computer of all the calls and texts that we've taken and you've read, I'm calling our guy, our brother, Mark Willard, one of the most optimistic fans I know. He said on this airwaves he doesn't believe they're making the playoffs. How many out there believe?
Believe.
You know what I mean?
I love words. And when you say believe, I'm not sure I believe. But if you say, would you bet? I would say, I still would.
And I'm with you.
But that doesn't mean I'm overly convinced it's going to happen.
Yeah,
it just means, and I've been saying this. I get it. Every year's different. And I'm the king of the John Lynch. You earn the right to be a Super Bowl contender. And they have not done that yet this year. But I will give them a small chance to become one in the next 7 games, if for no other reason than I've seen them do it twice before. But I got to admit, this year feels more dire than any of the other 2 years where they overcame a slump, let's say, in the middle of the season and got rolling by the end of it. There's something more, it feels like, going on with this team. And it may be injuries, but there's an attitude that appears to be missing, too, with this team.
I think it starts with 71.
71.
Trent Williams.
What about him?
I think him not having, Steiny, there are 2 culprits on this offensive line that you could make an argument need to be replaced. So are you going to go into an offseason, let's just say they don't make it. I feel like any draft, the first pick for the Niners team, and I don't care if you feel like there's not a guy worthy or guys, you need to bolster this offensive line. And I know we got Jesse Sapolo coming on at 11. I want his take on just how much this group is the cause of maybe some of what we think is regression from Brock.
Well, he's the perfect guy to ask.
Okay.
There's no doubt about it. And I wonder if Jesse from afar looks at the 49ers and thinks like some fans do, they don't put enough emphasis on the offensive line.
Man.
I don't know. Let's go to D-Dub. He's in the Valley. What's up, D-Dub? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I just feel like the team has left Shanahan. They're done.
Damn.
They're not playing for Shanahan. They're tired of playing conservative. That's just not happening. That's not the Niner way. If you can't trust your team at home with a 4th and 1 to get 3 feet, that team's stacked. Next man up. That's what we've seen all year. He is not letting the Niners go. He's just playing it way too conservative, and I think the team's done. I think he's lost the team.
Really?
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I mean, man.
Boy, that's always strong to me, because when you talk about a team, you're talking about 53 guys, and I always am hesitant to lump 53 guys together. Maybe he's losing some guys.
But it's not on. I know I'm not, or you, Stoney. I'm sorry to break it to you. You're not Cosell or Baldy, but I'm not seeing that on film. I'm not seeing the guys quit.
You're not going to be able to see it, I don't think. It's just more of
mental fatigue,
an extra effort. It might manifest itself in attention to detail, which they haven't been good at this year. It might translate into why they can't get off the field on 3rd down when they're on defense. It might be why their air attack doesn't look like it does in the past. I don't know what it is, but I just want to know how desperate 49er fans feel right now about this team, and whether you really believe. I mean, do you really believe they're going to get this thing done? And by get this thing done, I'll just put it this way: win the division. Do you really think this team is going to win the division and is capable of winning the division?
You know, I'll throw it back to you. You brought up Cam Inman.
Yeah.
Great book he just wrote. If he's correct, and in his world, it sounds like he don't give a damn about any injury. Every team has him. If he believes this is the most underachieving team under Kyle, Stoney, do you think the brass or York is saying, because nobody's won more than the Niners besides the Chiefs in the last 5 years, could one underachieving season and him just having a bad coaching year cost him his gig? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. But I don't know what's going on inside that building and what the frustration level is. From the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, they haven't played consistent enough to make fans believe that from here on in, it's all false hope until they're mathematically eliminated. Well, that's still a ways away.
Yeah, but it's getting closer by every loss.
But if we're talking about what if they lose? Yeah. Well, what if they play a real nice ball game and they beat the Packers?
Then that's why you and I can double back and say that's why we bet that they would make it.
Exactly. Now, obviously, the injury to Purdy complicates things.
I'm shocked. Oh, quarterback gets hurt. Come on, you shocked, but every week it's something. And Kittle's
with every team in the NFL.
But doesn't it seem like with this team, when you get something, somebody goes out?
No. What the 49ers have been terrible at this year is playing with injuries. They've been terrible at playing when guys get hurt. Every team's got to deal with it in some way.
I'm going to say something to you, and I've been consistent. And this, by any means, people, is no shot at Jawan Jennings. But when I play the San Francisco 49ers, and you're telling me McCaffrey's on the field the last 2 games, you got Deebo Samuel, who I'm paying $28.5, and I got George Kittle. Stoney, the one constant has been Jawan Jennings. And I'm saying he's doing great. But when it's all said and done, he is not Justin Jefferson. He's not the guy you want to be shining the most on your offense. And I believe that's a byproduct of, hey, if you want Guru to beat you, We'll take that if we can stop Evan and Steiny. And it seems like that's what's happening. And Jennings has been phenomenal, but Steiny, he's not the most dynamic playmaker on this team. And now you look around, not blaming JJ, on the red zone issues and what we saw yesterday with Seattle, who probably were popping bubbly, that Juwan almost had 100 yards, but we shut down Deebo. McCaffrey, we kept him in check. And I don't know if that's a Kyle issue.
I don't either. Maybe McCaffrey's lost a step.
I don't believe that. I believe they're gang tackling.
Okay, so what about McCaffrey maybe lost a step? Trent Williams has lost a step.
There's no doubt.
Okay, well,
this season,
if he's the most important offensive lineman and we're questioning the offensive line, well, that's on Trent Williams.
Last thing to you about that, what would Trent say? Hey, Guru, watch your mouth. Through 6 weeks, we had a backup leading the NFL. The whole O-line could say it. We had the backup running back lead the NFL
you know what I'd say
in
to
rushing.
Trent? Hey, Trent.
Yeah.
You kind of snookered him, didn't you? Did you snooker him? When you were snookering him, when you were snookering the Niners, did you know you were snookering the Niners? Or did you not know you were snookering the Niners? Connor and San Leandro wants to put a rat on the table.
Connor.
What's going on, Connor? How you doing?
I think that the direction that this conversation is going in, the writing's on the wall. And I think it's going to be a huge uphill battle this offseason, and I think the media needs to save this team from its own fan base because everyone is going to be wanting big, huge changes. And actually what we need to do is make the kind of incremental common sense changes that everyone's talking about here. Like Kyle is out here drafting a kicker in the 3rd round. No more counterintuitive stuff from Kyle that gets the benefit of the doubt. That's an incremental change. We got to fix the O-line and it's time to see who Trent Williams is. I think Greg Cassell came on Willard and Dibbs and told us he's lost a step. You're totally right about that, guys. We need to take the offensive line seriously. Now, the most important thing, the counterintuitive thing that would actually allow the media to save this team from its fan base that wants to fire our incredible coach, the thing that needs to change is we all have to be on the same page and say, Brock, you are not worth the max. I don't care what the stats say. It's the same thing that everyone's telling me about how Jordan Mason had all these fantastic yards and this great stat. Yeah, well, he fumbled very close to the end zone, and we're 5-5. So I really don't care about Brock's stats. I don't care about where all the advanced stats tell me. I can see with my eyes that young man is a product of a system that's run by an incredible coach. And no one else is going to pay him DAC money. And it's time to say, Brock,
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Connor. Yeah. We got to take a break, but I got you.
Yeah.
I kind of, we can talk about this on the other side about the whole money aspect of Brock Purdy. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a big one, Niner fans. It might be bigger than just staying alive in the playoff race. May have implications after the year. Who knows? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians. They check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Liam Maitland here. What better way to celebrate the holiday season than by relaxing in your brand new hot spring spa from...
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me. I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How you can do that to a legend remains a mystery to me.
Steiny, stop. Tell the people why I'm excited.
I don't know why.
The Gladiator 2 coming out tonight. I can't.
Stop.
You're not living if you don't get excited for cinema.
I do get excited for cinema.
Last time you've been to the movie theater?
Pretty recently. I saw.
Oh, you did go. Might have been.
I like a lot of. I'm a movie buff.
Right.
Dog May 95. That's what I'm all about.
I don't recall that one.
Yeah, it's not a movie. It's a movement. It's a movement started by a couple Scandinavian directors where they were sick of the blockbusters and the special effects and the big money studio productions, and they started making movies back based on dialogue and characters.
That's what this Gladiator 2.
It's action, bro.
Yeah,
I don't like I mean, I like some kind of action.
It might be sold out, man.
Well, here's the thing. 650 on the Comcast business text line. Such a dumb take. Don't let these clowns on the air. Shanny has not lost the team. The depth on this team is thin this year, and we can't survive all these injuries. Well, you know what, though? We take the pulse of the fans, and the fans are not happy. And a lot of them are not happy with Shanahan. The bottom line is, the way I feel about Shanahan is, you're not firing him after this year.
I'm with you.
I just don't see it. And I don't think I would
disappointed.
Either. But if they have a disappointing year and they miss the playoffs, well, then we go into next year and he's got to bounce back. And the team has to bounce back. But no, I'm not on the fire Shanny if we don't make the playoffs this year boat.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, it is a big project if they don't make it to get this team back right. And that Steve Young sound about you get so many chances in life, and they wasted some opportunities. But I'll say this, because on my bingo card, I'm noticing this, just as it relates to Brock Purdy. It seems like now, Steiny, it's not about interceptions or touchdowns. It's about the record is going on his ledger. That's what I'm starting to feel.
On Brock's ledger.
Yeah, like, oh, it ain't about touchdown. It's about the record. But I put that solely at the doorstep of Kyle. I don't think he's had his best year calling plays.
He hasn't. Neither of them have. I think that's obvious.
But there's 7 games left, like you said.
Bud is in Oakland. What's the Talk Niners? What's going on, Bud? How you doing, man?
What's up? Listen, hey, I want everybody in the streets to know that Steiny with the movement, man. Y'all heard it here first on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh.
Steiny is with the movement, man. Y'all heard it. Hey, listen, the team is tired, man. They're tired physically, morally, emotionally, every aspect. They're tired. It's hard for you to do the things you want to do if your top guys are not there. I'm hearing people saying, oh, they figured them out. Let's go back to that Warriors championship. That finals against they didn't win, but the finals against Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think that Toronto figured the Warriors out, or the Warriors lost key pieces and they couldn't do what they wanted to do?
Yeah, lost key pieces.
So that's the thing with the Niners right now. They can't do what they want to do, and that's the problem. All these top guys you paid, all these guys who sat back and said, I want my money, J.G. Wentworth, his mind, give it to me. And then you ponied up and you gave it to them, and they're not here.
Right.
They're not here to physically do what you paid them to do. That's a problem as well. So that's something Shanahan has got to change. You can't keep on rewarding guys for saying, hey, it's mine. So I performed last year, give it to me. And it's nothing wrong with Purdy. At least you guys got a guy. That's something that fits with the team that you guys can see. But people got to understand, you can't do exactly what you want to do if your top guys are there. And if your top guys are being paid to be top guys and they're not there, that's an issue. So,
well, I agree with that. And I'm going to take a step further. If your top guys, Ayuk, and I know Ayuk got hurt, but Ayuk, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, if all 3 guys that you paid are not playing well, you can't tell me that other guys don't think about that on the team. I'm not saying there's a rift or anything like that, but I do feel like it feels like different guys have a little bit different agenda than they've had in the years past. for lack of a better way to explain it, I just don't think this team's together. And it does remind me a little bit, and I'm not saying the Warriors could have won titles the last 2 years, but the last 2 years we watched the Warriors and we just said something's not right. And we were right.
I was wrong.
But it feels like the same thing's happening with the 49ers. Maybe they're just getting a little bit tired of each other.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now, that's heavier than just tired about the game, because I know where you're going when I bring this up, but it's real, Steiny. And I know the Chiefs won, but aren't they supposed to be tired? They've won just a little more than you, but
this is where I think about what Draymond said. They've done it, and they know how to do it, and the 49ers haven't figured it out yet, and maybe that's coming into play.
If Brock Purdy can't go Sunday, how the hell do you win this game?
You got to grind it out. They can win Sunday without Purdy. It's going to be hard, but I'm one of those guys that thinks anybody can. Look at Cleveland last night.
Well, but it was snow, and that helped them.
Okay, well, it might be right.
They won.
Maybe the conditions will favor the 49ers. I don't know. Steve in Concord. What's going on, Steve? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Doing well, thanks.
Hey, man. So I kind of agree with your last caller. We can't blow up this team. People forget. One caller talked about, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes in regards to Brock Purdy. Well, only one of those guys has won a Super Bowl, and Brock Purdy's been there. So, we were very close to winning that game had we had Dre Greenlaw and maybe one other error that we made with fumbles. So, to blow up this team, they need some offensive line help. They need some defensive line help. We've got a pretty good secondary now. So I think a lot of the people that are talking about blowing up this team, getting rid of Shanahan, I think they're way off base.
Yeah. Appreciate the call. You know what I'm worried about? I am worried about their skill position guys. I feel like after
is a major concern.
I feel like after 10 games, now it's like, boy, is Purdy as good as we thought? Deebo certainly isn't as good as he's been. McCaffrey's missed half the season and isn't quite himself. Ayuk certainly wasn't himself when he played. The only guy is Kittle of their skill and Jennings of their skill position guys that have really emerged or have really played well this year. So
I agree.
I don't know that you just get that back if everybody's completely healthy. But I don't know that you could drastically overhaul this team if you wanted to anyway.
And that's what's fascinating. And I know it's not today, but I was sitting here telling you all, Purdy's here for the next 5 to 6 years. And he may be. But good Lord, Steiny, if the bottom falls out of this thing, and now you're talking about revisiting, the Kirk Cousins, what's his status, along with Darnold, who could be way cheaper.
Darnold's a free agent.
That's just like, wow.
Kirk Cousins maybe handing the reins to Michael Penix.
Just right there.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think it is. And the reason I don't think it is because those two particular quarterbacks have played for Kyle before.
Well,
so it wouldn't be, to me, I know quarterback's a monster position. You change your quarterback position, things change, but Kyle's got a history with both those guys. Let's go to Chris in Livermore. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
What do you got, buddy?
I got one question for you.
All right.
If we get rid of Kyle Shanahan, do we bring back Robert Saleh
as the head coach
or defensive coordinator? Because our defense was solid when he was there.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Are you serious?
I don't know.
Well, it was solid in the Super Bowl under Wilkes, and I just wonder if he's not laughing, but like,
I can honestly say I'm sort of
yeah,
for this.
Steve, you said that we blamed you, and now look.
Doug's in Berkeley. What's going on, Doug? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys.
How are you?
Today I'm like the 49ers. I'm banged up.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'm banged up. I got the little plantar fasciitis today, so it's
all right.
It's hard to walk around. But anyway, I got a few thoughts real quick. With regard to Shanahan, no, you don't fire Shanahan. I remember when they let Mariucci go, somebody said, you don't let him go unless you got somebody better in mind, definitely. Okay, and I don't know that that's the case right now. I think that you got to look yourself in the eye, Shanahan included. You know how when Michael Vick was playing, he was just great and just set the league on fire, but people were saying, they're going to catch up to him. The league catches up. Well, even before the injury started, the league was catching up to what Shanahan was doing. Okay, these guys are smart. They see these lineups, they see Deebo lining up here, lining up there, and they figure it out. Okay, Shanahan, as well as the players, have to look themselves. He has to look himself in the eye and figure that out and line them up and then do something different. As far as the Super Bowl, getting there and the hangover, this is sports. We all follow sports. Okay, they could have a letdown season. Okay, and then the injuries on top of it. Don't jump off the train. Don't jump off the train. These guys are human. They got emotions. Winning is a great deodorant. When you're not winning, it's not so good, John Madden said. So we got to hang in there. Realistically, I don't know that we're going to go far.
Thanks, Doug and Berkeley. It doesn't feel like realistically they can go far.
Now.
But, I don't like to do this, but again, Steve Young's the guy who did it. When he referenced the game against the Ravens, if you look at this team's numbers since that game, and I'll just, Brock Purdy, since that game, has thrown 13 interceptions. 18 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Now, I get it. There's more to the game than just that, but those are big boys. And something has happened. And we're all trying to figure out what it was. And maybe it's this team just got older in a hurry. I don't know. Maybe Shanahan has lost a little bit of his magic. Maybe Purdy has regressed a hair. McCaffrey got hurt. It could all add up to more losses than we're used to. Let's give Javier in Vacaville a shot before we get to Jesse Sapolu. What's up, Javi?
How you doing, Mr. Johnson?
Hey. How you doing?
Give it to us. I think for what we're overreacting. The season, it's over. It's not over with the window's over, but it's a gap year. They're injured. They have tremendous injuries. Every which ways went wrong. The holdouts, Deebo not being, I don't know. He said he was in shape. He doesn't look like himself. Ayuk, hope he comes back. Trent Williams, waiting to the 11th hour. It's not in the cards. Chris McCaffrey, Achilles tendonitis. But to say, Purdy's look suspect and they're consistent. Well, the Baltimore game and every game after, sir, they've thrown the ball considerably more in regards to pass attempts since then.
Right.
So when you throw the ball more, you're going to have more interceptions. If they want to go back to running the ball 40 times a game again, his touchdown interception ratio will look better, but their passing yards and passing attempts will go significantly down. But I had two questions for you. And the reason why the Niners season is in the shame, in my estimation, is not so much of the injuries. You can't control that. That's something that's uncontrollable. Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, and now Nick Sorensen. The common denominator of why they're not playing well is Nick Sorensen is just not ready. How many times have we seen his defense at the last drive of the game just give up yard after yard, touchdown after touchdown to lose the game?
I mean, Javi, those are the only problem I have with a gap year. And I agree, sometimes teams have a down year. But the way this team's constructed is I'm not confident that if you just bring the same team back, everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Jesse Sapolu, four-time Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowl guard, Pro Bowl center. Jesse, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Absolutely. There's some panic among 49er fans, Jesse. Obviously, the team's 5-5. Let me just start out by asking you, your overall thoughts on why has this season so far been disappointing and underwhelming?
Well, we're not in rhythm. It's not from lack of trying. It's just like this past game. I mean, we had 9 penalties. And I think 4 or 5 of those penalties were long plays that put us into the red zone. And you think about it, once you're in the red zone, you're really looking at 3 points. So it's just things haven't bounced our way. And the games that we lost, we lost here in L.A. We had no business losing that game. We lost by 1 to Arizona, I believe. And in this game, we should have won this game. So it's not that a lack of design is, you can't have penalties when you have big plays. It's just a lack of execution. And when you perform at a high level, these teams, these Niner teams have gone to at least 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years and a Super Bowl. Boy, I know what that feels like because I played in 8 NFC championship games, to get my 4 Super Bowls. It's taxing. I mean, it wears on your body. And I just hope that our guys, the great thing about it is we're in a division that still gives us a real good chance. So we're just going to take it one game at a time.
Jesse, I'm the captain of the Monday Morning Quarterback Club, so I got a few questions for you. The offensive line as a whole, we've seen Brock Purdy run more than he ever has, and we're like, is that what he wants to do, or is that just he has to do it? What have you made of this offensive line, including Trent Williams? Because, Jesse, it just seems like they're not winning their battles.
Well, absolutely. And the thing that I talked about, even the great Trent Williams, when you hold out, and I'm saying this from experience, I held out for a month, and I held out twice in my career. It takes a good 3 weeks for you to return back your legs. No matter how much workouts you do, there's nothing that can replace training camp and football type of shape. It's a shame that Brandon Ayuk, he struggled the first couple games. He was just starting to come into his own, and then he blew an ACL. So that kind of knocked us off rhythm a little bit. The line, I think the line for the most part has been playing pretty good. Anytime that Brock Purdy doesn't throw in rhythm and pulls it down, that means the line is doing their job. Now, is he running more? Yeah, he is, and it's made a difference in some of the games, like in Seattle. I wish he ran a little bit more in the Super Bowl because if you think back to the Detroit game, the NFC Championship game, it was his running that kind of brought us back in the second half. So, football is not a machine where you can press the button and things happen exactly the way you want it to be. The ring that I wear the most out of my 4 rings is the ring the team that started 6-5. Because when I'm lecturing kids and I'm trying to motivate kids, that is the season that made me grow as a man more than any other season. And I played on the team that won 18-1. I'm the first team to ever play 18-1. I played on a team that I believe is the best 49er team that won 17-2 and beat up Denver 55-10. So I've been on both sides of the spectrum. I understand what it doesn't work out the way you want it all the time. Like that 6-5 team, we must have had 3 or 4 players only meetings. And that's why that ring is so dear to me because, a lot of people, thank God there was no social media, but a lot of people gave up on us.
Right.
I mean, let's be real. A lot of people gave up on us, and we came back, put it together, and went on to get Cincinnati in the Super Bowl.
Jesse Sapolu joining us on 95.7 The Game, 4-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers. Jesse, you played till you were 36 years old, and, Trent Williams is 36 right now. The word is, I'm no offensive line expert, but, he's not quite living up to his Hall of Fame standards. When you get to be 35, 36, what do you notice that you can't do that may not be a big deal, but you can notice it as an offensive lineman when you watch a player like Trent Williams?
I think I'm the wrong person. I'm the wrong person to ask that because I felt like I could have played when I'm 37, 38.
So you didn't lose anything at 36, huh?
Well, you if you're a competitor,
right?
And we all know, Trent is one of the best competitors out there. You never admit that to yourself. But here's the thing that picks up though. My experience on how the game has slowed down, for me compared to when I was a fresh rookie and my second, third year, fourth, fifth, when I was in my prime. Yeah, once I understood the game and self-correct myself, anticipate things that before they happen, the game slows down for you a lot. So, I know Trent is getting up there, and there's nobody on that team that I want the 49ers to win a Super Bowl for than Trent. But I guarantee you one thing, he's seen a lot of things happen over his career, and that he can anticipate things before it happens. That's how you make up when you get up there in age. I always make fun of the kids now because they always talk about, my 40, I know this guy that runs a 4.4, 4.5, he plays linebacker. I said, but if the play's going to the right and he false steps to the left, he just became a 5 flat guy.
Wow.
And that's the reality of the game. So you're asking me as a player, I get it, but I guarantee you, Trent, the game has slowed down for him out of anticipating things before they happen. That's how you make up for the age thing. But I get where people is coming from because, it's hard to play a career that long. And like I said, I think we have time to put this thing together because we're only one game back, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
No, facts, Jesse. And I've been one of the guys like, when McCaffrey gets back, it'll pop. The offense will pop. And it hasn't popped. And Deebo Samuel, I can remember, Jesse, when he was the offense. I remember what he's done in the playoffs. But this season, it seems like he's just been rendered ineffective. And we're hearing whispers of have defensive caught up with this Niner offense and Kyle's scheme. When you hear that, how do you respond to that?
Well, you remember when Kyle was the Atlanta offensive coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody thought that offense was unstoppable. They had a lead in the Super Bowl, and they had a good chance to win that Super Bowl. So they've been, so he has tweaked his offense for that long, and for him to keep going back to the NFC Championship games time and time again, I truly believe that the only way we're going to win a Super Bowl is we keep taking our shots. I sit here at home thinking I should have 6 Super Bowl rings, but, we ran into the Dallas Cowboys in the 90s, So it's just the ebb and flow of life. Now, the thing I want to say to the Niner fans, do you want to bring back Chip Kelly? Do you want to bring back Erickson? Do you want to bring back what are you willing to live with? Are you willing to live with like the Raider fans where halfway through the year they're already looking to 2025? Or do you want to be a team that, we haven't won the Super Bowl, but we got a coach that's under 50 years old that has taken us to 2 Super Bowls and four NFC Championship games? Whether we win it or not, I guarantee you I wear my 49er shirt with pride, knowing that we're one of the best in the league. And he's young enough to where once he breaks through, I'm thinking, watch out. It's just one of those deals. I mean, Coach Reed, when he was with Philadelphia, he was in his 50s. And now he's starting to win some in his 60s. So it's really up to what the fans want, But for me, I know what we got. I know the general manager that we got that people criticize with no experience. Now we all know he's one of the best right now. So we just gotta tweak a few things. Like you're right. Deebo hasn't showed the results that he has showed in the past. But you look at the plays that they use Deebo in. Mm-hmm. You have to block. You have to block for him to get through some of those things. And like I said, it's just us not in sync right now as a team because I think 4 of our 5 losses were almost sure wins for us. We just lost the lead late. Correct some of those things and keep, that season where we started off 6-5, I'm telling you, we had 4 4 players only meetings, and after the first 3, it didn't work out the way we wanted. We kept meeting, and all of a sudden the tide started turning, and that's where I get my experience from, and that's where I get my hope from.
Jesse Sapolu joining us on 95.7 The Game, 4-time Super Bowl champion. How is it possible to even how do you assess Brock Purdy when McCaffrey's missed 8 games, Ayuk came in, wasn't great, and then got hurt, Pearsall comes in halfway through the season after his unfortunate incident, Kittle, Jennings, and Deebo have each missed a game or 2. Like, can you get an accurate read on Brock Purdy with all the stuff that's happening around him?
There's no question Brock Purdy, our quarterback of the future. I mean, here's a kid. If you remember a couple of years ago when Jimmy G got hurt, and against Miami, I mean, you could feel everybody's hearts in Levi Stadium drop a little bit because
right.
We thought that our chances are out the window, and this kid brought us and took us in the brink of getting to the Super Bowl when he tore the ligament of his elbow. Now, and then last year he took us to the Super Bowl, so technically he had a shot of taking us to 2 Super Bowls in a row. There's no question. Now, the thing that I see him do sometimes is he's pressing a little bit. This year. Now, is that from injuries? Maybe, but I think the game we lost against the Rams, he played a great game. This is his contract year.
Right.
You got to think about those. Is that in the back of his mind?
Yeah.
But hey, this is a no excuse league. You got to find a way to get your rhythm. I think we show a lot of flashes of being a real good team. But at the same time, like this past game was frustrating. Every time we had a big play into the red zone, we had a penalty, a holding call or something like that. And that takes points off the board, and then you end up losing by 3 with 12 seconds left. Those are the things I look at as a former player. And those are the things that are very correctable. And the only way I know how to correct those things is keep putting your head down, keep studying, and keep focusing on executing in a better way where you don't get called for penalties that kill our momentum.
Jesse, you kind of hit me just a second ago when you said it's a no-excuse league, and I'm a guy, Jesse, that thought Steve Wilkes got a raw deal, but it was funny. There was venom early on for him, and now he's gone, and Sorensen is here. But Hargrave is gone for the season. Looks like Bosa might not play this Sunday. So, Jesse, fans are calling for the defensive coordinator to make something happen, but without his best players, is that realistic, or are you saying, no, Nick, you got to dial something up this Sunday in Green Bay?
Well, you got to take what you got and play the best you can, because ain't nobody going to feel sorry. Going to feel sorry for you. Some of the rules that we had as an offense, but if you look at the offenses I played on, I think the lowest rank we've ever had was 3rd in the league. We're always 1st or 2nd. But if you look at the points that the defense are playing with, they're very reasonable for us to win games.
Right.
Now, the thing that was a little alarming is, the scenario was perfect for us, for the defense to win this past game, and we didn't do it. Again, like I said, it's an execution. It's all 11 guys got to be able to do their job, because Geno scrambled a couple times for key big first downs and a touchdown. You got to stay in your lane, little things like that, And if you look at the D-line, for the most part, considering the defensive tackles, I thought put some pressure on Geno, and Bosa played a great game until he got hurt. But at the same time, the game is 60 minutes. You can't be undisciplined and get out of your lane so the quarterback can run for a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's where I say it's a no excuse league, because you still got to be responsible for that stuff. But for me, as a fan of these guys and as a former player, I see a lot of bright spots that if we can just, keep putting our heads down and focus on executing, cut down on the penalties and things like that, I think we've got a shot to turn this thing around.
All right, Jesse, I'm going to let you out of here on this one. One of the things we've been asking this week, and, we're radio guys, so we say, I said to my partner, if you had to bet $1,000, if you have to, but since you're Jesse Sapolo, I'm going to use 100,000. If you had to bet $100,000, what team would you pick to win the NFC West right now?
The 49ers, man.
All right, so you're still there.
You don't bet against the defending, a division champion unless, and if we were 3 games behind, I would change my opinion. But we got 7. It's a 7-game season now, and everybody's got a shot. And I'm going to bet on us.
All right. Well, we may. Hopefully, we won't have to revisit this next week at 5 and 6. But hey, thank you so much, Jesse. You're a class act, and we love having you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
All right, that's Jesse Sapolu, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All right, so we got.
He's still a believer.
Just like I'm with him, but.
As far as points, he's white. He's right, Sonny. They haven't been giving up 40 or 50 burgers.
Right.
And again, they gave the offense the ball, stopped Seattle twice, the 3rd and 4th and 1, and then picked them off. And what did the offense do? Nothing. And I'll take a victory lap in the rain. He feels like he should have 6 Super Bowls. He's got 4.
That's not a victory lap for you.
Gene Kelly? What?
Well, when I told you the Warriors should have
but that's
6
you're not
rings.
Jesse Sapolo. You didn't play.
But it's the mindset.
That's
though.
different. He's a player.
Yeah, I'm a talker. Yeah.
Let's go out to Warrior in Antioch.
Our guy.
What's going on, Warrior? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, not too good, but no. Prayers for my prayers for my wife who has a terminal illness. That's why I'm out here. But I didn't call for that. It's just I want to thank you guys for.
I'm sorry. Prayers up, man.
For what you do.
You're welcome.
No doubt. We're here for you, man. Anytime.
Giving us people an opportunity to take their mind off stuff. Now, if I can get to Kyle Shanahan.
Sure.
I don't think you make that move, but I want to tell a real quick Jesse Sapolo story.
All right.
As you know, I'm a real friendly guy, outgoing, and whenever I'm in Arizona and I see Samoan people, I say, "Where are you from?" And they say, "Samoa." And I say, "Me too." And they say, "No, you're not. What's your name?" And I say, "Jesse Sapolo." Every single one of them knows who he is, no matter the age, no matter the gender. And then I got to hear stories about how good he is. Now, on to Brock Purdy from Perry High School, just off in Gilbert, just off of Chandler Road where I worked. He is an absolutely another guy that's stellar in the community. But you can't blame him, and I'm sorry I've had to listen to the last couple of games without benefit of speakers. 65 is was that Brindle?
Yeah.
He committed so many penalties on moves. You can look at the Moody game where he went out and they could have won that game and would have, could have, should have is a big deal. But you can't place this on Kyle Shanahan. You can't place this on Brock Purdy, breaks of the game because you make your own breaks. But I'm like Jesse. I still think they can recover. And I'm going to tell you a quick story. I heard another one. I heard Guru on Twitter or X.
Oh.
So good to hear him. You know, I was his first call.
Killeen, Texas.
Your program director. And your program director, he used to be a board op when I used to call the biggest radio stations back in 92. So it's a very small world.
Wow.
Once again, thank you very much for taking my mind.
Thoughts and prayers up to you, Warrior.
All right.
We got you.
All right, Warrior.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
All the best to you. Hang in there.
Man.
That's so lame, though, to say hang in there. You know.
No, we know what you mean.
I can't.
And that's all he can do. And thoughts and prayers, man. Yeah.
You know what? That gives you a little perspective.
That's
right there.
all.
They're 5-5. That's all it is. It's a sports team struggling.
But it's one of those, I don't know where you were at. Were you in the Bay when Tyson got knocked out by Buster Douglas in Japan? It's one of those, I have to see the Niners looking for the mouthpiece until they're mathematically eliminated. I don't trust Arizona and Seattle, but I got to tell you, driving in, you told me that's an L for the Niners either way. One of those two are going to win that game.
Right.
For
it's a win and a loss. They're going to, one team's going to win, one team's going to lose.
But you have to handle your business too, right?
Exactly.
And that supersedes what goes on.
They win out, they're fine.
Yeah.
But that just seems like such a
Is
long...
Brock going to play? When did he get hurt?
During the game against the Seahawks.
Or was it Tampa?
No, it was a game against the Seahawks. Right. But we don't know the play. But I'm with Evan. I'm thinking maybe it was on that touchdown.
Oh, where he extended, dove.
But I also remember a play, and I wish I knew the details. There was a play where he was on the left side going out of bounds, and there was a guy in front of him and two Seattle guys, and I thought he might have gotten hit late, but they didn't call it, but it looked like there was a lot of contact on the play. I wish I could remember the exact
Do we know if it's his throwing shoulders?
Yeah, it's his right.
That's why you said 20. If my quarterback can't throw 20 yards, you're not playing. I don't care what level, Pony, high school style. If you can't throw a 20, Barry Sanders, I got to play the backup.
Seems logical to me.
I should coach.
Well,
I did. CYO, Eddie House.
It doesn't count.
Why doesn't it?
Because you volunteered.
Oh,
how much you get paid?
Community.
How much you make for that?
Nothing. Just giving back.
Then it doesn't.
Well, we went to Mass Sunday. I had to do it.
You had to go to Mass and coach?
I played in the Mormon League, too. They tricked me. Just come to church. You had to go to church.
Sure?
Where's the Mormon League?
In Union City. Then they called me up and tried to put me on. I never went back. Like you said you wouldn't. They called me up.
Why would you? You shouldn't be allowed to play in the Mormon League.
Yeah, Kevin Danes, the Danes family. Out of Utah.
MYO?
All right, who started the Mormon church? What was his name?
Mr. Mormon.
Wrong.
I didn't say I knew all that. Damn.
What do you know about the glasses?
I don't.
Well, that's a big part of Mormonism. The glasses.
Well,
John Smith.
Well, I know you can have multiple
that's his name.
Spouses.
Not the fringe Mormon groups you're allowed to. Not the traditional Mormon. We better be careful here.
I was stating facts, I thought.
No, it's not everybody.
Oh.
It's more like a sect of of Mormonism. Hopefully I'm not butchering this too much.
Back to Brock.
Back to Purdy from Gilbert, Arizona, by the way. How do you know when it's one of those years where just nothing is going right, or it's a year where you failed to overcome adversity?
Now you're mixing injury with adversity. I don't know. I just tell you this. I feel like we're watching. This might not just be their year. And it starts with everything that we focused on in the offseason. I just don't understand how guys holding out and I don't play.
Jesse just told you.
Yeah.
He just told you.
But we're in week 10.
Well,
Trent's had multiple time to be in shape.
He's 36, and he doesn't practice.
But he's coming off an all-pro season.
Barely.
Well, to you.
Barely. And we know last year at the second half of the season, he wasn't as good as the first half of the season. Like, that's why I'm not against, well, it's just one of those years. But for this team, where they're at right now, after 4 or 5 years where they've gone deep, one of those years, it's not, I wouldn't just run it back next year and say, well, it's just one of those years, we'll be fine next year. That I don't believe.
Especially when you got to put a ring, or you don't have to, as you brought up yesterday, you don't have to put a ring on Brock's finger, but that's the rat on the table.
You know what's funny, and I mean this, I don't know if Purdy's going to get 60, 50. I don't know I have no idea what's going to happen with Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you on the other side. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Where you at, 49er fans? Are you with Jesse Sapolu that there's time to turn this around? Or is it time to start thinking about not making the playoffs? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of LG Studio appliances. With sleek style and easy function, LG Studio smart appliances are designed to work hard, look good, and help you create a space that's uniquely your own. Build the home you've always wanted with LG Studio home appliances, and for a limited
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
It's bothering me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks to Jesse Sapolu, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He's terrific as always.
Six-time Super Bowl. Oh, 4 times.
He's, yeah, okay. And, you know, in fairness, I should have just jumped in there and said, you know, we have a guy who does that and we make fun of him. So don't do that, Jesse.
I don't
Stop
find
doing
it
that.
fun. Yeah.
But
he still believes.
Jesse Sapolu believes. Do you?
Talk to me Monday.
No. Answer now.
Well, yeah, I'm making the bet that they make it.
I have to, too. I'm giving
what
him
do
the
you
benefit
do
of
if
the
you
doubt.
don't?
Well, that's
like
a great
this
question.
O-line needs to, the Warrior was right. Starting Brindle and McKipp, they haven't had the best. As a Trent has. How do you fix that? And then if you're telling me you're going to go get a heart transplant with a new quarterback, I know that's for another day, but I'll say this, and I've been consistent, no victory lap. But Steiny, sometimes in life, man, I keep hammering this home. I'm not a preacher.
Tomorrow's not promised? Oh, boy.
No. Don't call me a sportscaster. Call me a sports pastor. But anyway,
I'll tell you
sometimes
what. Is that? Hold on. Just stop for a minute.
No, that.
Evan, you think that's new?
I just thought of it. Sports pastor. But anyway, Steiny, what if Kyle's had his best chance with this team?
Well, then he's got to have another chance with another team. And I'm not talking necessarily another franchise.
Yeah.
Well, they got to remake this team.
Gotcha.
They got
Is that a 2-year gap, 3-year gap? Is the window closed? You got to reopen it?
I mean, listen, I'm talking about Purdy and yeah, I'm not now. I wrote this down. Jesse Sapolu basically said there's no question that Brock Purdy's our quarterback of the future. Well, I pretty much believe that, but I'm not totally convinced. But I will say this. Of all the 49ers, the only thing that makes me worry about Purdy is the money you're going to have to pay him.
Yeah.
But the player, I'm okay with. I am far more worried about the following players than I am Brock Purdy. Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and I'm even going to put Kittle in there just because he's getting up there a little bit. I am much more worried about whether or not those guys, with the exception of Ayuk, what if they're all on the downside of their careers? We know Trent Williams is.
Then you really missed an opportunity or opportunities, Donnie, to get multiple Super Bowls. But what about what Jesse said about Deebo? I hadn't thought about it.
They don't block for him?
Man.
Yeah, but still.
You should be able to. What's everybody saying about Deebo? He's not. Cosell said it. He's not your traditional. I hate
host.
this about a receiver, Stoney. You know, receiver
he's a bad route runner. He's a bad route runner.
And does he have good hands?
When you hand it off to him.
Yeah, I don't have Kittle on there for me. Well, but it's like Curry. You look at the number, but I look at the play.
Well, I look at Kittle, and he can always just block. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, and this is as big a regular season game as they've played since, week 17, the year they had to beat the Seattle Seahawks to get into the playoffs, and they did?
Yeah.
I mean, this one is...
I believe that was Greenlaw's hit at the goal line.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 2021 when they had to beat the Rams to get into the postseason.
Yeah, what's the year I'm thinking of? That might have been 19. Yeah. Let's check that.
Yeah, at Seattle.
Yeah, I'm talking. I think he's right, though. The Rams game, they had to make it. They had to win to make it, and they did. And then that's the year the Rams ended up beating
them. And that was Jimmy G.
Yeah. Let's go to our main man, Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Well, hey, Goo, this for you. Steiny, I need to holler at Goo for a minute.
Sure.
Goo,
what's up, baby?
Goo, man, I'm a little emotional about the Niners, man, this morning. Man, I swear I feel like crying.
I've been there.
I am really emotional. I'm a lifelong, y'all know we got history.
Yeah.
And Goo, your rise to fame, Goo, how you entered the contest and stuff. But Goo, you remember
regional
just
fame
sitting on the couch?
Go ahead, Lee.
You remember just sitting on the couch, Goo?
Yes.
And watching the game and just being a fan growing up, and you predicted certain things and you seen your team and you said certain things. And, you know, I remember before we got Garoppolo, I'm scouting for a quarterback and I'm like, man, they better take Mahomes. And then you do something else. And then I'm like, I'm so frustrated with this team right now, man.
Wow.
Because I'm watching these NFC championship games. I'm watching these Super Bowls, and it's just time after time after time us not getting the job done. And it's been, 7, 8 years, and I'm just like, I had said, Kyle Shanahan's style of coaching gets our players hurt. We got history. I said that a long time ago. I didn't want it to be true, but everybody's hurt.
Wow.
Everybody's hurt. So all these predictions I had, all these things that I've said, and Steiny, I know you hate saying I told you so, and I'm not saying that. It's just so frustrating when I saw that stuff, and I'm like, I'm hoping it's not true. And then now everybody's saying what I've been saying. It's like, it's time to let this go. There's no hope for this season. We probably get 8, 9 wins this season, but it's not going to be enough.
Hey, Lee, what about the quarterback? Is Purdy your guy? Is Purdy your guy, Lee, or you want to change?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
All right.
But Kyle and Lynch got to go.
Oh.
But Purdy's my guy. Purdy's going to keep developing that young kid, man. He don't deserve this.
Wow.
Boy. Thanks, Leroy.
Wow.
Jeez.
Man.
Have people come to the conclusion that you have to choose either Purdy or Shanahan?
You know, that's exactly kind of what I thought when he said that. Who's to say if a new coach comes in here, he's going to want Purdy?
Right.
Maybe he'll have to.
He took me back with those thoughts on the couch.
It feels to me like every quarterback that Kyle Shanahan coaches, he's kind of joined at the hip with that guy, and it always is, well, Purdy Shanahan, Purdy Garoppolo Shanahan. I don't know. I mean,
what caller talked about if we? I don't want to call it a rat on the table. It is what it is, Donnie. But how many quarterbacks has Kyle been through? What it was, about 5?
Mullins, Beathard, Garoppolo, Trey Lance,
and Brock
Purdy.
So
5 and 8 years.
If Purdy doesn't pan out, I guess we could.
I'm not. I don't think we should hold Mullins and Beathard.
All right, I got you. I got you.
You know, he inherited them, and they were
Brian Hoyer.
No, Lincoln Spadone.
You're just mad at Sepulveda for taking a shot at your
Raiders. I screamed afterwards. I told him that hurt my feelings. He's like, I'm sorry. It was just the one team that I could think of.
Lincoln Spadone with hair on his chest. Yeah.
All right. It's a short segment, so I see the calls. I promise I'll get to you.
Well,
go ahead.
Leroy, can I share a story with you and Spadone? 1988, Dallas is 1-15, and I'll go ahead, Stoney.
No, you finish.
And 49er and I was almost in tears. Sundays were bad, and he told me there was Michael Irvin out of Miami, and if we lose out, maybe we could draft him. And we lost out, and I was rooting for the last 8 games. That was my Sunday for them not to win a game, and they got Irvin, and look what happened. They won 3 Super Bowls. So, Leroy, I say that to say is you're not there by any stretch. This team can win the division, but I am shocked he's so emotional with 7 left. Steiny, there's 7 games. That's damn near half the season.
I completely understand how someone would be optimistic. Not optimistic, but I completely understand how a 49er fan could say, we've been here before, we will get it done. And I can also understand how just as rabid a 49er fan could say, but we just got to look at it realistically. We haven't played a complete game all year. What makes anybody believe?
And how many calls are we getting for the positive? I don't think a lot. Of the Warrior and Jesse.
Yeah. Well, we can just ask. How much do you believe in this team that they can turn it around? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change Expert technicians check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, we got you.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Pelicans 4:30. It all starts with Warriors Live at 3:30. I saw a stat that made me want to vomit.
Give it to me.
Yesterday. The New Orleans Pelicans, 90% of their salaried players aren't playing.
That is just crap.
No
Good
Zion.
Lord.
McCollum doubtful. No Alvarado. Who else is
Poor
not
Willie Green.
Ingram is, it's just.
The spread, Warriors minus 10.5.
The
Hammer
league
that.
continues to be a mess.
But when you say that,
it's a
you're
mess.
accusing the players of...
you know what I'm accusing the players of? Not caring enough. That's what I'm accusing the players of. But we got bigger fish to fry. We got a 49er team that's 500 after 10 games. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do you believe? Remember, we believe?
I'm waiting on the doc. Every time I see Matt Barnes and Stack, I'm like, I don't even want to listen.
You think those guys have the wherewithal to pull off a documentary?
They got a podcast on Showtime.
That's sitting down for 20 minutes.
All right. So you think that's the version of them writing their book? You writing your book?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Stop. Let's get into the Niners. They're in shambles. We know that. But can they unshamble? That's the question. Let's start with Jan in Mountain View.
Hey,
Jan, how you doing? Let's wait and see. Hey, Jan.
Yes. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey. Good morning.
What I was going to bring up was that the year has been, kind of a downer, and it hasn't gone the way it should. But I still have confidence. But going forward, I think the front office needs to take a good look at who they sign and re-sign, and before they sign a big contract, is that they take the physical, and if they fail the physical, then they're off the team because they're not living up to the expectations that the 49ers need out there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate the call. Appreciate you listening.
Yeah. They do the physicals.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
Trent would have passed his.
How do you know?
I'm playing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boy.
She's not happy. Who's happy?
There's people that don't like the Niners.
Well, I'm talking about people that love them.
Possibly. There's still some optimists out there. Hope I'm saying this right. Fozzie in the East Bay. Fozzie, am I saying that right?
Yep, you got it right, Steiny.
Right,
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yo, man, I agree with Leroy, man. Look, and I love Jesse Sapolu too. I'm of Polynesian descent too. He was like our first superstar.
Nice.
But I got to disagree with him. I don't think this team is winning the division, and frankly, they've shown us who they are. We're 12 weeks in. They're 500. Look, man, it's the writing's on the table, man. To come out and say that we can still do it, man, that's a stretch. I just don't think it's going to happen. And look, I come from a big family, right? I got 6 brothers. Half of us are 49ers. The other half are Raiders. At least with the Raiders, they know they're bad, right? But with us, we're over here thinking that we can win and holding on to something when it's just not there, man. And we can look back at everything that's happened throughout the season, but and still try to hold on. But the nail in the coffin really was when Geno Smith pranced his goofy self into the end zone last week and won the game for the Seahawks. And now we're over here expecting to win against the Packers and even more so the Bills. Come on, guys. My brother told me when we were watching that game, we got to stop living in la-la, man. That's all I got, boys. Cheers.
Wow. Thanks you. So he wants to Bob Seger it.
Bob, rest in peace.
Turn the page. See, here I am. You never heard that song? On the road again. You never heard that song?
No.
There
I hate to tell you this, but you could sing.
Up on the stage.
You could have.
Here I go. Playing star again. I go.
Wow.
I'm out.
Turn the page.
I hope Willard and Dibbs don't come in here and be like, you remember Willard said it puts everybody, a year ago, it puts everybody in a good mood when he sings.
Hey.
I wanted to throw up.
That's what I'm about, putting people in good moods.
Well, lately, you and Bonte had a little love fest before the show started.
He's finally come around, Bonte.
Well, we had a show.
He's a good
VS&G.
He's a good little thumper, Bonte.
I'm like, man, people have been asking what's gotten into you.
What do you mean?
You just been different, man. It's for the better.
I've been different since I had my hip surgery back in January.
Well, it's been a little after that. Something happened, but we'll take it. We'll take this new Steiny.
Okay. Let's go to Matt in San Jose. He's a believer.
Uh-oh.
And you saw the Monkeys. I'm a believer. What's up, Matty?
I got faith. I'm just playing. So let's just keep it a buck.
All right.
The Niners, Kyle Shanahan era, with exception of 2019, they stink in the first half. They stink in the early parts of the season. Prior to Thanksgiving, they stink. They lost to Jimmy Garoppolo stepped on the back of the end line. We've seen them lose to Atlanta. We've seen them. I mean, come on. They stink in the first half. But some point during the second half, guys get healthy, and they start to turn it around. Now, I would be in the camp with you, Steiny. I would be a little bit more worried if they were getting blown out of these games. But you're looking at games where a missed field goal and a dropped Ronnie Bell pass and a dropped Brandon Ayuk pass and a missed Brock Purdy throw. We're looking at games that are maybe one or two mistakes away from being a difference-making play that could win the game. So if they're able to fix those mistakes, I think you're looking at a whole different team. But the challenge is you got to do it on the road at Lambeau, at Buffalo, and the rest of the schedule.
Yeah, and good call, Matt. I also think they got to play. They've got fourth quarter issues, but they got to play better the first three quarters so that if they have an issue or two in the fourth, it doesn't cost them a game.
But that's the problem.
That's not a fourth quarter problem. Well, I mean, it is, but
clutchness.
I mean, you go into a fourth quarter up 21-10 instead of 13-10, you're going to have a better chance of winning that game, even if you make some mistakes.
Jesse has me thinking, Steiny, and back me up. I'm not here to, I was right. I like Sunday's game. I just don't put on the defense, but he has me thinking point total wise. If I asked you right now on this young season through 10 games, what's the most the Niners have given up in any game of those 10, what would your answer
27.
be? Good, you are 28.
Okay.
Kansas City.
Yeah, I wasn't right.
But they haven't been giving up 40. They haven't been blown out.
No. Part of that's that they're still winning the time of possession battle. Let's go to Cruiser in the 209. What's up, Cruiser?
My brother's good. Good afternoon. Look, I'm coming off the top rope with the wet blanket, Steiny. All right, here's why. Here's why. The only way the 49ers are going to get in the playoffs is if we win the division. That's a big ask, okay? Even if we win our remaining two division games, that we split games with everybody, we're not going to get in as a wild card. And then we have to beat the Packers. We have to beat the Bills. We're going to have to beat the Dolphins. The Lions might give it to us because they've already wrapped up the number 1 seed by that time. So I'm not falling for it. You're not going to get me this time. You're not going to get me this time. Goo, I appreciate your boundless enthusiasm, but this time, my friend, no. It's not worth it for me.
Wow.
They're out. And besides, Goo, it's laundry day today. I can tell you're wearing that jersey, but hey, you know what? Listen, it's not going to happen, okay? What the 49ers are, in my opinion, we're the best 58-minute team in the league, okay? The Rams game and then this last Seattle game, we pulled off big, fat choke artist job, and I just don't think we had the luxury of good health last year. We don't have it this year. Wow. There's too many things happening. People are worried about Purdy and his contract and his arm, and this guy's out this week, that guy's out that week. I'm just afraid the well-oiled machine we were last year is missing some parts, and the warranty has expired. I hate to be the contrarian, but I'm taking Steiny style. Here's the wet blanket.
And
real quick, afraid we're not going to do it this year.
What disappoints you the most in the Niners season thus far? Who are you most disappointed in? What unit, coach?
You know what? Honestly, Goo, I'm glad you asked me that. Partially, I'm disappointed I'm disappointed in the coaching, primarily because I think Shanahan, he's so damn smart, he outsmarts himself. He doesn't make adjustments when we need to. I mean, come on, what happened to Mason and Garendel? Those guys were tearing it up. We get McCaffrey back, and Shanahan's gonna, and he's doing the Shanahan time-honored tradition of running him into the ground. McCaffrey is not last year's McCaffrey. Okay, he needs a break. Okay, give him limited reps. Run the other guys. If you're going to run anybody into the ground, let the young studs do it. And our special teams are special ed. Okay, they're not. What do we may be hanging around the game. Special ed's going to blow some coverage, or they're going to do something stupid. And let's not even talk about the field goals. I think that Kyle's the special teams lack of, and Kyle's stubborn insistence on relying too heavily on vets. And just the fact that we're missing holes and we're leaking oil all the way to the finish line, we'll be lucky if we get into the final stretch if we're not dead on the side of the road by the time we reach the Bears. So I'm tapping out. Steiny. I'm taking the Stein route today. Can't do it. Thanks.
Wow, well, tapping out.
I'm not quite tapping.
Can't do it. I got to revoke fans' card if you're doing it now with 7.
You do it every week with your Cowboys,
dude. I root for the Pirates. You don't give up until you're mathematically eliminated.
Have you given up on the Cowboys?
Hello?
Done. You are.
Thank you, Evan.
They're done.
I told you before the season.
You ought to be ashamed.
I told you before the season.
You ought to be ashamed.
I told you before the season.
And we go through this once a month when we have to acknowledge you're the worst kind of fan. And we're going to have to do it again.
To the end.
You don't even like the Warriors as much as the Lakers.
Steiny, stop.
Goo,
you know what?
You have no right.
Now I'm turning into Lou Ferrigno right now.
No right.
Take that back.
Take
that back.
No right.
Take that
to tell any other fan how to fan, because you are among the worst kind.
My book is coming out called The Fan. This
is where,
dude.
People in the audience might be giggling. I ain't either. I'm upset. You give up on your teams.
I wrote for the Warriors all year.
Touchdowns
last year.
After a team scores a touchdown against your team, you quit. You give up.
When is the day coming where you're like, my boy saw it first? My old partner ain't so bad.
Give me a reason.
I told you Dallas was done before kickoff of week 1. You don't care. You don't have faith. I live this.
You don't.
I know when it's bad and the transmission's
what's funny is we talked about this yesterday, and you looked at me like I was speaking Latin. The bottom line is you are a quitter as a fan.
Oh, whoa.
You quit on teams.
You better be glad it's payday. Look at just, I'm serious. A quitter.
You do.
I rode for the Warriors until they lost in sack.
You rode for the Warriors because they won titles. Period.
Stop. Dude, you are.
He deserved it.
Yeah, take that back. That hurt, man. I got people listening, man.
I don't believe you are a great fan.
The people that
I have
know
to be
me,
honest.
49er Frankie?
He's a fan.
I'm a fan.
49er Frankie is a bigger 49er fan than you are a Cowboy fan.
Wow, that hurts.
Now take it to the bank.
That hurts.
All guests... You're listening, rather.
Thank you, Fitz.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, I don't have my legal. Oh, my. Dude, I hate you. Radio hates you sometimes.
Yeah, it's okay.
People don't know you're just joshing.
Well, not about your fandom.
Spadoni, Evan, and I are diehards. Bonte Shasky. I'm writing a book called The Fan.
You know what you are? You're die easy. You're a die easy fan. 0-1, we're done. We can't win.
Well, that's reverse devil tongue. That's a chapter in the book. Then you got double reverse devil tongue.
Yeah. Nobody's buying it. Joe in San Francisco. Joe, come on. What do you got?
Hey. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, check this out, man.
All right.
This is my first time on here, but I'm going to tell you something. Kyle Shanahan needs to either go upstairs or whatever and everything else, or go get a old school coach like Rex Ryan, or even you got the money, your family got the money, go get Belichick, go get a coach. You need new blood.
Wow.
You need new blood.
Well, those are two old blood guys.
Yeah.
That's all I say. Get some old school.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
My bad.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call.
Let me just put it on you,
He's telling on himself.
If you could get Belichick here and run Kyle, would you do it?
You don't have to ask that again.
Right. Snotty, for real.
You can stop asking that question.
No, I'm doing it. Got 6 rings.
Evan, Would you?
Look, he can't even Evan, seriously.
No. With all due respect, you're not getting Bill Belichick from the year 2000.
That is... I want to call Evan a young punk.
I'm not going to answer that.
What does that mean? Guys like that don't lose their fastball.
Yes, they do. Don Nelson lost his fastball.
He never won a title.
But he lost his fastball
he wasn't
at the
pitching.
end.
He wasn't on the mound.
2015, Brady's coming with him.
Yeah, Goo. It's a pipe dream.
I can't believe you succumbed to the pressure and wouldn't answer on Bay Area radio. Answer us.
What's the question again?
Would you
I'm
run,
sorry.
if you could get Bill in here, would you run Kyle?
We'll see.
I know what the morning guys would say. Willard and Dibbs, I think I know what they would say.
What?
Yes.
Then I'll agree with them.
No, you are.
As long as I'm in a group and not on an island.
Have a spine.
No, I won't. I don't have to. How old's Belichick?
How old's his girlfriend? That'll let you know how old he is.
You know what?
He got a young girl.
You know
He's
what?
the real
That's why
DiCaprio.
you know what? That's why I'm eliminating him.
See, and that's why Evan didn't want him here.
Poor judgment. Bill Belichick.
He's living life to the fullest.
He's living life.
Dude.
No.
He's got some juice left. Oh, boy. Yeah.
Manny and Benicia.
Phrasing.
Manny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, this is Manny. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Manny.
Hey, so my thing is that first-time caller. I want to call out some of the so-called fans that we have.
Yes.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of good things happened early in this season because you got to see a lot of the rookies. They got something they can bring to the table. Kyle just needs to take advantage of that. And as long as we make the playoffs, and I don't care if it's the last seed, I think we'd be one of the more dangerous teams as long as we're healthy. So I still got lots of confidence in the 49ers.
There you go.
Thanks, Mick.
But are they
Appreciate
going to
it,
be
man.
healthy? That's the whole. Now your quarterback's iffy.
Quit crying about injuries. Look at Cleveland last night. They won with their backup.
Well,
They won with their backup.
In a blizzard.
Look at the Steelers. They've used 2 different quarterbacks this year, and they're 8-3.
Jameis is better than Deshaun.
Perhaps.
It's not hard to be.
Perhaps.
Hey, let me tell you something.
The whining about the injuries just doesn't stop.
No, I just said I can't ignore it.
You know what? Basically, that means you're out of ammunition.
No,
that means you're giving up on this team, which wouldn't surprise me because you're good.
I just told you my bet. I just honestly, Kyle's not getting ran. I think he's afforded. He's earned this year if it doesn't culminate in a playoff berth. But Steiny, if you're telling me these guys are getting older, long in the tooth,
they are, and
you got a question about Mr. I thought was going to get $60 million, and your cousins or whoever,
Dobbsy,
boy, you gotta. This ain't an easy project.
Look, you know who Trent Williams is? Klay Thompson. He's Klay Thompson.
Nah.
Yes, he is.
He just had an all-pro couple last season.
Oh, it's that. Yeah, and Klay Thompson led the league in threes. He's Klay Thompson. He's taking a step back because he's getting older and he's had some injuries.
With respect.
No, Evan,
he's better than Klay.
Yeah, stop.
Is he?
Stop.
Is he?
And he hadn't had the injury history.
People are so afraid of Trent Williams.
What are you?
Unbelievable.
6'7".
What are you, dude? Remember we saw him Evan up close. I was like, "Whoa, it's a big boy."
Right. That's why he's breaking down.
Well, opposing defensive linemen are afraid of him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen him get tossed. He got tossed in the Super Bowl. It's just a play, but
408 Comcast business text line. He says, "I guarantee you, Willard would not." I take Belichick over Kyle.
I thought that. We'll see.
There, I agree.
925 numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
4 times.
925 on the Comcast business text line. You know what? You said it well. Act your age and date your age. Disgusting.
Can't do it.
He's no better than Woody Allen. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
The real R. Kelly. Yeah. Woody did it. Hey, let me just tell you something.
All right, Trent Williams is Chris Paul. Give me that.
So if an older man dates a younger woman, you're out?
62 years older? Yeah.
It's
not
no
going to do that.
crime, and he's got charisma.
No, but it's a character issue.
So you just hate love.
I think it's a little bit.
Oh my God!
I think they both have a little ulterior motive.
But you're the
it's
guy.
not love.
No,
Do you
we're
really think
different.
it's love? I don't think it's love. I think it's
like
everything
a hater.
but.
He's got this infectious personality that he's sharing with the world now.
He had that for the last 25 years.
That's how you get a spouse. If you got a good personality and you make them laugh.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
And you don't like being the oldest guy at any venue, you'll leave. I embrace it.
What does a 69-year-old man have in common? What could they possibly be talking about if she's 24 years old?
Life.
You're 69, Steiny?
No, I'm not.
But life. Wow.
Well,
I'm shocked.
I don't even want to get into it.
Love is blind, and it's not illegal.
Well,
it is, Evan.
You ought to be ashamed.
For Woody Allen.
You ought to be ashamed.
This one I just.
Yeah, this is what separates.
You're not who I thought you were.
This is what separates people with a skosh of moral character and those without any character.
But live your life. Don't live it for society to judge you.
Okay.
If you find love,
I'm sure
who
she's
cares about the numbers
she's
if it's
she's
legal?
a real peach, I'm sure.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
You're jealous.
Oh my God.
Dude, my God.
I'm
I figured
jealous.
it out.
Yeah.
He got his hair too.
Easy.
Hey.
Can I play this sound, please?
Take your time. You're the one that won't answer if you want him here or not.
Who?
Belly.
No, I don't.
Well, now we know why.
You know why? Because he's got too many distractions now, clearly. Thank you. How about this one? Richard Sherman, former Seahawk, former 49er. What's going on with the Niners, Rich?
Mitchell, my panic meter has been high since the Arizona Cardinals lost. So it can't go any higher. It's been high. I've been panicked. I've been concerned. I've lost sleep. I think my hair was falling out at times. Like, stressed because I don't know the answers. Usually I watch the tape and it's clear and you're like, hey, pass rushing, or hey, push the ball down the field, or turnovers, or red zone. And right now you're watching these games and you're like, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. It's like a Thanksgiving plate. Like, you got a little bit of everything. It's a taste of everything, a helping of all these mistakes that are leading to a plate full of disappointment.
And that's basically what I've been saying.
Wow. He's always pro Niners. I can't believe that. A plate of disappointment.
You know what? I don't know whether you would. What would you prefer? You have one glaring issue that you got to address, or you've got 10 little things where you're not quite
Give me
doing
the one.
what you do.
Give me the one.
Number
Stoney.
one.
Give me the one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to answer it.
Wow.
I'm not going to answer that question because I think if the one problem's quarterback, then you're done. You're absolutely done.
I'm Mr. 8.5, so I can't come down Purdy's road. What you laughing at?
That was funny. That show was pretty funny, I thought. Yeah. Don't you? No, it was a funny show.
No, I'm taking into account who he is, what his job entails, and what he's been without.
Let me ask you a question. I shouldn't even go here.
He's too old.
See, this is when
How
you
old's
think
Milan?
19.
Okay.
Stop.
See, remember that time last year? Remember you had that little. Oh no, it would be. How's the girl?
Like 23 or something.
Well, man, when you put it that way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow,
man. Yeah. Stoney, when you put it that way, I got it cooking. Evan, I might have to reevaluate.
Oh, boy.
Well, no what, man?
What's that?
It's a compliment to him that he's capable
It's
of
a
that.
compliment to him that he's a millionaire. That's what's a compliment to Bill Belichick. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on.
Yeah,
we get
you kind of won that one with that one. I hate you had to do it.
Yeah, it's all right.
She's coming home tomorrow.
Oh, nice. So's Mary Page is coming
there
home
we
today.
Go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you frying the turkey? You deep fried, or what do you guys do?
Turkey.
Yeah. No, do you deep fry it or just regular turkey? Turkey's dry.
Not Susan's.
Okay.
They give kids a week off now in college?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, she just finished like midterms
Evan's
or
mad.
something.
Why is he? Evan.
Dude, we had midterms on Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
It's not about you anymore, E. You're with us.
Things have changed.
You're an old head,
Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Jay-Z said he was the rap version of Bob Dylan. That was the best line.
The nerve.
I'm the rap version.
The gall.
Bob Dylan.
Who said he's Bob Dylan?
Jay-Z. In a verse, I said,
clown
damn.
show.
Hey.
That's a clown
jigga.
show. That's a clown move. Please. All right. Hey, it's 12:12, which means this is the following. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, Evan and I saw something last night. It was a little bit alarming.
Where was I at?
I don't know.
You guys were together?
Probably on IG doing something. I don't know.
I sent you a couple
But
videos.
I want to bring it up, and we can just talk about it. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. You know what they're doing? They're celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Mm-hmm.
It's your boy Guru, and Prize Picks is the best.
I don't think you sound like you need help at all.
I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got a little feel-good story for you, real quick.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm just irritated.
Oh, okay.
You go get your hair cut, and I'm like, who did it? I get a haircut, you say nothing about it. Marky D hooked
got a
me
haircut?
up. Yeah. But don't even worry about it.
He's swimming.
The only waves I care about is the green wave.
Where are they ranked now?
20.
Go green wave. So you got 5, what? How many to go to get into the playoffs?
We got Memphis next Thursday.
No, but what's the cutoff for the playoffs? E12?
Well, they're on the outside looking in.
Damn.
They play Memphis Thursday. They should win that, although Memphis is not a pushover. And then we've got, of course, the American Conference Championship game against the Army Black Knights.
Will that be played at the Saints Dome?
No, that'll be played at Tulane. No, we got our own stadium.
I know,
Ullman
but
Field.
normally they do that for the big ones. You know how yeah.
Ullman holds 30,000. It was a sellout against Temple.
Right.
Now, San Jose State could have helped us really in a big way.
The Spartans.
So Grandy was telling me about that game. San Jose State went up 14-0, and they had 4th and 5, or 4th and goal from the 5, and they went for it. Instead of taking a field goal to go up 17-0, they don't get it, and the whole momentum swings.
Wow. And who were they playing?
Boise State.
Oh, man.
And now Boise ended up Boise jumped BYU.
See how you are as a fan? You've been missing out for umpteen years. Look at you. You're reinvigorated, man. You got juice now.
We're going bowling. There's no doubt about that. It's just a matter of where we're going.
You stole that, right? Because that is sick.
No, we're
going bowling?
We are going bowling.
Bowling meaning bowl game?
Yeah, well, we're 9-2.
Evan, he stole that, right?
Yeah, that's been around for a while.
Oh, my God. First time I heard it.
First
we're
time you ever heard
bowling. Yeah.
Not quite taking credit for Ant-Man, but...
Yeah. Speaking of which,
that was sad.
What's going on? Just keep it real. We've been texting without you, dude. They're
8-7,
but their loss is 2 to Portland.
Portland's good.
And then who'd you just lose to? A dump truck team.
Take Guru.
I'm trying to get you mad. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll give you that.
It's early in the season. We don't have a lot of depth, though. I'm concerned about our depth.
You liking Randall? I just hate his game.
Dude.
I'm here.
You said 3 weeks ago you loved his game.
No, what did I text on the thread?
This is unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. Let's go out to Nick in Ohio. Get us started on this segment. And then I got to tell you something that Evan saw last night and then I checked into, and he's right.
Oh.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good.
All right. You got to be realistic. I mean, do you really see the 49ers going up and competing with the Lions, the way the Lions are so stacked, so balanced? Running game, passing game, special teams. They got guys that can return the ball for scores of yards, and they got a kicker who's perfect, and a quarterback that has perfect rating. I just don't see them even coming close to challenging the Lions if they ever got there.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, could they beat the Lions in a game? Probably. Could they beat the Packers in a game? Probably. But can they run the table? And probably as a road team, that's going to be very difficult, don't you think?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think they have a chance. I don't think they barely get into the playoffs. So I don't know. I just don't see them doing anything this year.
Yeah, it's looking that way, Nick. But I still got my fingers crossed because I'm the kind of fan that I'm going to take it to the hilt. I'm not going to quit on my team. Not going to quit on my team. Can I get back to my feel-good story?
It's all you, brother.
Hubie Brown is going to call one final game on ESPN. One final NBA game.
I love him.
91 years old.
That's incredible, man.
Yeah. He's dating a 24-year-old.
Stop. But, yeah.
Boy, he'd be great then, right? Oh, let's hear more of him.
Stop!
Yeah.
That's
QB Brown, 91 years old, and he will be calling one final NBA game on ESPN. They haven't figured out which game that is yet, but
wow, man.
Yeah, I got a bunch of little tidbits here I can pass along. All right. Your boy, Blake Snell, he's met with the Dodgers.
Shocker.
And Red Sox.
Yeah, shocker. Oh, no.
Yeah. What do you think about the All-Star game tweaks? Just see what I mean?
I don't like it.
You're right. There's nothing to like right now about the NBA.
Kobe played and Mike, Kobe broke his nose when Wade hit him. These guys don't care. They don't care, man. And now you're going to break it up into what? 3 and 3, 4. I'm out. I'll watch.
They're playing.
Yeah, they're breaking up into.
It said the end. This is I just cackled out loud. The NBA's tweaking the All-Star game. They want it to be more of like a pickup game format.
I saw you on X last night. Yeah, I saw your tweet.
Okay,
I saw your tweet. Silver, you got more pressing problems, brother. Get this load management fixed. Ratings are down.
You cannot. What if I told you I think it's a generational issue? We don't have players like LeBron, KD, and Steph in our league right now.
Well, you do with John Zion. They've been hurt.
No,
and
that's
one
my
was
point.
Suspended.
My point is this. From the moment KD and Steph and LeBron came into the league, they worked their ass off.
To where they're still faces of the league now.
No, I don't. What player these days works as hard as any of those three, or Kobe, for that matter? They just don't.
You ain't giving that to Anthony Edwards?
No.
All right.
I'm not.
Luka?
The money. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, Luka.
I tried as soon as it left. Right. Okay. He's still a bad boy, but yeah.
The bottom line is the money is so great right now that it's not about competition. It's about how do we all stay in this club, all of us together, 30 teams, 450 players. We're all brothers. We've all gotta get along because it's really just about being in the league and making money. That's all that matters to a lot of players.
Damn.
It's not about Michael Jordan, Bird, Magic, LeBron, Kobe. They were about one thing, winning.
Malone, Stockton,
winning.
Drexler.
They came into the league wanting to be the best player on the planet. What player in the NBA right now, outside of the older guys, wants to be the best player on the planet?
Pajemski.
And
he's a gym rat.
And wants to do anything and everything to win a game.
What if Ant Edwards just pulled up and said, "Oh man, you don't even know what you're talking about. How do you know I'm not that?"
Because I know. Because I've watched the league for 50 years. And there's a commitment that those guys have.
De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento, Sabonis.
Yeah, they're nice players. They're not killers.
Damn.
I don't know. When did Magic and Larry and Michael and Kobe ever want a day off? One.
Yeah.
One day off.
You preaching.
And Anthony Edwards? You mean the guy, God love him, he's going to play. The guy's taking 16 threes a game now?
Man.
Not that many, but,
it feels like
I'm doing it for effect. Yeah. Speaking of basketball, you watched the Lakers last night?
Every part of it. Go ahead. I know where you're going because I had the thought.
Franz Wagner?
Put on a shizno.
I don't even want to go here. Actually,
have to.
I'll just set it up like Evan set it up, and then I'll lay out with no judgment.
Well, you did that with the hoodie coming here for Kyle, but go ahead.
Evan said, did you see the Lakers-Orlando game last night? And I said, no, I didn't. I was locked in on the football game, which also tells you something because I'm supposedly this basketball guy. I'd much rather watch the Browns-Steelers than an NBA game. Well, anyway.
I watched both.
He said, you see what Franz Wagner did? I said, yeah, I saw what he did. He made a big shot. And he had 37 and 11 and 7 or 8. And Evan said, boy, it's just impossible to watch a player like that and not think of Jonathan Kuminga.
I had the same
because
thoughts.
they're in the same draft class.
I had the same thoughts, man. But I do wonder, and this is incredible, Franz would not pull up on us and say, I'm happy my teammate Banchero is out, but it had me thinking just about sports. I believe he can't be that player he was last night to that degree with a guy like Banchero. I could be wrong, but Steiny, he took advantage of the moment, and his what word am I? Because I know we're in sophomore high school. His package or what he has in his bag is Kuminga doesn't have nearly half the stuff he has in his bag. Your boy is skilled. Steiny, he did it all to the rack, handle, step back, whatever you wanted. He gave it to the Lakers, but after
he also rebounds free throws and he passes.
Yeah.
I mean, the shot he made to win that game.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm not, and listen, everybody's game's different. But that's a big part of the NBA game now, that step back.
Think the Warriors would have gave him exercise that money for him?
Probably.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Probably.
And that's why I'm rooting for JK, man. I just don't know if the ship's headed in the right direction.
I think the ship has sailed. What if I told you that? At least. I
mean, you wouldn't be. Who could call you crazy?
I mean, I don't mean as a player. I don't mean as a player. He's going to be fine as a player. But the more I think about the Warriors not reaching an agreement with him and allowing him to go to restricted free agency, boy, just look at the other. Every player got it except Josh Giddey, Davion Mitchell, and one other guy who's kind of a no-name.
Yeah, I get the Mitchell one all day. He's on a new team.
Who? Toronto?
Davion. Yeah, he was on SAC.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I know. But
I hear you. That was a show last night. Even though AD and the Lakers missed, I was going to save it for what's bugging you at 2, but this free throw, you're an NBA player. Care. You can jump out the gym, 720 windmill dunks, but when the pressure's on, you can't go to the charity stripe and make a free throw?
Who are you talking about?
Just the whole league. Make a free throw. And you've been saying, Mr. One-on-One, make it one-on-one. They'll never do that.
Of course they won't, because this is the problem with the NBA.
Gosh.
They would rather avoid a problem than address a problem.
Wow, man.
They would.
They
would. Like, to my way of thinking, put in the 1-and-1. If you don't even know what 1-and-1 means, I don't blame you, because it used to be a staple of the game. You make the first one, you get the second free throw. You miss the first one, it's a live ball. It puts, but this league and this commissioner don't want to put pressure on players. They want to take pressure off players.
Wow.
They want everybody to be a so-called star. They want to try to tell me, God love him, and I'm his friend, but they try to shove it down my throat that Steph Curry was the most clutch player in the NBA last year, and they won 46 games.
Wow.
It's the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap that people are getting so tired of. It's terrible.
This one, I'm proud you're my partner.
It's terrible. And I'm a basketball guy.
This cosmetic.
And I can't watch a game if it's not the Golden State Warriors right now.
Wow, man.
I just can't.
Damn.
888-957-9570. How do you fix this crap right now in the NBA? Remember when Adam Silver for David Stern? Oh, hey, Silver's going to be great. Well, you know what? He caters to the players too much. He does.
What about this cup? You a fan now?
The cup's a joke. The cup is a flat-out joke. What is in it for me as a basketball fan?
For you to get what you're mad at right now, that to make the players want it more. And that's the problem. That's the season should be
Don't steal
enough.
my rant. Don't steal my rant.
Hey, you're on fire.
Emirates Cup.
Oh, my God.
I won't. And I will not.
And I asked you, what's Emirates?
This cup crap.
Remember I asked you that?
It's an airline.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Emirates, yeah.
Emirates Airline. They fly to like Abu Dhabi.
Oh.
And
who was the guy
Saudi
from Duke
Arabia.
that had a name like that?
Allah.
Oh, you're there, my man.
Abdelnabi.
Yes.
The players, it's
you're on fire. That should have been in print.
And let me be honest with you. It's got nothing to do with the talent level of these players.
Well,
they're very talented. But the league's a joke. And how do you get it back? How do you get this league back? You can't.
Wow.
You can't get it back. Joel Embiid made $50 million last year, and he played 39 games. Oh, but he's going to have a lot of incentive to play 65 this year. Why? He doesn't get paid any less.
I'm just watching you, man.
It's just
keep going.
It's just bad. It's bad. You know, how many guys in the league, I'll give him this, Draymond, how many guys in the league compete like Draymond Green?
Not many, man.
4.
Yeah.
And I can't even name them. NBA's got a big, big, big problem.
So when you hear ratings are down, hello?
You know what that tells me? People are smarter than you think. That's what it tells me.
Wow.
Anyway, anybody would talk about the joke that's the NBA product right now. Every single game. Orlando, 17 for 49 from the three-point range. Memphis, 15 for 48 from 3. I mean, I saw an interview with Steph Curry the other day, and he said, you know, we're either there at some point, it's going to reach a tipping point. And you know what? Here's the other thing I can't stand anymore. Oh, Steiny, 1 out of 3. If you make 1 out of 3 3-pointers, that's like 50%. Yeah, it is like, which is good. Let me tell you something. Any team right now that concentrated on getting good 2-point shots would absolutely start dominating the league.
Wow, man.
Because so many people defensively, only bet the 3. You get layup after layup after layup.
I could hug you right now, man. No, seriously. This might be your greatest rant or thought in 7 years of me doing radio with you. I'm sick. Keep going. I'm going to lay out.
I don't care if you're in the worst seat in the house paying $100 or you're at half court sitting next to Joe Lacob spending $25,000 for that ticket. It is a turnoff to show up to the game and realize 4 guys aren't playing. You can't do it. You can't.
But they're doing it, Donnie.
And you know what? It's just there. That's why the league's in trouble. But what are they going to do? We're going to come up with the Emirates Cup. We're going to tweak the All-Star game.
Man.
The league's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. And you know what? Here's the worst of it. I bet you in our lifetime, we will be seeing a game that will do something Phil Jackson predicted 20 years ago. You know what they'll do to fix it? They'll make a 4-point shot.
Oh, man.
That's like what they'll do. Mark my words. Mark my words.
Like that wouldn't blow my wig right now.
The bottom line, you know how you make the game better right off the bat? You take away the 3-point shot and you give 3 points for a dunk. Give them 3 points for a dunk because that's the best shot in the game that you can get. It's a joke.
Yeah, I heard.
It's a flat out joke. You know what? I don't love the game like I used to love the game.
I'm hearing you, man.
What game's on tonight? I don't care. I'll watch it. That's the way it used to be.
Well, I'm still that.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'll be damned if I'm watching Charlotte play. Hey, Steiny, LaMelo's having a great. Who cares? They're 5-11. They stink and they don't play the right way.
Could be your best work, man.
It's not my best work.
It is. And I got to bring this up.
I'm sick of it.
I heard Mullen. Go ahead.
You know what? We are so lucky. We are so lucky out here to have been able to watch the Warriors for 12 years play the way they've played. What if we were in Philly, Indiana? If we were in Houston? We wouldn't be on the air. Nobody would care about those. Nobody cares about the Houston Rockets. Nobody. Hey, who's your favorite team? The Wizards. I love the Wizards. Nobody loves the Wizards. They stink. Atlanta, hey, they stink. They don't play the right way. What's Quinn Snyder doing? Oh, Quinn Snyder, great coach.
Red glasses, got swag. Wow, man.
What, I got 4 more minutes to do this? Shorten the season, all right? Check your greed at the door one time in your life. Cut the season down to 60 games. Start the season at Christmas, and let's have ourselves a basketball season.
Wow.
If 70% of the league acknowledges that November and December don't even matter. They don't play.
It's your best work, man.
Shame on Adam Silver for taking my love of the game away. Shame on him and them. I'll see you out at the game, though, next week when Warriors play the...
Dibs just texted. He said that was your best work. Keep going.
I love the game. I don't love this game. Who loves this game? Is there somebody out there, and I'm dead serious, that says, I'll tell you what, the NBA's never been in a better place? No. Nobody's going to say that. Because it's not. How do you get it back? Or as Joe Hawks, the great Joe Hawks once said, the toothpaste is out of the container.
Wow.
You can't put it back. Yeah, and I'll say it, Adam, this is too much for me.
Tell me how you really feel.
Man, 7 years, Evan. This was my man's best work. Send this to Adam. It's bigger than him, though, Steiny.
Think about this for a minute. You lose me. Who do you have?
Well, Evan,
I'll give the sport the biggest benefit of the doubt of all time, and I can't get behind this product.
Well, I pay for the package. I watch it all, Steiny. But how many times have we done interviews and I said the 3 balls ruining my pleasure? And real quick, not to hijack, I'm going to throw it back. The Warriors play a different brand of basketball, and I'm not saying that because of the hometown team. Yeah, they shoot their threes, Steiny, but they act like they care, man. That's what against Atlanta, it was like you're outclassed. This team is smarter than you. But boy, you didn't leave any meat on that bone, and I ain't hungry.
Oh, man. Anyway, half the shots are threes. I'll tell you what. You know who would be a great team in the NBA right now? The Globetrotters. The Harlem Globetrotters with Meadowlark Lemon would go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I love that.
Because Meadowlark Lemon could make a hook shot from half court 1 out of 2 times.
I got to give this to you because he texted. The great Dibs. What about the owners?
They're the worst.
But how? What, are their hands dirty right now?
Everybody's hands dirty.
Move on, Joe.
It's
man, Steiny.
How about this? I'll just make this prediction right now. We'll see teams being for sale in the next 5 years.
Well, Boston's already about that.
Exactly. Yeah. But if you're an owner, we'll see. Right.
Wow, that was special. I need a cigarette.
All right. Let me get my actually, okay. All right.
Dude, you okay?
I'm fine. The game's the one that's the problem. It's the game, not me. All right, 888-957-9570. How do you come back from this? Dreck. This flat-out dreck. I'll see. Yeah, good one. 650 NBA basketball. You stink. All right, download the free Odyssey app. The players, I have nothing wrong with the players' personalities. The game stinks. All right, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems, 888-957-9570. I dare you to disagree with me.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source. For
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Then, Bob, tell them to play harder.
Dude, my phone blew up. 4 guys, man. He wasn't lying.
I love the game of basketball. It comes from a place of caring. That's all I want to say. By the way, I got a...
Evan did too.
Oh, you know what? We just got this text, and this is important. According to Carter Chickering, he works here at 95.7 The Game, one of our producers, but he's down at 49ers practice. He is saying that Brock Purdy is not out there with the other quarterbacks right now.
Then what? Yeah, that's come on. He ain't
so we got a writer.
Wow.
I don't know if he's a writer, but we got a guy out there. He's a big fella. And he just texted Brock Purdy is not out on the field with the other quarterbacks right now. That tells me that this is the open portion of practice.
Wow.
We never know what happens, once the media leaves. Maybe some things change. But no Brock Purdy
You've
right now.
You've been in this game
a
while, Steiny. What does that mean? He is not going.
You know what? The first sign that we got, and we're going to play Know Your Foe in 10 minutes. We always have a lot of fun with that. But the first red flag, there have been a few red flags that we can't ignore. One is when Brock Purdy was doing drills on Wednesday, he wasn't actually throwing the football. He was simulating throwing the football. But here's another thing that happened yesterday. Yesterday's the day where the quarterback talks to the media. The starting quarterback, who will start on Sunday, talks to the media on Thursdays. That's kind of the protocol. Brock Purdy did not talk yesterday, and they said that the quarterback will likely talk today, but we don't know who the quarterback is.
Wow.
By the way,
man.
I just got an alert on my phone. Got flash flood warnings.
What did you say?
3:45. It said life-threatening situation because it's going to be raining so much.
Well, I think I got to find a venue to go sit down.
Well, I'm supposed to do that podcast at 4-ish.
Oh, yeah. Happy hour.
I'm out.
You'll be fine.
I'm not chancing it.
I thought it was at 5.
No, I can't.
You did it at 4?
I think we're going to do it at 4 or something like that. Let's quick go to Green in Alameda.
Brock Purdy.
What's up, Green?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Just want to complain about basketball. I don't know if you touched on it, but one thing I can't stand is when you're at the game now. I haven't gone to a game in 10 years. Recently went, and it's constant noise. The Warriors are, have the ball. It's music. The Warriors are on defense. It's the defense chant. I want to hear the guys talking trash. I want to hear the shoes squeak. It's just, this weather makes me want to complain about basketball, You got hate in your heart, let it out.
Thanks, Green.
I love it. If I had $1 for every time people don't like the music playing, I'm taking me, for example. If I were even thought I was fatigued on an NBA court and I hear 50 Cent blasting through the thing, or I got the ball and Drake comes on, I'm taking you to the cup. Like, I love that music. And they have to because it hadn't been banned. You know what I'm talking about.
The game is no longer enough, and that's a shame. Let's get to Brock Purdy.
Yeah, man.
It looks like we're going to find out.
I think
maybe later today, but once again, if you're just joining us, Brock Purdy's not out on the field today with the other quarterbacks. He was limited Wednesday. He was limited Thursday. He didn't talk to the media yesterday when he's supposed to. And now today, according to Carter Chickering, who's one of our producers who's down at practice, he said that Purdy's not out there.
And
so how do you win that game without Brock Purdy?
Just the last on Brock. It's not the last thing. I got to double back to now. That's why he didn't attempt to pass over 20 yards. Remember, I was like, man, you messed me with that.
That's Evan. That's an Evan victory lap.
No doubt. He's been hurting for a while then.
Well, one game.
Wow.
He said he got hurt at some point during the Seattle game. By the way, somebody on the Comcast Business text line agreed that there was a play where Purdy was out of bounds. He might have been hit late, and I wonder if that might have been it too. There wasn't a call on the play for a late hit, but I thought it was close. It was very,
now,
very
what about
close.
this? Here I go. Remember the Tampa game? He fumbled. The ball got knocked out. Jennings recovered, but he dove to go get it, and there was a collision there with the defender, and you never know when it happened, Steiny. So it could have happened in that game coming into the Tampa game. But this is just a microcosm, because I believe now you're going up in your most important game. I believe no Bosa and no Brock Purdy. So Steiny, what are the biggest a fan? How do you win this game?
You win this game the old school way. You run the football and you got to defend. I mean, that's the only way. I mean, look, on the bright side, they still have McCaffrey. They still have Kittle. They still have Samuel. They still have Jennings. They still have Pearsall. They still have Fred Warner. They still have Trent Williams. It's not outside the realm of possibility that they can win that game, but obviously it gets a lot harder if Brock Purdy doesn't play in that game. But
wow.
One more quick update.
Yes,
this is
sir.
from Nick Wagner of ESPN. Nick Bosa, not at practice, maybe as expected. Left tackle Trent Williams, not at practice. So Purdy, Bosa, Trent, not practicing today.
Yeah, and I know Evan's no doctor, but I told you, this is just me, if you took a Toradol shot once, why wouldn't you take it again? And Evan, what did you say? I know you're no doctor. It kind of doesn't work that way, but Steiny, man, how do you? Yeah, Martin Luther King couldn't overcome these injuries.
I mean, the one thing, and I get it's the biggest game of the season so far, but they'll have a bigger one down the road.
But if you're 5-6,
but what would you rather do?
Even if you get that 6-6, you still have to pay the price for.
No, but what I'm saying is 707 says doesn't seem like any of those. It says none of those guys scare anyone anymore. I thought he said don't care anymore. I mean, look, if missing one game gets Williams, Bosa, and Purdy healthy, then you got to bite the bullet and they've got to miss a game.
Yeah, but this was an opportunity to put your ring in the hat of maybe getting it as the last wild card, because that's what Green Bay is now. And you still can lay an L on them, but if you're doing it or trying to do it without everything that you're about, I mean, my goodness. And again, Steiny, I think this Bosa injury, you didn't ask me, is a couple weeks, but Trent Williams, I mean, poor Brandon Allen, if you go out there without him.
From what Carter also relayed to us, it does appear as if Brandon Allen is taking first-team reps at quarterback.
Are you sure it's not Dobbsy? Jordan Love is the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers. And
turnover machine.
He's still thinking about last year's divisional loss to the Niners.
Yeah, no, I think just ending the season, getting to the playoffs and, being knocked out by the 49ers. I mean, whoever it would have been, that game is definitely going to sit with you. And, that's what you got to, kind of just sit with all offseason. Is going back, watching that game, kind of trying to see what you could have been better, what you could have done differently in that game. So it definitely sits you through the offseason and then obviously move on. But, just knowing that that's the team that knocked us out, we're definitely hungry for this game.
And that's what's become apparent to me. And you could say, Guru, recency bias, you're the captain, but the Niners have owned Green Bay in the playoffs in the regular season. And my point, partner, is now that you're wounded or maybe you're down and teams smell blood like Green Bay, they want to embarrass you.
Well, they also know they can beat you now.
And I
think last year and years previous, opposing teams didn't think for sure they could beat the Niners. They thought, we play a great game, we might be able to beat them. Now it's like we can beat the Niners. Richard Sherman, former Seahawk, former 49er. Here's what he wants to see from them on Sunday, and I don't think he cares who plays. It's about how they play.
How much y'all want it? If y'all want to go home in January, let's go home, start to pack up. book our vacations, and call it a year. But if y'all serious about being championship team, then you got to show it. You can't wait for guys to make a play. You can't wait for guys to show up and save you. Every single person, 53 guys, have to think the game is on them. It's on your performance. And not, oh man, I wonder if Christian's going to play well today and we're going to win. No. You have to be the star. You have to take responsibility. You can't depend on anybody else. Everybody has to play with that sense of urgency. The rent is god dang due. The rents do. You got to play like the rents do. And if you're not playing like the rents do, you're getting evicted and we going home. So if you don't care about going home and you don't care about winning championship, fold it in. But I don't think they got those guys. I don't think they got guys that's going to fold it in. So you need to play like the rents do.
That's a 4.
That is a 5. Play like the rent is due. But Steiny, if it's the backup,
he can still play like the rents do.
Yeah.
It does. Look, yeah. I do think one of the problems the 49ers have had this year is I think they're convincing themselves they're playing as hard as they have in the past, but they're not really playing as hard as they have in the past. But sometimes, you're a championship level team, and you start out the season thinking, these first 4 or 5 weeks we gotta get through, we gotta punch the clock, and then all of a sudden you lose some, and now you don't know where your point of reference is, and you kind of lose sight of just how tough it is to win, and you're not. And now there's not going to be any more easy wins. There's just not, and it has nothing to do with the opponent, because all opponents now, I think, feel like they can take a shot at the Niners.
Man.
And we'll see what happens Sunday, but
I know
it doesn't look good.
You're going to say this, and you've said it to me. Oh, Guru, everybody has injuries. I get that. It's real. It's across the board in sports, but we thought you were hoping the Niners situation in regard to injuries would get better. Partner, it's getting worse. And now your starting QB looks doubtful. I'll give you that. That's a Guru bomb. He looks doubtful. Wow.
Well, and this season has been a macrocosm of a lot of games, the way I look at it, and that is you had some people banged up, but you still had an opportunity to win games. You didn't, and now you are hit hard by injury for a game or two, and you don't have the luxury of getting beat right now because you're 5-5.
Man.
All right, let's have a little fun.
Yeah.
And
this is where I clean up.
Go to my main man, Evan Giddings. We will play a game we play called Know Your Foe. And Evan Giddings comes up with a little quiz for Guru and I about the opponent that the 49ers are playing. And we find out how much Guru and I know or don't know about the Green Bay Packers, the city of Green Bay, the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Take it away, Evan Giddings.
All right, guys. So, obviously, the Green Bay Packers are a storied franchise. I believe the only publicly owned sports franchise in the American grounds. However, we're going to start with a couple layups, then we'll get into some of the wider geographic, artsy, political realms that we'd love to dive into. First and foremost, which Green Bay Packers player, I have to reiterate this, you cannot say the answer until I am done speaking. We got a lot of jumped guns.
Okay.
All right, guys. Which Packers player was nicknamed the Minister of Defense?
Reggie White.
Oh, that one was actually pretty close. We're going to go halvesies on that.
I think I got it.
I actually think Goo might have had it first.
I heard him first, but you guys finished the same time.
I'm quicker than him.
Phrasing. All right. Now, the Green Bay Packers won Super Bowls 1 and 2. Who was the starting quarterback of both Super Bowls?
Bart Starr. See, he jumped in early there.
Yeah, I think that was Steiny's. We're going to go 1 and 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, Goo.
Wow.
What year did the Packers join the American Professional Football Association? I'll give you a hint.
I don't need a hint. 1954.
Oh, I was going to say it's in the 1920s, but
1922.
21.
Damn! Jeez, they've been playing football that long, huh?
However, back to the 50s we go. The Green Bay Packers were one of the first teams to introduce cheerleaders to the NFL. Do you know the nickname of the Green Bay Packer cheerleaders? It was a famous television show.
Oh.
Or same name as a famous television show.
I was going to say the Cheesettes, but...
of course, I would have come with the Packerettes, but...
The Golden Girls.
Oh. Wow. Shout out Marge.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last one from the football side before we come back later. To whom did Brett Favre complete his first career pass?
Russ Francis.
I'll say McDaniel.
Brett Favre completed his first career pass.
MacArthur Lane.
Sterling Sharp.
To Brett Favre.
Oh, wow.
That's a trick question.
Yeah, no doubt.
Sorry about that, guys.
So his first pass was batted, and he caught it.
Yeah.
At that point, he led the league in passing and receiving.
Look at my man.
He did.
All right.
Do you guys, this is a random one. Do you guys know what team Brett Favre was drafted by?
Atlanta Falcons.
Another hat. You guys are on top of the same ones.
I feel like I'm winning.
Well, let's get out of the football realm now.
Right.
What is the state capital?
Madison.
Of Wisconsin.
That's right.
Madison.
It's Madison. But he's breaking rules left and right.
I know.
He said, what is the capital of Wisconsin? I said Madison.
You jumped in before.
Yeah,
right
I didn't
after you
say
jumped in
Wisconsin.
after capital.
That's my rapping days.
What is Wisconsin's nickname?
I got it.
America's Dairyland.
The Badger State. Look at Goo.
The Badger State.
That one bad.
Oh, boy.
Look at him.
Steiny. Which Great Lake borders Wisconsin?
Lake Michigan. Thank you.
I still got that.
And which river forms the border between Wisconsin and Minnesota? I've had the pleasure of river rafting down this river and tubing. It's quite nice.
Go ahead, guess first, Goo.
Especially in the summer.
What do you mean guess?
Similar to the water that Mark Willard drinks.
It's clearly not the Mississippi.
That's what I was going to say.
No, that's the only thing I got.
And what a lot of people drink, sparkling water. It's kind of a hint.
The Evian River.
Close. Oh, my gosh. The St. Croix.
I could have been here all day.
Yeah. Willard drinks a lot of LaCroix.
Yeah.
All right. And then finally, what is Wisconsin famous for producing? It's a product.
Cheese.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Hence the cheese head.
Hence the cheese head.
I like my performance, see?
You know what? That was one of your better ones. It was. It was. How'd you know Madison?
Wisconsin, the Badgers.
Hey, Goo.
Why wouldn't you have said Milwaukee?
Here's
because I knew it wasn't Milwaukee.
Well, this one's
What
more
about
for
Racine?
Goo.
All right, hold on. Let me. You trying to give me extra credit?
Yeah, an extra credit one. Which year was the famous Ice Bowl between the
never
Green Bay
forget it.
Packers and the Dallas Cowboys?
1967.
That's correct.
Give it to me. That is my man. Evan.
I think Goo got this one.
Man.
Feels like you guys were in cahoots.
Now, that would be, I was cheating.
No, cahoots. It's not quite cheating.
I did that once with Jock Purdy and Nash Solomon. He gave me the answers.
That's great. What did Dibley text you?
You were on fire, but he said, what about the owners?
What do you think he meant by that?
When you said it was the Adam Silver, the players, but what hand did the owners have in this?
No, he's right.
Evan,
Adam Silver's
boy,
just
I
an
need a
extension.
cigarette after that. Let's talk about my performance.
Well,
real quick.
first, I think he said something like,
The whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
That's your what's bugging you. He should just hit play and you lay out. 1967, the Ice Bowl.
Yeah, I knew that.
Let me check my phone.
do you guys know what the temperature was that day?
-1.
Close.
I have no idea.
Damn, why did I even
cold.
mess up the perfect game?
-13. Well, no, I just was curious if you guys knew.
Who's going to be the quarterback next year for the Niners? Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins?
Shador.
Who would you want out of those two?
Cousins.
Me too.
Yeah.
Don't
like that. Because McCarthy's the young rookie from Michigan. He got hurt in preseason. He's got that gig. He's coming back to that gig.
Boy, don't let Kirk Cousins be acquired by the 49ers.
Really, Bonte said that when he left out of here
and
about
him
you.
Win a Super Bowl. Montana, young Cousins.
What would happen to Purdy, though?
It's been. I'll tell you what. Probably be the league's best backup.
Now, you don't go from $60 million possibly to the league's best backup. Stein, he's not going anywhere, I don't believe.
I'm probably with you if I had to make a bet on that.
Now, I know this is easy. Boy, I'm on a high right now. Don't mess it up. Stein, if you had to make the bet, if he's playing, you're betting he's not playing,
No.
Brock, yeah.
I don't think
Evan, how can you run him out there?
let's make sure we
The
update.
right on the table is how long does he need to get back?
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Brock Purdy's not on the field right now with the 49er quarterbacks, but that's not the only piece of troubling news. Neither's Nick Bosa, neither's Trent Williams.
Oh, man.
Are you guys at all interested in seeing Brandon Allen starting this football game?
Not this weekend.
And not me
You know
at
what I
all.
mean?
I don't think he gives you, and he may. I'm more interested in Dobbs because I know he's kind of dynamic. So maybe Brandon will show me, Goo, this is what I have, but Steiny, I have no.
Well, you know what I really do believe? This is where things can get into a gray area. Let's say Brandon Allen quarterbacks and they get beat. I think there'll be a little tendency to kind of gloss over the problems, the overarching problems that this team has had, and it'll just be chalked up to injury. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I guess I should frame it better. Are you interested in seeing one of the backup quarterbacks quarterback this offense just to see if it looks largely different?
Not this weekend. I would much
because of the
rather,
implications?
Yes, I would much rather see the 49ers go into that game as healthy as possible, knowing it's a big boy game, because if Purdy plays and Bosa plays and Williams plays and McCaffrey's in his third game back and Jennings is off injury for 2 or 3 weeks, he's been healthy, then you lose that game. You can start really saying we've got issues to address. But if Bosa doesn't play and Williams doesn't play and Allen doesn't play, I think there's less of a likelihood to treat what's going on as serious.
But I'll say this to that, and I'm being greedy, Evan. Steiny's right, but we're going to still get that regardless. So I do want to see if somehow, Steiny, this offense is more functional and maybe he's getting rid of the ball quicker, whoever's under center, Brandon Allen, and we'll be able to notice and come in here like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
what? Like, wow, he's good?
Or maybe it wasn't all the O-line. Because Cosell said, and a lot of us have said, Purdy he left some meat on the bone, some plays. What if Allen comes in, hadn't been hit, and is delivering? We'll be able to come in here, not that he's better.
Okay, then what? They win the game and Purdy's
become
healthy.
Closer on finding out if Brock is really in his own head. That's what I'm looking forward to, E.
Yeah, to me, this is what a backup quarterback's for. Can he win you a game or two if your starter's out? If Brandon Allen goes Phil Simms, 22 for 25, 3 touchdowns.
Oh, my gosh.
Purdy still should start the following.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that, but then we could be like, maybe he, what's the word we're talking about, pods? He's in his own head. Purdy. Cosell alluded to it, Steiny. There were some open guys. And when you get hit.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe has nothing to do with his mindset. Maybe he's just not seeing stuff that he saw last year.
I'm on a high, man. That Wisconsin, man. That's something I'll think about on the way home.
Well, good for you.
1970.
You're very.
That was great. He goes to Ice Bowl, and there's a reason I know it.
Somebody going to tell Goo that I laid out on purpose to let him win?
I got rid of all the author questions.
I did.
Wow, thank you, E.
Yeah, I know. We didn't get into Wisconsin literature or with documentaries about Wisconsin. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We talked a lot about the Niners today and where you are. How much do you believe? I got to ask it again now that we know Purdy, Bosa, and Trent Williams were not on the field for practice today. Boy, what do you think about this game Sunday now? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing...
Game is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Call it like you see it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Who sings this, Steiny? On a Payday Friday.
50 Cent.
Yeah.
I guess right?
Yeah, baby.
Sweet.
I'm rubbing off on you.
All right, if you're just joining us, some looks like not good news for the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy wasn't out on the field when the media saw practice. Brandon Allen was taking snaps. No Bosa on the field. It looks like Trent Williams may not play. In other words, you know what we're looking at Sunday? We're looking at an NBA game.
Now that's a 5.
No Purdy.
But
no
I'll tell you what.
It's like, hey, the Pelicans go to Green Bay to play the Packers in Lambeau Field.
We had the great Jesse Sapolo on, Steiny.
Yes,
I'm
we
sorry.
did.
I'm not going to come in here Monday giving scholarships on who didn't play. If this team is 5-6, it's 5-6, and we got to see if they can maximize or get off the mat with 6 games left, man. I guess this would be what you consider a spiral, if somehow now your guys aren't available, and when they were available, you're still not winning. This is his worst season since 19. 20, you had the injury.
Who's that? Shanahan?
Kyle. Because remember, Jimmy had the high ankle sprain. It was over. But Steiny, this ain't something, man.
Let me. We had Cam Inman on a couple days
This
ago.
shocked me too.
And no. I want to play this because he was asked about Purdy's shoulder a couple days ago, and I'm not doing this because I can't remember what he said. But let's listen to what Cam said a couple days ago, and if he had a level of urgency that we're having right now.
Shoulder sprain or whatever it is happened from a hit on Sunday, but Brock has not aired it out much over the last couple of weeks. He has not thrown a pass over 20 yards, I think, the last 2 games, and he hasn't thrown one over 25 yards since week 4. So it's like, what's going on? Are the receivers not getting open downfield? Does he not have time to do it? You know, I don't suspect that there's a more serious injury to it. Let me put it that way, because if you go back, I think, 3 years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo hurt his shoulder against the Cowboys and then gutted through it, and their next 2 playoff games obviously didn't do great. So I don't think it's anything too serious, but at the same time, anytime it's a quarterback and an arm is involved, it's cause for concern.
Yep, and
that is
apparently
what they call real talk in the Yunes, Donnie.
Apparently, there's now officially cause for concern, and if you think back on Brock Purdy's short career, he didn't play the last game of last season.
The Rams.
Shanahan rested a lot of the starters, but the last game, meaningful game that Purdy didn't play, or let's say got hurt very early in, was the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game, and we know what happened after that injury. That game was essentially over. They had Josh Johnson as a backup. Then he got hurt, and
McCaffrey was the quarterback at times.
So I don't know.
Real quick, you and Evan, how far was the Kittle throw against Tampa? Remember he did about 50.
I think they were in the red zone.
Yeah, he might be right.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
But if he cannot even throw or doesn't want you to even see him throw in practice, that thing must really be barking.
You would think. You would think. Wow. I'm more surprised by nothing over 25 yards since week 4.
And we hadn't even brought it up.
Wow. That's pretty.
Well, I don't think he said week 4.
No, 25 yards.
Oh,
he hasn't thrown over 20. He hasn't thrown over a 20-yard pass in the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
He hasn't thrown a pass over 25, according to Cam, since week 4.
Okay. Now, let me just say this to you about that stat.
Yep.
If it's not about health, Evan and Steiny, that's bad coaching. There's no way you cannot have a defense thinking, I'm not going to try to go up top. And if that's not a result of his shoulder hurt, Evan, I honestly believe that's bad play calling, man.
Well, it's interesting because I think if you look at the total season, and what Cam's talking about are air yards.
Okay.
Because I think McCaffrey had like a 30-yard completion in the Tampa Bay game. but air yards, the amount of yards thrown, I think Brock Purdy is still number one in the NFL in passes 30 or more air yards. I think he's top 5 in 20 and 40 air yards. So even though he hasn't thrown it very far as of late, maybe it's because the Niners did it so much early in the season that defenses have adjusted and he just hasn't been able to. I don't know.
That sounds logical to me.
So any team, basically, Evan, and I hear that. You know what Kyle's not doing? In an era where the refs are throwing the flag on deep balls or long passes, they're not even utilizing that to where, hey, we can get the yardage even if my man doesn't catch it. But if you're not even attempting it, Steiny, you can't even get the. Come on, man.
I mean, by the same token, didn't Juwan Jennings draw 3 pass interference?
Oh, great, man.
Either this past week or the week before. But yeah, you're right. They're not 45-yard throws downfield where you get that call and then it changes, and then it does what they're now calling flip the field.
Yeah.
Now flip the field, and so
man.
Let's go back to Shanahan from Wednesday. His concern level about Purdy at the time.
Not much right now. See how this week goes, but it's limited today, so I think that's good news. Everything.
Wow, man. Oh, this has got to be killing them.
Boy, this is a little turn of events with the 49ers that
and I think Bosa might be out next week, Stoney.
Yeah,
I hear you. I got you. Because it's one thing if it's like, hey, how long you missing Stoney? One game, he'll be back. But if this is a continuance and let's just, hey, what if Allen goes out and does his version of Brock Purdy?
Then they probably lose.
Well, see, we don't know that.
Brock Purdy hasn't been good
conventional wisdom gives you that.
But Brock Purdy, has not beaten a team as good as the Packers.
Okay.
So it would be this year. So it would be difficult to imagine Brandon Allen beating a team like the Packers, particularly away from home.
Yeah, I guess my point was the day that Brock came in the game, I don't know if it was the Saints or Miami, driving to the stadium, if Niner fan would have said, hey, Brock's going to enter this game, you'd have been like, oh, boy, it's over. And then look what happened. So I'm just like, if somehow these hits have got Brock a little, not timid, a little gun shy, if you got a guy coming in, I think it will give us answers as to, it's looking a little different. I'm wondering. I'm curious.
Well, I know that sometimes when a backup quarterback comes in, the team looks completely different, and they look pretty inept, quite frankly. But I don't anticipate that happening.
The Cowboys.
Well, they're inept. That's bigger than Cooper.
Here we go. Why would you do this? Go ahead. No, I'll lay out.
Cooper Rush is 5-2 in his career filling in for Dak. Why it's been so tragic here lately is everything is eroded around him. This is bigger. I wish it was just a Cooper Rush issue. That thing is done. I told you. And you wonder, I'm telling you, for Halloween, I should have came in here in the same jersey with the bag with the lips and eyes cut out. Who came up with that?
That's played out.
No, it's not. The
Saints fans came up with that. They were called the
when you see
New
that,
Orleans
Evan, business is
Aints.
bad. Right.
The Aints.
And they're wearing it at Jerry World saying fire Jerry on it. And they asked him about it.
But he's the owner.
Yeah, but he's the GM.
But that can't be done.
He's the GM.
Owners can't be fired.
They asked him about it. He said, well,
is this Reagan or Jerry Jones?
It's got a little sprinkle of Reagan.
Same age.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Nancy Reagan came to Logan when I was there.
For what?
We were top school.
Say
academics.
no to drugs.
Yeah, look at my man.
And how'd that work out?
Norm, I couldn't do drugs in high school.
Why?
I would get my butt beat.
Yeah,
I do believe if I would have hit some THC, I would have got a college scholarship because I was too nervous in the games. And my friends used to do it before games, Silk Basie, and they'd go for 30 and 40.
And Silk Basie, of course, went Division I, right?
Right. Now
Where'd he play?
He's still doing well.
Who he play for?
And my boy Ron T. I used to watch him like I was too scared, but they used to just throw up 25s and 30s. I'm like, why didn't I do it once?
Well, let's not bury the lead. You basically finally acknowledged that the lights were too bright for you.
No doubt.
No, you're not supposed to admit that.
Oh, my boy Byron, who was he was the big man on campus.
Okay.
he had the crowd at the pavilions down. He held about 3,500, 4,000 people. I'd be on the bench, Evan. He'd get the parents in the crowd. Darryl. And I used to want to just beat him, and the whole crowd would be, and the coach would put me in.
Oh, no.
I still can't believe you threw your boys under the bus for smoking weed before games.
I'm wondering if I'm going to get a tech. No, but they were ballers. They went at it. All MVAL. Silk and Ron T, Pete Lawrence. Pete didn't smoke.
But they wore down in the second half. They always wore down.
Oh, boy.
No wonder the Logan team wheezing in that fourth quarter.
We went to the Coliseum, baby.
And?
Kevin Mouton versus Gary Payton.
All right.
Yep.
If you say so. If you say so. Kyle Shanahan is going to meet reporters probably within the next half hour, and hopefully we'll get a little more clarity. We have Carter Chickering down at practice. He's already given us some details about Bosa, about Trent Williams, and about Brock Purdy. It doesn't look good right now, but as soon as Kyle Shanahan starts to speak, we'll pass along what he's saying. But this is not looking like the San Francisco 49ers are going to be in an advantageous position when they play the Green Bay Packers on Sunday in Lambeau Field.
Oh, boy, I got a couple texts.
From who?
Silk Mason. I don't think he's like, anyway, go ahead. Statute of limitations.
Well, what'd he say? You dropped dime on him?
Yeah. Guru Russell.
D'Angelo.
D'Angelo. He snitched
Russell.
on Nick Young.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Anyway, 49ers go into Lambeau Field, and it doesn't look like they're going to have some of their players. So what do you do if Brandon Allen starts this game?
Try to win it.
Obviously.
And it could oh my gosh.
I'll tell you what I
mean
would
what
do.
I'm about to say. Could this somehow, in the craziest of worlds, sports is crazy. Sports, man. Could this be a spark? If Brock truly is not seeing things that are there, could another pair of eyes spark the O?
You know what's funny is I look at it the total opposite, and I look at it this way. All right, you're not going to have Brock Purdy, who, for the most part, I know he struggled this year, pretty efficient quarterback through the air. Maybe this gives Kyle Shanahan an opportunity or a window to not only run McCaffrey, but run Mason.
Oh, wow.
Like, just run the hell out of it.
Everybody in there.
Just run the hell out of the ball. Could they do something like that? I don't know. I mean, obviously they're going to have to throw some, but maybe we'd see a repeat of that game. Who was it against? Minnesota? Where Garoppolo only threw eight passes. And I thought to myself, well, if you can run, you can run.
But why did people hate on Jimmy for that as if there was no confidence in him?
Because I think over time it proved that there was no confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo. But the last time Brock Purdy got hurt was that NFC Championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles, and the minute he went down, that game was essentially over.
And they came back to tie it up for a second. Remember, little scamper McCaffrey went on?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Caught it in the flat.
I think they lost 31-7.
No, but it was 7-7. You're like, hey.
Right.
And then Josh Johnson, Oakland's own, got hurt.
And then, did they go to McCaffrey then? There was somebody else.
They brought Brock back in to hand the ball off.
That's right.
Oh,
Thank you, Evan.
your man.
That's right. Oh, my gosh.
Brock.
Why didn't they have... Well,
yeah.
Wing T.
Well, there's a rule now that it's not a rule to where the last quarterback doesn't have to be active, but he can be activated, so...
During the game, essentially.
There's an emergency quarterback because of that.
And that's like the Brock Purdy rule. Well, I also, and if I'm wrong here, feel free to tell me, but wasn't that the game that ostensibly Jimmy Garoppolo could have played in?
That's what they say.
But he wasn't even dressed.
And had that devilish grin on the sideline when it was all over, and people were like, what's Jimmy laughing at? Boy, he hated his time here.
Yep.
He hates Kyle. I really believe there's bad blood.
Who's that?
Jimmy.
Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Hate's
seriously,
a very
Stoney,
strong word.
They don't call each other.
Well, I don't call you.
Well, you have.
See it. Very infrequently.
Well,
nobody calls anybody anymore.
Well, you know what I mean. They couldn't find him in the offseason when he was a starter. Jimmy.
707, not a spark, Goo. it will be another excuse as to why they lost.
No, the rat on the table is even when they were whole, they were deficient. So I'm not doing that. I'm just warning you guys, Donnie.
What are you warning me?
I don't want to hear, they didn't have it. When you had everybody, it wasn't pretty.
Wasn't pretty, but you still won half your games.
I got to be honest. I'm excited for him. They might get pummeled, but what if he looks different and the offense looks different and Deebo...
Like different how? Better or worse?
Better. And Deebo's 6 for 110. Down the field throws. Who knows? But it's sports.
Okay, but let's say that happens. Then what?
I mean, it's Purdy's job if he can go.
Yeah, I mean...
But I guess we could learn something about Brock in this offense if somehow Brandon Allen does something that Brock hadn't been able to do.
Well, what if because Brandon Allen's playing, the defensive strategy changes?
I hear you there.
415 says, I forgot about Jimmy laughing on the sidelines during that game.
Man, the little grin.
From the 415. Anyway, if you're just joining us,
boy,
49ers are going into Lambeau Field, and it may look like they don't have their starting quarterback, their starting left tackle, and their starting defensive end, Bosa, Trent Williams, and Brock Purdy. So the job on Sunday may be a lot more difficult than we thought it would be, and we thought it would be difficult even if they had guys available.
Yeah. I was looking forward to Jordan Love v. Brock Purdy, too.
Well, they don't go up against each other.
But they're the quarterback. You know.
Yeah, but it's not really a matchup.
But unless you romanticize the quarterbacks. You know what I mean. Like when the Bulls played Magic. I mean, the Lakers. It was Magic Michael. It really wasn't.
Well, they guarded each other.
Yeah. Well, I hear you.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, you see
bad comp by me.
No, it's
like
fine.
baseball. Hey, we didn't even talk about the MVPs. Ohtani and Judge. Baseball. Ohtani and Judge got MVPs.
Oh. Exactly.
Baseball around here, boy. Man, wake up. It exists.
It does. I agree with, what do you think about this? 17 games is too many. Lots of players in the league are injured.
Well, they're campaigning for 18.
Oh, they're going to get 18. They're going to get 18.
And
I'll tell you what,
watching.
If I were the Players Association and I go up to 18, you better wipe out the entire preseason.
Maybe that's what we're looking at, man.
I've always thought that's the way to do it.
So
no preseason. It's just like college. You come out and it's your opener.
But hold on, I do like that. Are you putting a rat on the table saying that's why Trent has not had his best year and IU got hurt?
Yes, of course. That correlation is absolutely going to be made.
Well, Jesse kind of
rightfully
said it.
so.
Jesse said it took him 3 weeks to get feel normal.
Well, Nick Bosa said he felt it all year long.
Well, and Deebo, the year he held out.
510.
Poor Deebo, man.
Wait, what?
I mean, he went back.
Deebo?
Yeah, he went back
Why?
on Twitter or X last night at Terrell Owens.
By the way, let's get this out of the way. This is Owens on Deebo Samuel, because we missed something big here.
Deebo is not really playing up to Deebo standards. Deebo is seems like he's more focused on his pregame attire than he is actually the game. So again, if we can shift that focus, maybe that can energize and create some more production, from an offensive standpoint. I'm just kind of tongue in cheek with that.
He said, I'm just tongue in cheek with that. We didn't hear the last part. I'm kind of tongue in cheek with that. He wasn't. That was.
When were you born? Because I believe it was not last night nor yesterday.
What's the point? What are you asking me?
He meant what he said.
But it was just a line.
Evan, can I get the Shannon Sharp, my man? Call it like you see it. And that's what T.O., you didn't have to add that.
Of course he did.
He responded to him. Of
course he did. Looks pretty miserable.
But you looked out there like Batman.
Well, that's because it's as gray as I've seen it in a long time. And if you're just joining us, we've got flash flood warnings in the Bay.
Not stopping me. I'm living my life. Yeah, Evan.
Drive carefully. Drive carefully.
Well,
exactly.
I'm going somewhere to have some lunch.
Well,
a couple sodas.
I did. Well, be careful. I guess I'm not going to walk down there in this weather, right?
Yeah, good. Can I get a ride?
I might need a
you
ride.
got that. I miss you in the caddy.
I might need a ride.
You're from the East Coast. Your hair, you'll be all right.
Yeah, but I don't.
Don't go Devon. My hair's going to frizzle.
It's not about my hair. It's about my attire. I don't have any waterproof clothing right now. I caught a break in the weather when I came here this morning, so I didn't have to wear my...
well, Norm, my father would tell you, son, you knew it was going to rain, prepare.
He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
Niners getting out at the right time.
Yeah,
wow.
By the way, I sent a text to Dibbs and Willard. I checked the weather right at the end of their show in Green Bay, and it looked like the chance of rain went from like 10% to 20%.
Oh.
And I texted him and I said, the weather's changing in the upper Midwest. They didn't.
So you're moonlighting. This is your second appearance on their show, huh? When you stood Evan and I up a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Wow.
Are you insinuating that Brock Purdy doesn't want to play in the rain?
No.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
If you are, I had forgot about it.
It's not going to rain.
Snow.
No, it's not going to snow.
If it snows, call the game until it stops snowing. I couldn't see crap last night. No, I'm being real.
And
I thought I would romanticize about snow in football game. If it snows, stop.
And this is why the caller the other day said, don't be as mean to Goo, because you're soft. Only somebody who's soft
Look at that.
would want to not see a game in the snow.
I want to see him perform at high level.
Okay. Well, what? I think Nick Chubb performed at a high level last night.
Russell made a couple throws.
Don't you?
I'm going up against Willard in fantasy.
I don't even know who I'm going. Oh,
you didn't check yesterday?
No, I have Nick Chubb in.
How many you get?
And Freiermuth. Well, pretty good.
What number?
I think Chubb got me 19.
Oh boy,
Freiermuth got me 11 or 12.
All right.
That's 8. Oh, that's right. I'm playing 10. 2 and nice.
Your opponent knows.
Is this our second game against each other?
Evan division game
since week 1.
Hey,
I didn't realize that. So we repeat the schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, and you beat me week 1, right?
Oh, I took it to you.
This is
and I'm going to do it again.
This is a revenge game. Although my chances went from like 33 to 50.
You got a lot of guys out though.
Not now. I don't. I mean, yes, I do have a lot of guys.
You got your backups.
I've replaced them. I've gone to the waiver wire and replaced them with players I've never heard of.
It's kind of fun, man.
Who's Valet? Some receiver. Vele. I think he plays for the Broncos.
Could have fooled me too. I didn't know who they were.
I mean, maybe he.
Put some respect on Sean Payton's name. Denver. Evan's like, please.
Why?
They're going to the playoffs, and they were a mess just a couple years ago.
I'm sorry, real quick. Are the Chargers having trouble with their kicker?
Dicker?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's weird.
Where'd that come from?
I'm in the car with Susan today, and she doesn't do the political news anymore. So she's starting to listen to sports, and she said something about Harbaugh has a lot of faith in his kicker, even though he's been struggling. And I was like, are you sure we're not talking about Jake Moody? She said, no, I thought it was Jim Harbaugh. But anyway.
Yeah, he made 5 field goals a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, all right. Well, she's kind of like Guru.
21 for 23.
I was
just got it wrong.
Not today with Wisconsin news.
Okay.
Scared me.
Coming up on the other side, it's crossover time and also What's Bugging You, and it's all presented by the San Francisco International Airport.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right.
the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Willard and Dibbs in the house. And coming up in 10 minutes, What's Bugging You? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Doesn't look like the 49ers got any good news today, guys. Purdy wasn't on the field. Bosa not on the field. Trent Williams not on the field. Kyle Shanahan's talking to the media either
momentarily.
Yeah, he's jumping on there.
If I were a listener, I wouldn't go anywhere because they're about to hit that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because he's going to say something, and one way or the other, it's we're going to get a designation
when
sensation.
When does it stop though?
When does
the
what
injuries.
stop? I thought you were about the rain.
Yeah, boy.
The whining.
I'm not whining. It's just a microcosm of the season.
Steiny had it earlier.
What did he say?
With the whining, the constant whining about the injuries. Thank you.
Yeah, it's football, so never.
And there it is. So
they were very lucky last year until Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl. That kind of a year is actually
followed them
rare.
Oh, okay.
You know, I think I will say this. I hope this doesn't sound like whining. I hate backup quarterback football.
They said backup quarterback is a fan's best friend. When your starter's not doing
you liked it last night. You liked it last night when you took the Browns and the points. He's a backup.
I know, but that was just money. That wasn't watching the game.
You sure liked it though. Jameis leading him down the field in the clutch.
I like the chicken, but
sure did, and you're welcome.
No, thank you.
Hashtag fade the Dibber.
There was a reason I yelled fade 47 times when you picked this team.
Well, and then they told me on the air, they're like, Dibs, does this make you feel better or worse, the fact that Guru also likes the Steelers?
Who said that?
And I said, no.
Oh, yeah, it's not good.
It was all of them.
But I, in general, and you're a perfect person to ask as you sit here in a Cowboy jersey right now. No matter what you thought of the team before Dak got hurt, the second he gets hurt, don't you look at every Cowboy game different the rest of the way? It's just like, they're done. They're done. It's over. Their season is over. And I mean, the fact that we're going to actually be subjected next Thursday
I got something for you,
Tommy DeVito against Cooper Rush, like literally, go talk to your family.
No doubt.
Take advantage. Eat extra plates.
Yeah.
Don't that game doesn't exist.
The primetime game?
The game.
Is that the afternoon game?
That's the not the night. That's the 1 o'clock.
And it's been for 100 years, but you're right. I got you.
I hate backup quarterbacks.
But I gotta
it's a
say
double must win is what that is.
God.
But I got to say this. I
do
told
hope
Steiny,
Daniel Jones plays for the Cowboys.
The day Brock Purdy went into the game for the Niners, driving to the game or getting ready to watch it on your couch, as somebody said Brock Purdy's entering this game, you probably would have been like, oh, brother. And then look what happened. And the reason I bring that up is Cosell said, Guru Computer here, Purdy might be leaving some chicken on the bone in regard to plays and guys open. What if a fresh non-hit Brandon Allen take advantage of his opportunity? Not replacing Brock, but I'm telling Steiny, what if he were to ball out? We would come here like maybe he's seeing something through the scope that not punch drunk, but a guy that was, not seeing it wasn't.
Just say what you really want to say. What would we have?
Oh, no, that's what I'm telling you.
What would we have?
No, we would not have a controversy because when he's ready,
Prince.
I'm just saying this one game. I'm not dare saying that.
Okay.
He's built too much for one good game to take it away from him.
What if Brandon Allen goes out there and stinks, and everyone who thinks Josh Dobbs should be the guy,
I'm one
then
of them.
it's back to Shanahan. Come on, Kyle.
Dobbs. I don't know why. Because he started before, and I feel like his legs, he's got some leg game. He can get away from pressure.
We were just talking about this in the other room. I think it's totally just a matter of who you most recently saw.
Is it, you think?
And a lot of people, go look at the numbers. What you're remembering about Josh Dobbs is not what happened. He went 3-9. So
which is more wins than Brandon Allen's ever gotten in his career as a starter.
Okay.
Shout out 3-2.
But I'll give you that.
He can run. But what you think you saw is not what happened. And we watched him in practice. Granted, only a couple times. I'll also say there's a reason that the 49ers elevated Brandon Allen ahead of him. He was not good in camp this year at all.
Yeah, Dibs, I wasn't going to controversy. I was just, what if he sees it fresher through his lenses than Brock was?
They beat Green Bay, and he throws for 285 and 3 touchdowns.
If Brock's ready to go, it's his job.
Yeah.
And that's how I really, truly feel.
Yeah.
And that's what a backup should do. Yeah. Hold it down till the starter comes back.
I don't know about 285 and 3 tutties.
Yeah, well.
When does Deshaun get healthy to get his job back?
He'll never be. Yeah, that's a wrap.
That's a fun one. Yeah. That's a fun one.
And Justin Fields, when does he get his old job back?
If I were Brock, I would be, let's put it this way. Brock Purdy is about to go from someone who makes $1 million a year to a lot more. And I think that Brock Purdy likes this team. They've achieved a lot. I think that Brock Purdy likes being Kyle Shanahan's quarterback. If I were Brock Purdy, I would not enjoy portions of the fan base for which I play. It's insane to me.
Oh, just a criticism.
It's insane to me, the thoughts that even go into some people's heads about what one game might mean if Brandon Allen comes in and if this, that, or the other. Brock Purdy has never played a season for the 49ers that didn't at least end in the NFC Championship game. And so I'm not talking about what the contract will be, but the fact that this stuff even crosses people's mind.
Are you reading that? Is that out there?
Of course it's out there. I felt to a degree that you guys were at least flirting with it about an hour ago.
No, Stoney said he didn't even want to see it.
Just the idea of what ifs. What if Brandon looks good? What if Brandon does look good? Yeah. What if?
Well, if they can win the game.
Great.
And the season is they're 6-6 6-5 instead of 5-6.
I just think it's Brock Purdy has not had a perfect year. We can all agree on that.
Yeah.
But the idea that there are questions about whether or not Brock Purdy is your guy is just odd to me. It just is. It's just an odd thought.
So when you hear real quick, Cousins,
ridiculous,
Darnold, you don't like any of that.
I don't like any of it.
Well, just to be fair, Matt Barrows threw out Aaron Rodgers yesterday. It's Matt Barrows.
Oh my God!
And that ain't Guru or Steiny.
And how'd y'all feel about that when he said
I glossed over it?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, Goo, what if Jonathan Garvin has 4 sacks filling in for Bosa? Bosa can't. He can't get that job back.
No, stop. See,
the guy they signed from the practice squad. I quick Googled it.
Yeah.
You had to put the readers on too, which is great.
Johnny Garvin. Yeah, he could. It's a big game, and I. When you ask, do I want to see Brandon? No.
Yeah.
I want to see Bosa play. I want to see Trent Williams play, and I want to see Brock Purdy play because it's a big game. Everybody knows it's a big game, and if the Niners know it's a big game and they've got the guys healthy enough to play and they can't win it, that tells me a little something. But if they go into that game and lose with Brandon Allen and no Bosa and no Trent Williams, what do we really learn if they can't get it done?
Yeah, not much.
Man.
Well, we learned that they're in even more trouble than we thought.
Right.
So it's not about what we learn about
record-wise.
The team. I mean, the team is the team. And, McCaffrey was out for 8 games. What did we learn about that? Well, we learned Jordan Mason's really good. And then we also learned that Kyle doesn't really value him because he only got 2 snaps last week. So what would we learn from this game? We learned that your backup quarterback's not good enough. Your practice squad elevation's not good enough. Jalen Moore, not good enough. Your depth is not great, and your roster is overrated, which is what I said 9 weeks ago.
Yeah, when I think about that game on Sunday, now I forgot what I was going to say, so somebody just, it'll come to me.
Div said the roster was overrated.
Yeah, no, it was more about, this is what I mean, the problem is this is what happens when you lose games early that you should have won. And now they have no wiggle room when they actually have a ton of injuries going into this game. Like this, if they were 6-4 right now,
I know,
we'd be okay.
If they'd even got one of them, it would feel totally different.
Okay, right. We might lose this one, but we'll get these guys back for Buffalo.
Although I bet that they do still, they're going to, because I know there's the whole go out there and do it for the Gipper kind of a mentality for fans. They're going to look at this, and if Brock is even a question mark, it's come on, dude, power through. This is the one you absolutely have to have.
Take the total.
I would bet the 49ers go, actually, we really need to win one of the next 2. And I know that the next one feels right now even harder than this one, but
Buffalo can be beat.
Yeah. They're going to protect. They're going to protect Brock because they could come back and win next week instead if they feel like that's the best way to do it. And I also don't think that they think the game's over if Brock's out.
Right.
Yeah, and I also think players have a tendency to, if they lose, let's say these guys are hurt and they lose to the Packers, we'll say it's over, but they know they have to make a run anyway.
Yep.
And 5 of 7, 5 of 6. They know they have to win every game but one if they lose to the Packers. And I remember even We Believe, during that stretch, they needed to win 9 out of 10. Like they waited until now you can't lose a game, and they could lose one, which they did, but teams can push themselves to the brink and still rationalize we can rip off 4 in a row. So
they're all nuts about themselves.
Yeah.
When the best example of that was when Kyle Shanahan was talking about the game where Purdy got knocked out in Philadelphia, the NFC title game.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you all, but the second he leaves the game, Josh Johnson comes in and you're down. I sort of sat there like numb and frozen on the couch, just like,
they tied it up.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And Kyle in the second half was like, no, we still feel like we can find a way to win this game. I'm like, no, you can't. No, you can't.
Well, you could until he got knocked out.
You're allowed to.
It was 7-7.
Well, he's an actual quarterback.
Yeah, but not who's going to go win in Philly in the NFC title game, my opinion. So I did not see really an avenue to win that football game without Brock Purdy, but they sure did. And in fact, even then walked an entire mile from where I park to where I'm standing right now. And I'm not here to tell you that it's not intense. The rain out there is absolutely intense. But this sentence, this is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. My God, are we fear-mongering just a little bit? I understand you want people to stay home, but good God, that's water.
Life-threatening.
It's water, and it's coming out of the sky.
This is a terrible take.
And you're going to be okay.
Wow.
Stay home if you can, but it doesn't need to be written like that.
It's not
a terrible take.
Well, this is terrible because if you are in the North Bay, shout out Santa Rosa and the Russian River area where they are now about an hour away from flood stage, it actually becomes more life-threatening. And if you are in Santa Rosa, and I listen to our sister station, KCBS, and they reported earlier about 3 people trapped in their home because of flooding. So I know that in different places in different parts, the South Bay not getting hit as hard. Here, Mark is in the North Bay, much rougher than me. Santa Rosa, much rougher than him. They send these out for everyone because you can't predict what this next hour is going to be based on Pacifica. I know they have evacuations going on there as well. So they send this out as a blanket, and I know that it's easily dismissible for all of us who are walking through puddles, but the reality of this is, for some people, it is life-threatening.
I get you.
That's all.
Time for the legal.
Oh, shoot. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'll go.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Kyle Shanahan. Go ahead. Kyle Shanahan has just ruled out Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa for Sunday's game against the Green Bay Packers.
There it is.
And I'll say this about that. And I said it to Stein, and he kind of bucked up at me. Listen, I am not Mr. Excuse Guy. But no matter what happens this year, and I feel like I don't even need the chart, but there's no way you're going to tell the story of the 2024 Niners without saying the injury part. No excuse, even when guys were healthy, it wasn't ideal, but we cannot sit here and Willard, you kind of just did it, and it wasn't a bad thing. Every team has injuries, but this team started out with your best player not there for 8 weeks. He comes back. Now it's arguably the biggest game because it's the next game of the season, and now your quarterback's gone. Ayuk gets hurt. No excuse at all, but how do you really look at yourself? And I'm wondering, from the Niner higher-ups, if you're going to ignore that we were hurt. No excuses at all, but man.
Go ahead.
Well, to me, it's not an excuse. It is, do you believe? If you think, we just had a bad year of injuries, well, then that shouldn't overly affect your strategy going into next year. You'd be like, let's bring them all back.
Right.
The problem is, I think we have to ask with this team, at least in certain cases, if the injuries were a function of age and how much they've played over the course of their careers.
Well, and if injuries are the lone reason that you would look at why you're 5-5, and I don't. And if you look at the 3 games that they blew, if they had only blown one of them and you're 7-3, that breaking news would hit different. And you guys all just said that, and you're right, But being 5-5, there's a certain amount of desperation. And I'm just looking at FanDuel right now. The spread has immediately jumped to 5.5. Packers minus 5.5.
Could have had
And
it at 1.5.
I predicted that it would eventually go above a touchdown, and we'll see if, as the news spreads. And right now, even if you want to lay the 5.5, it's leaning toward going to 6 already.
I was shocked that it didn't get yanked off the board when he left practice yesterday.
Right.
I was shocked because it was 2.5, and it just locked there at 2.5. And I'm like, y'all saw that he left practice, right?
Right.
I was shocked. Anyway, go ahead.
Just what that tells me is that Brandon Allen went through yesterday and today, and they realized that, he's done enough work to where he can be ready. And if Brock is still a little bit sore, a little tender, let's go with Brandon and give Brock a week, and then maybe he's ready for Buffalo. And Steiny, you said it, like, even if you go 5-6, you still in that locker room feel like there's a run left in you where you could win 5 of 6. Doesn't matter who you're playing. If you're the Niners, you think that you're good enough to beat anyone, anywhere, anytime. So you take this one, you try to win it, and then you regroup for Buffalo.
And Brandon Allen will start, obviously, according to Kyle Shanahan.
That's official. Yeah, I look at it this way.
I'm just saying a part of it, man.
Well, so first off, Steiny, your question about age.
One more update really quick, Willie, before
go
you keep going. Trent Williams will officially be a game-time decision for Shanahan as well.
Which I think that actually suggests that it may be on the similar track to last week, is what they'll try to do. Although, if you're Trent, he's almost kind of white flagged the game a little bit. I guess you could. But the idea that this is age-based, I don't know. Look at the age of some of the guys who are missing games. All the way back to Dre Greenlaw in February, and Purdy and Bosa. These are not old players. So this is just one of those things. And I sort of, to your point, Goo, I hate that we have to this is such a social media thing that we have to say twice. We're not using it as an excuse. It's almost like we're scared that someone's going to come down the road. It is obviously a factor of this season. And that's obviously. Hello. They have been ravaged by injury at very, very key spots. That's not, I agree with you, Dibbs. It's not why they're 5-5, because they've outplayed the opponent 8 out of 10 times. It's not why, but if my gosh, it's at least chapter 2 or 3 in your book.
I guess my point was that if you're going to say, well, we just got drilled by injuries this year, it may camouflage, or it may mean you're really not looking deeper than injuries, and there may be issues deeper than injuries on this team. They know they are.
They're going to look, like they may have seen enough of Purdy already, and it's kind of funny. I think Evan gave us a stat. He hasn't thrown a pass 20 to 25 yards for week 4. Do you think that's
over
just
25?
Over 25. Is that a byproduct of just that's our offense, or he may have been hurt for a while?
I think it's defenses who have realized that you can make this team go through you as opposed to over the top of you. And you saw it the last 2 weeks, and certainly the last game against Seattle, they were playing that bend but don't break defense, and they're playing that high 2 cover 2 shell that Steiny loves to talk about. And it's your next favorite to 1-2-2.
Yes, sir.
And they play that cover 2, and they made the Niners go 14 yards twice. One time they punted, one time they got a touchdown. And I wonder about the idea of the Niners being ravaged by injuries. I'd have to look at it relative to other teams. I think about Philadelphia, who lost both of their receivers for a time. They lost their tight end. I think about Houston, who lost their number 1 receiver for a time. Green Bay had, 3 games without their quarterback, and I think they won them all. So the idea of ravaged, to me, is a little bit of a curious one, because you do have to balance it against other teams with their level of injury as well.
And the Rams came in and beat you without Nakua and
Cup,
They had a list of,
all right, what's bugging me? We'll continue. Sponsored by ACO Pest Control, and the NBA, and
we already had it ready to play.
Right. Oh, just hit the Odyssey app, and you can tell what's bugging.
Oh no, we were going to play it. Willard hadn't heard it.
Not the whole thing.
Well, they cut it down.
You were spectacular.
Yeah.
The whole thing was about 8 minutes. With my favorite part, my second favorite part was Guru with the. I don't want to stop you. Right. I don't want to interrupt.
Audible, Omaha. Yeah, we'll go to the Odyssey app.
Yeah, you were pushing it. Yeah. You were pushing it great. Just go to the Odyssey app, and you can hear it for yourself. We've got breaking news to discuss. Mine, what's bugging me, it's quick. It's the people who, during a rainstorm, say, it's okay because we need it. You know what? We may need it, but you know what we need? We need you to take a shorter shower. We need you to irrigate properly. We need you to get a well and use your own wastewater. If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. The problem isn't we need it. It's you, kind sir and kind madam. You're wasting water. That's my problem.
All right.
Wow.
We need it.
You know what's even more annoying than the we need it people is when the news tells you after a storm like this, actually, it didn't stick. It did. So I know that you're swimming home, but it didn't help.
Man.
Yeah.
Didn't help.
Reservoir's still at 20%.
Well, and it's because our California reservoir collection system, that's a joke.
I'm starting to think Hetchy leaks.
Wow.
That's what I'm starting to think.
He is overrated.
I'm going to go with mine. It happened yesterday with Willard. He didn't know in passing in the break room. So no judgment here because everybody has lives. They have families. But I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. But I know what's going to happen tonight.
Promised.
I'm going to be at some theater watching Gladiator 2. And Willard told me, Goo, with my life and my kids, I don't get to the cinema much. I come in smiling ear to ear because I can't wait to watch Denzel and Gladiator 2. And what's bugging me is everybody can't, like old school Dibs, get to the cinema and go watch some great acting. But there's reasons why.
I'm with you.
But I just cannot wait. It was just a wet blanket.
No.
Let it go. But I cannot
It's just not my type of movie. I've been to a theater recently. It's just not my type of movie.
Maybe actually the holidays.
But he told me
the holidays are the only time.
All right.
It's the only time where there's a chance. And I think the last time I went to the theater was probably took the kids to see Spider-Man like 4 years ago. And came home and got COVID.
No.
And that was it. And I'm like, I don't think I've been back to the theater since. It used to be my favorite thing to do.
I'm like a kid.
But if it rains over the holidays and we're all together,
all right,
maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right, real quick, we're going to play this because it's breaking news. This is Kyle Shanahan on Purdy. If he's concerned long-term about the injury.
I don't want to say there's long-term concern. We got the MRI on Monday. We thought he just needed some rest and really weren't concerned about him not being good this week. But when he started up Thursday, just surprised us how it felt. So we had to shut him down, and so I really don't know what to think of it. The MRI doesn't look like that, so it should be all right. But the way it responded this week, it's really up in the air for next week. So we'll have to see on Monday.
Oh boy, no Brock Purdy Sunday.
The fact that he had an MRI, he had an MRI.
So
forget what it showed.
For me,
the
second that we got that news yesterday is when I thought, well, he's out because you're doing that because something is wrong.
You think that there's something
is not feeling the way they thought it was going to feel. That two-step of pull him off the field and go straight to the MRI machine.
Right.
Well, you're not playing on Sunday.
And X-rays are for bones. MRI is for soft tissue, muscles, tendons, ligaments, and the rest of it. So that's
serious stuff.
If you break your leg, you get an X-ray, and it's like, oh yeah, it's broke. It's broken. It's spinal. Yeah. But if you get an MRI, they're looking for that tissue stuff and sore shoulder. Who knows which one of those ligaments is
sometimes
possibly
you just
strained?
get dealt a bad hand, and I feel like the Niners on an injury front this year have been dealt a bad hand.
Them and the Cowboys, huh? Cowboys have been dealt a bad hand.
Eagles too.
Cowboys have been banged up.
What injury?
The Lions lost to Lions lost to DPOY.
The Cowboys lost in the offseason.
But they're really banged up too.
The Lions lost Hutchinson and haven't lost since. So let's not talk about the Niners being snake bit. But he's the guy. He's their quarterback in the defense.
He is not the guy, and their defense is their offense.
He was DPOY.
Talk to me.
The offense is the stronger side of the ball.
Talk to me, man.
And they have been blessed with unbelievable health.
And it's okay.
And they have the best offensive line in the game and all of those things. So, again, I know we're obligated. Not using it as an excuse.
You're allowed to.
It's a big part of the Niners story this year.
All right, so don't go anywhere. Dibbs and Willard will have updates as they come in, but the official word is no Brock Purdy or Nick Bosa for Sunday's game against the Green Bay Packers. Keep it locked on 95.7, The Game.
Are they they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
Hey, no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh.
Dude.
Yeah.
A little bit of a twist. You can go ahead and throw that rundown out. Can tear that thing up.
Well, let me just ask you right now, and if you're just joining us and you're just tuning in, wow! I hope you're in a dry space because it's a lot out there. So I think you're going to be fine depending on where you are, but just slow down. That's the only thing I try to say to people in situations like this. Call your boss, call your spouse, and just let them know. It could be a little late. Just take your time out there. It's pretty intense, but really glad you're with us. Okay. Brock Purdy's not playing in Green Bay. At least we have that definition. We're not going to do the walk up till game time scene. Nick Bosa is out as well. So the most important player on your offense is out. Most important player on your defense is out. I know those are debatable, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what is your thought on how you approach this game mentally? Green flag or white flag?
Oh, it's green flag.
Okay.
You're 5-5. If it was 8-2, it would be white flag. Or if you're 7-3, you could white flag it or yellow flag it. Oh, I was waiting for waiting for it. Exactly. I didn't want to step on the all-important can opening.
We need one today.
Yeah, we do.
Wow.
If you're 5-5 and you know that you need to probably win 5 of the last 7 to have a chance, realistically, 10-7, I don't think 9-8 gets it done. So you don't have a chance to white flag or yellow flag or black flag, red flag. There's only one flag you have, and it's green flag. And it's, hey, Brandon, we brought you in because we believe in your ability to win a game. Not lead us to a 10-7 year. Win a game. And he had practice Thursday. He had practice today. He's being readied to be the man. And he still has Deebo and George. I don't believe George is on the list. You got Christian. You got Jawan, you got Ricky. You've got enough to where you should still be able to go out there and compete and maybe win this game. It's a green flag.
I'm with you, but that's an interesting way to sort of phrase it, what you just said. I think that comes from the fact that we follow this team and you know it inside and out. I would venture to guess that normally when someone who has no dog in the fight, when they open up the schedule for the weekend in the NFL, and you see spreads that are north of 5 or 6 points, you do not think that underdog is likely to compete and keep it close. And I'd also argue there are different kinds of 5, 6, 7 point underdogs. This one happens to not be because, you're a lesser team, if you will. This one is because you're in a lesser situation. Like, Brandon Allen, I would argue, pretty much knew he was going to start this game at about 2:30 yesterday,
right?
Which means he got about 11 minutes of practice that day and then practice today in the rain. That's how long he's had. And I know his job is to be ready, and I'm with you. I'm agreeing with you, but I am not expecting the 49ers to go out there and show well on Sunday. I hope,
yeah.
But I certainly wouldn't use the word expect.
I think that he got more practice time than that because Brock went out after session 2 on Thursday, and on Wednesday, Brock didn't throw at all.
That's true.
So it feels like he got more of a, hey, it looks like it might be kind of a week, and then today, no Brock at all, and so he got today as well.
Still thought he was going to be the backup, though. On Wednesday, the team clearly thought Brock was going to be fine.
Maybe, but Brock didn't throw.
Right.
So at the very least, if Brandon's out there, he's being told, it's pretty obvious that Brock's not throwing and you are, so there's at least a maybe. I'm not saying that one extra day makes it so, hey, now the Niners should win because he got 3 days of practice and not 1.5. They're up against it, but I do think it's interesting that looking at the betting markets, It's now leveled off at 5.5.
Okay.
When the news broke, it jumped from 2.5 to 5.5, and it looked like it was about to go to 6. But since then, money's come back in on the Niners, and it right now is dead even in terms of the odds.
Yep, 5.5.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's -110, -110 either way.
Did you happen to take note of what the over-under did? I'm curious on that, too. Like, is it expected to be a lower-scoring game now?
I didn't really note where it was.
Yeah.
I see that it's now at 44.5.
44.5.
Which
yeah.
I think, I want to feel like it's always been about there based on the weather, And
weather's supposed to largely, Green Bay speaking, it's supposed to be fine.
Right, better than last night.
Yeah, mid-40s, dry.
Right, and not being a night game, you probably won't get that late.
Well, it is
that late snow that we got last night.
It's
in that
kind
game.
of a night game there. It starts at 4:30, or I guess 3:30 their time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dark second half. That's a nighttime second half.
Right. But I was thinking about last night where that game started at 8:30 or 8:15, and by 10:45, that thing was a whiteout.
Yeah, the whole game changed colors in the second half.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I remember saying to you when you asked me why I like the Browns, one of my 4 reasons was weather's an equalizer, and I had heard it was going to snow, and I got home and turned the game on. I'm like, hey, how's the snow?
Right.
Like there's I see like a little flurry. There's I saw a little piece of snow go across at one time, and then the second half, I'm like, oh.
There we go.
There it is.
Cue the snow.
I found it.
But what's funny is that's when the points came.
Yeah.
When the snow came, the points came.
Sometimes that makes it harder on a defense, by the way. And also, I don't know, I hope everybody knows this. Do you know that when you turn on the TV and you can still see the yard lines, you all know that's superimposed on TV, right? You can't see a damn thing. If you're a player, if you're a fan at that game, you have no idea where the hell they are. You're like, well, they look sort of, maybe kind of 35.
I'm glad you're saying this
because they have no clue where they are.
I was picturing during TV timeouts a series of Oompa Loompas who would hustle across with mini shovels.
You want to know what went through my head? My head was like, I wonder if they put heaters under the yard line and it melts the snow. And then I find out, I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's just somebody's got crayons and they drew on the TV screen.
Yeah.
They can't see what the hell's going on. So it turns into a total mess for the offense and the defense.
Anyway, no snow in Green Bay, no Brock in Green Bay, no Bosa in Green Bay on Sunday. Wow. You're 5-5 and 2 of your, 6 most important players.
And maybe no Trent. Trent is at best, we're going to get word.
Well, that'd be 3 of your top 6.
I don't even think, I'd predict right now based on Trent. I don't know how many of y'all do this. Do y'all do the Adam Schefter thing at midnight on Saturday?
Yeah.
Right? If you're a fantasy football player, you got to do 3 people. It's Schefter, Rappaport, and Pelissero. You got to go to their Twitter feeds at about 11 p.m. and sometimes even later because they're on the phone with agents and executives and they get the word of this person is not expected to play tomorrow or this person is expected to play. And then sometimes you get it's a true, we don't know. We'll find out in pregame warmups. And that's what I bet we're going to get on Trent.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I think it'll be him going out there. He probably gets ready to play, gets the shot, and goes out in pregame warmups, and you're going to see how it feels. It's pain tolerance. And I do think that he would be more likely to go now based on the fact that you don't have your starting quarterback and you don't have your wide receiver already. Your tight end is probably going to be a little bit hampered coming back from his injury. You got to be out there if you're Trent.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Because doesn't it feel right now like you'd love to actually see what everybody was asking for come Monday, which was, can we see Christian and Jordan Mason? Can we do both? And if it's November and it's late November and it's 40-something degrees and it's damp because at least the runoff of the snow that happened yesterday and you don't have your quarterback, I don't know. Run the ball seems like a good idea. And if you're going to run it 30 to 35 times, that doesn't sound like a one-person job to me.
No, it sounds like you need your best left tackle as well. And that's where you've gotten the most yards historically on the ground is behind Trent Williams. So if you don't have Trent and you already have a little bit of vulnerability with your center and your left guard, your right guard's been great, your right tackle not so much, where are you going to run the ball? Who are you going to run behind to try to get these yards against a Green Bay team that pretty much knows you're going to want to run it with a backup quarterback under center? And, maybe it's time to to do our Brandon Allen homework and start to queue up some tape on Brandon Allen and see exactly what he can do.
Brandon Allen is what I would what I know of him, and you're right, that we haven't seen him in quite some time in the NFL. But from what I know with his time in Cincinnati and whatnot, I would sort of like term Brandon as a solid backup.
With a question mark.
No, middle of the road type backup quarterback in the NFL. Yes, somebody who can, he can move the ball a little bit. He's not your best backup in the NFL. He's not your worst. But no, this is there's no tiptoeing around this. This is a terrible situation. And it might not be this week only.
Yeah.
The 49ers, don't forget this now, in 11 days, they're on Sunday Night Football in Buffalo. You got a long-range forecast on that one?
I'll take a look at it.
That one feels even colder to me.
Yeah, and even snowier, most likely.
So here's Kyle Shanahan on, okay, he's out this week, but what about going forward after that?
I don't want to say there's long-term concern. We got the MRI on Monday. We thought he just needed some rest and really weren't concerned about him not being good this week. But when he started up Thursday, just surprised us how it felt. So we had to shut him down, and so I really don't know what to think of it. The MRI doesn't look like that, so it should be all right. But the way it responded this week, it's really up in the air for next week. So we'll have to see on Monday.
Okay. You ready for your Sunday, December 1st, long-range forecast for Buffalo, New York?
Yeah, 27 and flurries is my prediction.
I got 33 degrees and a 30% chance of precipitation.
Which would mean snow, or at least
if it comes.
Slush or sleet.
Yep.
No doubt.
And remember, it's a night game. 33 would be the high.
Right.
So that's coming at about 2 o'clock. They're starting this game local time at 8:20.
And you realize that 30% chance of rain does not mean 30% chance of rain in that spot. It means 30% of the people in that area will get rain. That's what the percentages mean.
I did not know that.
Yeah, something I learned last year.
So, if you're a crowd, maybe only the people who are between the 40s?
That's right.
They get precipitation.
And if you're at Levi's, it's a 30% chance of blindness, and it's only those people on the sunny side.
All right.
What happened?
I think the only question for people, and by the way, just so you know, this show's yours today. Not that it isn't always, but you know what I'm saying? We got a Warrior game here in a couple hours, and so Warriors Live starts in an hour. The Warriors are going to kick the Pelicans' butt here in 2 hours, so that's fun. And we'll take you all the way up to that. But for the next hour, it's 49er football and the fact that they will go to Green Bay without Brock Purdy and without Nick Bosa. So in your mind, 888-957-9570, the emotions of this moment, how you feeling about the season now? Where are you at with regard to this particular season, your emotions around it, what the 49ers should do, how they should play it? You and I walked in here Monday morning to a chorus of some people who were already let's check out some young people.
Right.
Let's check out what young people can do now because this season's over, and we're both like, no, it's not. And I think you and I are both still in that camp because Brandon Allen's allowed to win a football game. So I'm not going in. That's my answer. I'm not going anywhere until I see them with my eyes lose both of the next 2 games. For me, that's how long the conversation, there's no give up, not even a little bit. At least, to me, that's when the conversation starts. But some of you might be further along. How do you think the Niners should play this? What do you want to see? Because there's no Brock Purdy this weekend. And there's no Nick Bosa. And your calls are next. 888-957-9570. Safe holiday travel start at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. All right, your call's next. Willard and Dibbs.
Travarius Ward will be out. Jacob Cowing out. Tatum Bethune out. Kevin Givens out. Nick Bosa out. Brock Purdy out. Trent Williams questionable. Feliciano questionable.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Talk about burying the lead. Thanks, Kyle. I mean, what did he say? I know you're all waiting for the Tatum Bethune announcement.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, Brock Purdy is also out. All right. How you feeling about the season? 888-957-957. There's no Brock Purdy in Green Bay. There's no big Nick Bosa in Green Bay. I will take 10 seconds to let you know that it's okay, Bay Area sports fans, because you do have Mike Yastrzemski in right field. The San Francisco Giants and Mike Yastrzemski have agreed on a one-year deal to avoid arbitration. And as Alex Pavlovich writes, this sets their outfield now with Yaz in right, Lee in center, and Ramos in left. Damn it, Farhan! Anyway, as we were.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's your outlook on the season now?
It's as grim as it has been because you go into Green Bay, and I asked on Monday if I could take Green Bay at the time -1.5, and I was told I couldn't. But in real gambling, you can, and I did. But in our bit, the Fade the Dibber, now I'm riding this thing all the way out until, I don't know, maybe next segment.
About 45 minutes. Right. You got to play this number.
Because now it's jumped to 5.5, and it looks like it's going to hold at 5.5 based on the metrics I'm looking at from the gambling world. And so, where am I at with the Niners' outlook of the season? It still is all dependent on what happens next. And he's not going to play Sunday. I get it. Can you win? You're allowed to. And I'm looking at the money line odds, and they are plus 200 to win, which means it's a 2-in-1 chance that they don't, which I believe is implied odds of about 33% chance that they win. So let's assume that they lose. They're underdogs for the first time in 2 years. You go to Buffalo. If Brock doesn't play in that game and you lose, well, at that point, you can start thinking about the season really kind of being over, depending on how long Brock is out. If Brock just misses this game, I still feel pretty good about their chances because he is a huge key to this team.
Well, I mean, technically, if you want to play the math out, even if they lose the next 2 games, they're totally allowed to go on a 5-game win streak to end the season.
Sure, the math is still there, as you hate when I say, but the math would be there.
And there's no divisional losses in there if they lose the next 2.
True.
Only one of them's a conference loss. Again, and I don't know when Brock's going to be back, but I can answer it a different way because, again, we're just talking opinions here. This does lower my outlook of the season.
Oh, it has to.
100%.
No doubt.
I like the thought that maybe the 49ers can do this and maybe they'll capture that and maybe they'll find themselves and they'll stop committing all the penalties and just whatever. I've thought of this 49er season all year kind of like a golf swing when you're in a slump. You know damn well it's in there, or not even a slump. You ever do this where the driver is just going 30 yards shorter than normal? And you're like, right? And you're like, God, what am I doing? I'm clearly right. My hips are too far, like something. But I know it's in there. It's in there. You just got to go find it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've felt that way all year long about this 49er team. It's in there. You just got to go find it. Well, for as long as Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa and who knows, maybe Trent Williams, I now don't necessarily believe that it's in there. Doesn't mean that they won't get a good break or have a good game. Doesn't mean that it's not savable, but I do not any longer believe in at least for this moment, the personnel of the San Francisco 49ers based on who they're going up against.
It still is in there. If Brock misses one game, then you still, I believe, can say that it is still in there. And the way things could break, Arizona's got Seattle and Minnesota. That could be 2 losses. They're 6-6. Seattle's got Arizona, and they've got a New York Giants team, which if they split, they're 6-6. The Rams could split and be 6-6, and you could be 5-7. So worst case scenario, or the best of the worst case scenario, no Brock in the next 2. You lose both, you're 5-7. You could still be only 1 game out with 5 to go.
Why don't we focus in on this particular moment, though, And we see you coming, so we're going to the phones here in just a sec. 888-957-9570. How do you feel about the season outlook now? There is no Brock Purdy. There is no Nick Bosa this weekend in Green Bay. Trent Williams, a question mark. Here's some more from Kyle Shanahan on everything that's in play. First of all, this is what he said about Purdy's progress throughout this week.
Just was complaining about how tight it was throughout the game, and it started happening throughout the game. That's why he was warming up just a lot more than usual. He said he had a hard time keeping it loose, and then after the game is when it really started to hurt, and then Monday morning is really why he had to go get an MRI for it.
Okay, so that's interesting information because we're not just talking about the practice week. We're talking about the last game. And for all of the talk about Brock not letting it rip and not seeing it downfield, you start to wonder actually if this shoulder was a part of that decision-making within the game, because he was definitely suffering throughout the game against Seattle.
Yeah, no throws in the last two games, but last game he did have a couple that, as Greg Cosell laid out to us in our weekly hit with the senior executive from NFL Films, and he saw 2 or 3 plays where there were open throws down the field, and he just didn't see it. And maybe he saw it, but he didn't feel confident enough in the shoulder to let it rip.
Yeah.
So it's one thing to see it. It's another thing to execute it. And if you can't do that, and obviously that's where we are right now. And he had an MRI yesterday, and the fact that he had an MRI tells me that they feel like there's something in there that is wrong. And you don't just get an MRI because you want to check it out. You know, you go through the physical therapy, which he did after practice when he couldn't go anymore, and you get the MRI, and obviously nothing is so bad that they put him on IR or anything like that, but he clearly has something wrong with the shoulder.
Yep. Okay, now this is now focusing in on the 49ers, at least for Sunday. The 49ers' new starting quarterback, Brandon Allen. Most of you have probably not seen him play. Hasn't really played for 2 or 3 years in the league. Used to be the Bengals' backup quarterback. Has won a few games, but it's been a while. This is what Kyle said with regard to whether or not the game plan changes moving to Allen from Purdy.
Yeah, there's not a big game plan adjustment. This is something that we didn't think would happen early in the week, so we were fully preparing for Brock to go, and getting a little surprised about this on yesterday. Nothing has to change, so that's a good deal for us.
Okay, so short answer is no. Game plan doesn't change.
Right, okay. I mean, the game plan doesn't change, but I wonder what that means as far as the expectations, because Brandon Allen is a professional quarterback. His last start was in Week 18 back in 2022, I believe, and it's a game where, he went out there and played with a bunch of twos against other twos, and he went out and lost, but it doesn't even matter what the result was. He's a guy who hasn't played football, game speed NFL football, in a long time. So if you're telling me the game plan doesn't change, then the game plan must have been to not really take a lot of chances and ride your running backs.
I'd also say this, shout out to when Cosell said to us, you guys, it's a press conference. One thing that I think Kyle Shanahan and most coaches, when they hear, they immediately shut down, is tell us your game plan. No.
Right.
How about that? No, I'm not telling you. So no, you're not going to sit there today and be like, yep, we're running the ball now because this guy stinks. He's not going to do that. And I don't even think he feels that way, but he's not going to do that. He was asked if the 2022 season gives him any confidence, the year that they had to play 3 QBs and ended up in the NFC title game.
I don't think they look at it that way. I mean, it's good to have that story and stuff, but I think why they have hope is because they're with Brandon every single day. So, I mean, I know outside of here, people haven't seen a lot of Brandon because he hasn't had to go in yet. But this is Brandon's second year. They see him on scout team all the time. And, obviously guys want Brock up, but guys are excited to see Brandon play.
Okay. Let's hear from Brandon. Here's a voice you probably never heard before. Right? Brandon Allen, who did not really think that he was going to start until he was told today.
Yeah, today, really. I know he had a plan for his shoulder all week. He was going to rest it a little bit on Wednesday, and I think we kind of split reps there on Wednesday. He's going to rest it a little bit, and then I think the plan was Thursday to come out and practice, and I guess just in warm-ups just wasn't feeling right, and so still expecting him to kind of go in, get treatment, come back, but yeah, I kind of found out today.
Okay, and then this is what he said about the specific Green Bay matchup.
Solid defense. Obviously, they're the defense is the key part why they have a pretty good record, and they do a great job of forcing turnovers. So it'll be our job to protect the ball, keep it in our guys' hands, and that's really throughout the NFL. That's a big key to winning games is protecting the football.
Okay, and are you preparing differently now that you're the starter?
Preparation really hasn't changed besides just getting more reps. I think that's really been the only difference this week was actually getting to throw to some of the guys and, getting live reps with JJ, Deebo, George, all those guys, Ricky. So that was really the only main difference for me this week.
That's your guy. That's Brandon Allen, starting quarterback.
32-year-old quarterback. He's been a journeyman out of Arkansas, been mostly a career backup. Debuted in 2019. He's made 9 starts. He's 2-7. His last start was back in 2021 with the Bengals, a game where he was not necessarily stellar. He went 15-29 for $136, didn't throw a pick, 1 touchdown, and he mentioned the Green Bay Packer defense. They are tied for 5th in takeaways with 19. And, yards against on the average per play, they're in the middle. Yards per pass, yards per rush, all the same. They're a good defense, but what they do a lot is take the ball away, and he is aware of that.
Yep, although Jair Alexander also ruled out for the Packers. He's not playing. I will say this, if you want to look at the stats, he hasn't started a lot of games, as you said, in his career. He's only played in 16 games. But if you're looking for something, numbers are numbers are numbers are numbers.
Right.
He has, in every single year of his career, thrown more touchdowns than picks. Not normal for a career journeyman backup. It's usually kind of the other way.
That was kind of a fun stat.
Thank you.
I mean, Captain Sunshine on a rainy day.
No, but I think that go do it for Josh Dobbs. Go do it for Josh Dobbs, and let's see what it looks like.
I will, but Brandon Allen, 10 touchdowns in his career, 6 interceptions.
6.
He's got a 3.2, a 5.4, and a 2.0.
I mean, for a career backup, I would argue that only 6 picks. In how many pass attempts does he have in his career? 263.
263, yeah.
263. 6
2.3%, which is pretty good. Brock's this year is about 4, which is also still pretty good.
Josh Dobbs' career 15 touchdowns, 13 picks.
Yeah, Dobbsy.
Yeah, look at that.
And 1 more win than Brandon Allen.
Yes, correct.
In 5 more starts.
I think both of them are
they're backups.
Yeah.
Right?
They should be in those commercials with the backup quarterback that comes in and parks the truck or whatever. That's who they are.
And this is where you look last year at Sam Darnold and you think you might have had the best backup in the league.
For sure.
And what he's done this year, and you don't always get to have that guy, although I saw something earlier today about Daniel Jones being the next 49er backup, maybe next year or whatever happens to Daniel Jones, but that would be the kind of backup you'd want, somebody who's actually gone out there and played a bunch.
Yeah, once he clears waivers, they can go get him if they want. You can start him on you. That should happen. When does that happen? Can he be ready by Sunday? I'm kidding. Sushi Steve in the city on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Steve, what's up?
What's up, guys? I'm just driving on 101, floating my car down 101 right now. It's crazy.
Go slow.
Hey, so listen, before I kind of rant, Willard, your dad was my math teacher at Burlingame High School. He was honestly my favorite teacher I ever had in 4 years. So I'm not just saying that. I love Mr. Willard. He was awesome.
Dude, Steve, thank you so much. Did you mention this to me one time before, and then I made you feel old by telling?
I did. I called.
Do you remember how old he is now? I'm gonna see him on Wednesday or Tuesday. Actually, I'm gonna see him next week for Thanksgiving. Yeah, he's 82.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, he's 82.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah.
He's 82 years old.
That makes sense. Hey, so listen, I'm just gonna throw a scenario at you guys, just because I pretty much get all my 49er updates from you guys. I mean, I peruse on the internet, whenever I have a moment, but it's pretty much from you guys. So, going into this week, we got all these injuries and I'm not going to get into the fire Kyle Shanahan thing, even though that's how I kind of feel.
Good.
But I'm not, I get it. There's no better coach. I'm not going to go there. There's
okay.
better,
all right.
We need him. But my point is, right now, with all the injuries, I mean, I think all those draft picks that we traded away to get Trey Lance, to move up to get Trey Lance, I mean, I think those are going to bite us in the ass now, right? You knew this day was coming. We don't have, people are out, we don't have great backups. I know backups aren't usually the best players, but it's like, I don't know. I hated that move when we got Trey Lance to move up and got Trey Lance. I hated it, and I knew that would bite us eventually, and it's kind of happening now. What do you guys think?
Well, here's what I think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Steve, you do?
Well, that's two players that you'd love to have that you don't have.
For sure, but that's it's a difficult line to draw it directly from that to this. There's no two ways about it. That was a disastrous move.
I just think that you'd rather have two players, even if neither of the player was a really superstar player, at least you'd have two guys that you really liked that would be on this team that you don't have.
Right, but in theory, those guys would already be in. I mean, my point is that's not suddenly a thing if it wasn't already a thing.
Right.
It was already a thing.
And I think it was already a thing, and that's what I was saying back in September when I looked at this roster.
Very unfortunate move. And just because they were able to find a different quarterback in a different year in a different round does not mean that you don't feel the effects of that. It's a hellacious miss that the 49ers made because it wasn't just one pick, it was a bucket full of picks. And so yeah, there's no getting around that, but I don't suddenly think of it today and go, oh, now that these injuries have happened, now is when you're feeling that.
I've been thinking about it for a long time, going back to, early September when it looked like the roster was not as deep as other rosters in the past, and part of it is because you don't have those first-round picks. And luckily, or not luckily, because I don't think it's luck, I think it's scouting, but congrats to the Niners for having such a great draft this last year, because you've gotten 6 players to immediately step in and be a part of your 22-man starting roster. And think about if they would have had a mediocre draft, where this team would be if you didn't have Pooney or Green or Mustafa and Pearsall, and you want to run all the way through the list of guys who've come in and made an impact. You'd be in a real world of hurt, but because you had a good draft, that's offset it a little bit. But to me, you still would love to have had 2 first-round picks that would be in the building.
There's no way around that. And I mean, I don't know how y'all look at that. I've always said this. I bake that in to the thought about any draft or any team. They all have misses. And this one was a really, really bad one. But that's part of the deal, man. You got to swing sometimes, and sometimes you're really, really going to swing and miss. My only concern looking at a team in drafting players is if they're doing this consistently. And so that's why I've always sort of kind of puffed up a little bit when people start going after there's the Trey Lance thing, and then you didn't do offensive line, and you didn't do what we wanted here, and those third-round running backs, and damn it. And then on the other side of the fence is this unbelievable list of what the 49ers have done 4th round and later. Like just plucking Pro Bowlers out of, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, Kittle, Greenlaw, Purdy, Fred Warner. We could go on and on and on. So, to me, that's when I'm going to get on a team for doing what they do in the draft, is if they are consistently having misses. Outside of that, I think every team whiffs. Boy, every team that got a quarterback that whole year whiffed. That whole class was a whiff. I mean, even Trevor Lawrence was a whiff. What's he gonna do in Jacksonville?
Well, he got you to a playoff.
Great.
So, I mean, that's more than the other guys have done.
He's the best
and he still has his job. Yeah,
he's making $55 million a year. Have fun.
Right. Well, and,
he's not good enough for that.
We'll see how bad this injury is, and if it turns out to be worse than what all of us had thought, I wonder how that will affect what the 49ers look to do not only now but in the offseason. Because if Kyle Shanahan is not sure that he'll be ready to face the Bills on December 1st, and those are his words, he's not sure. So if you go loss, and Arizona goes win-win, and they're 8-4 and you're 5-7, and now you're looking at it like, okay, now we're 3 back with 5 to play.
Yeah, you're toast.
Well, if you're toast. Maybe you're into shutdown mode. And if you're into shutting Brock down, if Brock might be ready on December 8th and you're 3 games back with 5 to go, maybe at that point you think about shutting Brock down, and I wonder how that affects Brock's money going into the offseason. If he again has an injury and again he's not able to finish a season.
I'll look at it another way, which is, and I think this is actually a very realistic possibility, Niners could lose the next 2 games and still be 1 game out of first.
It's possible.
Very, very realistic possibility.
When I was laying that out, if Arizona plays Seattle and Minnesota, those are not guarantees.
Both on the road.
Seattle's got Arizona and the Giants, and the Rams have a winnable and also a losable game in there.
Yeah. Well, the Rams play Sunday Night Football against Philly.
Right.
This weekend.
And then I do think that their other game, and I'm putting it up now, is against the Saints on the road. So that feels like it's pretty winnable.
Probable, but yeah, I don't even know with any of these teams.
Well, the point is, if all three of them go 1-1, then you're looking at, Arizona would lose 2, and the Rams and Seahawks would also be 6-6, and you'd be 5-7. So you could be a game out of all 3 with 5 to go, and then, Brock is coming back, and you've got a Chicago team that you will be favored against, and then you've got head-to-heads that can go your way.
I also want to read this. It comes from our friend and contributor late last night, Dr. Nirav Pandya. And I want to read this because I saw this, and this one resonated with me. And that was well before we knew for sure that Brock was out, even though I very much felt that yesterday. But listen to this. With regard to Brock Purdy's shoulder soreness, there are obviously multiple possibilities as to what the actual cause could be for pain. The larger issue is anytime shoulder soreness presents in a throwing athlete with prior elbow surgery, it is something to watch closely. So Doc is at least throwing out the possibility.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, that this is a concern, not because of just this injury, but that it in some way is being either aggravated or pushed forward because of what Brock experienced in the offseason last year.
Yeah, and he actually reiterated that earlier today, talking about a combination of an injury in the same arm as a UCL reconstruction. And I asked him just quickly on Twitter about the internal brace procedure that Brock had, which is not Tommy John, but it's similar, where you put in an internal brace. Does that at all connect to the shoulder, which would then make the shoulder more vulnerable to that type of an injury? And we don't know what the shoulder injury is, if it's, a labrum or a sprained AC joint like, we saw with Jordan Mason. We don't know the nature of it, but the very nature of a shoulder injury where you already had an arm injury, that is trouble.
I'm going to make a prediction right now. And I don't know when this will come out, but it is my belief that we are going to hear that this injury did not take place in the game against Seattle. I think that Brock Purdy's been dealing with this for, my guess would be about 3 weeks. I've noticed that the 49ers will not say or act like they don't know when it happened. That's not true, by the way. They know exactly the second that Brock Purdy came to them and said something's not feeling right with the shoulder. Because even in games that he played well, let's take the fourth quarter, the second half against Tampa, where we all loved what Brock Purdy did. It has looked to me for about 3 games like the ball is floating. It looks like the zip is gone, even in passes that are close to the line of scrimmage, and his misses are high. Think about the Deebo Samuel throw over the middle. And then even think about some of the throws that we saw outside the numbers against Tampa Bay early in that game. He's missed high, and the ball, the throw that he likes to throw, tends to float a little bit more than what it normally does. So I'm not saying this as a doctor. I know nothing on this particular topic. Just a guess based on the way the ball's been coming out of his hands. I think Brock's been dealing with this for a few weeks.
Yeah, I would guess that he heard it on the touchdown dive last week when he dives with the ball on the left and he lands on the shoulder on the right. That, to me, is probably when it happened.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Not only are we still open to your calls, coming up next, got a Warrior game that's starting here in about an hour and a half. We'll let you hear everything Kyle Shanahan said today in this 3 o'clock hour. But next, we'll keep taking your calls. How does this affect your season outlook for the 49ers? The news that Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa will not play this weekend in Green Bay. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank on this rainy, rainy day. If you're looking for a safe haven, look no further than one of the 21 branches that Fremont Bank has. You walk in and you'll feel the warmth. It's dry, it's warm, and it's good, solid local banking is what they have there. 60 years ago, they set out to build just that, a local ecosystem that's built on relationships between you and your banker and their fellow employers and the teller and the manager and all the rest of it. It's exactly what you want in a local business, but this one happens to be your bank, which should be very important to you. That's where your money sits. Today's payday here at Odyssey, San Francisco, so I got a chance to check the balance, and I love the fact that my money that's now in there, thank you, Odyssey, is being pumped back into the community. Home ownership and businesses and philanthropy, all the things that make our Bay Area so strong. And as we head into the holiday season, it's never been more important to be a part of a good, solid family organization. And that's what Fremont Bank is. That's why we say full-service banking with no compromises.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, he wasn't confused by this question. Is Brock Purdy playing? Nope. Is Nick Bosa playing? Nope. And that might be an equal concern. You threw out an interesting question a second ago, which is sort of like, which one is a bigger deal,
right?
To have to play without. We'll get into that in a second. And because we want to really kind of talk that out and season outlook with all of you at 888-957-9570, taking your phone calls right now. And we want to let you hear everything that Kyle Shanahan said today about Brock and Nick and Brandon Allen, who will start. We're going to do all of that in about 25 minutes or so. So that's all coming up, and we really want to focus on it, which means we should probably take a minute right now and fade the dibber.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Well, last night they weren't just home dogs, but that is their nickname as well, and them dogs were barking. And the Cleveland Browns don't only cover, but they win the game outright. And so you are very, very much not hot.
No.
And you are not trying to get back to 500 this week either.
No.
A full 2 games under. And that spread, it's like Darren Ruff. It's on the move.
Totally.
The spread is on the move. 5.5 now, all the way up to 5.5 with no Brock, no Nick. The Packers favored. Dan?
Well, I was going to say all week that if Bosa was out, I was just going to take the Pack. If Bosa was in, I was going to take the Niners, all the while thinking that Brock Purdy was going to play. The news now, Brock out, Bosa out. The spread is ballooned to 5.5, but man, I can't put my faith in this team with a backup quarterback. Even though their backs are against the wall, Green Bay also highly motivated to win. 5.5 is a lot, but not too much to scare me. Go Pack, go. I'm going against the Niners, which is rare. I'm taking the Pack and laying the 5.5. Go, go.
Doon. Go, Pack, go. I do enjoy that, except for when they're playing the Niners.
Yep, fair enough.
But I'm comforted by your pick.
You going to take the Niners and the points?
I don't have to do a damn thing. I just sit here and listen to you.
I asked you a question.
No, I'm staying away.
Okay. That's all I want to know.
That's a stay away game. You know what? When you make a pick that I firmly disagree with, you know what I do.
You start clapping and cheering like a monkey. Fade. And then Grandy and Lucas are in there doing the do-si-do and pumping their fists.
Dude, we run around the room.
Whatever, you got one right. Are you happy?
Like a clam
very
dance.
happy.
It's like a square dance in here when you make the wrong pick and we feel it. Like we feel it with our bones and our bellies.
Let me ask the room then. Is anybody taking the Niners and the 5.5 in there?
Yep.
Okay. Good. I love it. I hope the Niners can win and cover.
I got to think about that, but I'm not running around chanting fade. I don't even know who the hell's playing in this football game. At minimum,
Brandon Allen.
Right. Is Trent Williams playing?
Maybe Jalen Moore.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't even know.
This is why I, in real life, bet it on Monday when it was at 1.5. Not expecting Brock to be out, but thinking, you and I talked about it, Nick Bosa, it didn't seem like was going to be able to play.
Sure.
Well, I hurt my other oblique, and I've got now 2 obliques, and they both hurt. So I didn't think that he'd play, which tells me you got trouble on a defense that doesn't have any other game record.
I think this is actually wonderful for Nick Sorensen. Let's see you coordinate, dude. Let's see it. And I'm not like holding you to the performance when you're without your top players, but what I do think has to happen is you have to have a different approach. I said
Such as blitzing?
Yeah, like I said this to you the other day. The whole point, the whole like eye of the storm of this idea of Nick Sorensen and his vanilla ice cream is Nick Bosa. That's the whole point of the whole defense. They're rushing 4 because they think they can rush 4 because Nick Bosa. And by the way, the metrics will tell you they're usually right, at least for 3.5 quarters. But anyway, you had those numbers the other day. Nick goes out, and Seattle couldn't do a damn thing all day. Nick leaves, and they did whatever they wanted.
Yeah, 30 plays, 186 yards, which is 6.1 per play, 3 scores on 3 drives, 2 tuds and a fuga, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, and that is 17 of their 20 points.
Correct,
and
without Nick.
And they win the football game.
And this offense is better, and the thing about Nick Sorensen and blitzing, I don't think that they have the personnel to blitz.
Maybe not, but you have to do something.
Right.
You can't just rush 4 and sit there with a bowl of vanilla ice cream and put your feet up on an ottoman and go, we're good. You're not good.
Well, you're allowed to.
You'll lose.
I agree.
You'll lose. You're going against one of the best pass-blocking offensive lines in football. You're going up against one of the most raw, talented quarterbacks in all of football. He can move. He's got an absolute howitzer of an arm. They're at home. They're motivated. Their receiving core is healthy, which is like seemingly never the case. But they are right now with Dobbs and Watson and Reed. They got all their things humming, man. And so you're going to have to do something. And again, I'm not going to hold you like, oh, you better hold the Packers under 17 points or you stink. I'm not going to do that. But, like, there is a piece of me that's like, good. Can we see, like, just do something.
Something, right.
Do something and let us see what you're trying, because there's no way they can just go vanilla in this game. And if they do, then I think fans are absolutely right to say some things the following day.
Well, they may not go vanilla, but they're not going to go full-on Neapolitan or Spumoni or Jamocha almond fudge. They might go French vanilla. They might go vanilla with a dab of a chocolate chip here and there.
Let's see it.
This team is not built to do what I want. They blitz the second least amount in the NFL, and their blitz pressure percentage is in the middle of the pack. So you're not suddenly going to lose your best pass rusher and start rushing 5 and 6 all the time and have your rookie and your inexperienced corners go out there on an island. Well, it just doesn't seem to me to be the way that this team approaches it.
It's not. You're absolutely
Steve
right.
Wilkes lost his job because he blitzed too much.
And you also have you've got a healthy, talented, young receiving core. Do you want to leave all of your corners on an island? No, although the cornerback room is as healthy as it has been all year long. Renardo Green is now up to speed. And my understanding is that Charvarius Ward is expected back for this game. And Diamador Lenore is a young star. Is Ward in?
No, he's out.
Oh, he's out.
Yep.
Never mind. Take that point and throw that in the trash too. So, yeah, like you're right that you're not going to put those corners on an island. And in fact, that's not the way Kyle Shanahan likes to do things anyway.
Exactly.
But that's my point. My point is you're in a really bad spot. So therefore, to me, that's when coordinators coordinate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
You got to coordinate. You got to coordinate.
Luda.
You got to go out there and do that thing. So I'm interested to see what they try, because they're going to have to try something.
Do you want the full list, the full injury report for the
let's
Niners?
do it.
Tatum Bethune out, Nick Bosa out, Jacob Cowing out, Kevin Givens out, Brock Purdy out, Charvarius Ward out, John Feliciano and Trent Williams questionable. McCaffrey and Kittle officially cleared and good to go.
Oh, Kittle's in.
Yeah, McCaffrey too.
Well, I never thought McCaffrey was going to be out.
And I'm wondering why that you two back there love not love, but are betting on the Niners plus the 5.5.
The bid is called Fade the Dibbers.
Yeah, I think.
I thought they.
Yeah.
I think the reason is you picked the Packers.
No, that's great.
And for a lot of people,
but normally,
that's all the reason they need.
But they don't always jump in with both feet. Sometimes they will tiptoe. Sometimes they will kitty foot in there.
I don't think they jumped in with both feet. Again, I didn't see arms and limbs flying around the room like we did last night when all three of us absolutely threw a complete party.
Last night, yeah.
Yeah, because you picked the Steelers. And all of us were feeling real good about them dogs.
Yeah, Jameis Winston, I underestimated him.
Yeah, so it was just like, gut feeling, weather equalizer, Thursday night, coming off an emotional win for the Steelers. They don't score touchdowns, even though they did score, I think, one out there last night. But anyway,
Jalen Warren.
Yeah. Actually, I guess they scored 2 then, huh? Because Russell Wilson had a touchdown pass, too.
Yep.
Wow, they scored 2 touchdowns and still lost.
Yeah.
Good Lord. But anyway, I don't think anybody feels that way. No, how can you? How confident can you be in the 49ers right now?
Well, if you want to talk about their 6 most important players, 2 are definitely not playing, and a third is a game-time decision.
Well, list those. Who are their 6 most important players?
I would say Brock, Trent, Christian, Fred, Nick, and George.
George? Okay.
That'd be my 6. I mean, that's a rough 6, but I think that's fair. The quarterback's always number 1, and he's out.
It's interesting. I think for the last couple of years, a lot of people would have put Deebo on that list, and suddenly now he's fallen off.
Well, he's not on the list. I wouldn't put him in the top 6 now.
We certainly did last year.
This is not last year.
Yeah,
and what he's done this year has not been top 6 worthy, in my opinion. No. I would even argue that Juwan is more important than Deebo right now.
Well,
because Juwan has replaced Brandon. Brandon was more important than Deebo last year. Brandon's ability to be a guy who gets open, and now Juwan is doing that.
Well, not based on how things played out. I mean, the offense completely, when Deebo left against Cleveland, that's what kicked that 3-game losing streak.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just Brandon in general, I think, was a more important player. But this is more a point to say, if you don't have Trent, and I said all last year that I thought he was the most important player on offense, this year, maybe not as much, but you always want to have a quarterback, protect the quarterback, and go get the quarterback. And you might be without all 3 of the critical pieces in that computation. All 3. But yeah, fade the dipper. You guys are right.
Yeah,
I'm not getting this one wrong.
Well, again,
I'm allowed to. 17 and 19 is on the phone. Yeah.
I mean, if I can,
I locked it.
I mean, if I can psychoanalyze you for a second, and your weaknesses is a better. If you want me to.
You can. You're allowed to. I can't stop you.
Well, I think that a better leans to favorites because they're like, oh, well, the Packers are the better football team. Right, but they have to cover 5.5 points.
I get it.
Like, that's
I wonder what my record is with favorites as opposed to dogs. It's a big ask, Grandy. I know you have the spreadsheet, but
get in there. I wonder how many dogs you've even picked so far this year.
It's funny you say that because in my confidence pool, I noticed early on that the majority of the high scorers came when the favorites were heavily, like when the favorites won a lot.
Yeah, people bet favorites.
I've been betting a lot of dogs in my confidence pool, and I've done very, very well.
There you go.
Now on the air and in the bit, I just pick the picks that we pick, and I don't just try to lean dog just on principle.
No, there's no principle to it. It's just funny that when people see a game like that and they're like, oh, the Niners are hampered. Well, the Packers are going to kill them. The Packers minus whatever. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, if you made the Packers an 8-point favorite this weekend, they'd be like, Packers.
See, that gets tough.
Yeah.
For me, 5.5 is, I mean, it's kind of a manageable number.
It's a lot, though. Yeah, what do you got, Grandy?
You are 10 and 9 when betting favorites.
Okay. So that means I'm 7 and 10 on dogs.
That's more dogs than I would have guessed.
I bet 19 favorites and 17 dogs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Apology accepted.
I didn't apologize.
You tried to psychoanalyze and you were wrong.
I wasn't. You've bet more favorites than dogs.
Barely, but the way you were saying it, you were trying to portray it like I'm some sort of a favorite sycophant. Somebody who just drools and slobbers over favorites.
I wasn't trying to portray anything. That's my take on what, like last night, that was what your weakness was.
Yeah, points to Dibber here.
Steelers to the Browns. Steelers are way better. It was clearly a Browns night.
Yeah, that was, Thursday nights are funky. And last night, I admitted going in was not one that I loved either way. So, you got to make a pick. And I missed that one.
Kyle Shanahan on is there a problem beyond this Sunday with Purdy?
I don't want to say there's long-term concern. We got the MRI on Monday. We thought he just needed some rest and really weren't concerned about him not being good this week. But when he started up Thursday, just surprised him, surprised us how it felt. So we had to shut him down, and so I really don't know what to think of it. The MRI doesn't look like that, so it should be all right. But the way it responded this week, it's really up in the air for next week. So we'll have to see on Monday.
You know what I hear there that we didn't really talk about?
Yeah, I got something too.
Yeah, they got no freaking idea what's going on in there.
Well,
it's not reacting the way they think it should be reacting based on what they think is going on in there.
And he got the MRI Monday, not Wednesday or not yesterday when he came off the field.
Wait.
Kyle said when he got the MRI Monday and stuff, and based on that, we didn't think that it was going to be that big a deal and stuff, and it hasn't reacted well.
Maybe there's 2 MRIs because they did immediately announce that Brock has shoulder soreness, right?
Right.
But my impression is, because I think that's pretty standard when you come out of a game with an injury, and I don't mean leave the game. I mean when the game's over,
right.
You come in Monday, you go through treatment, and if you report an injury, maybe they do an MRI, and then maybe they did another one yesterday when he left.
I wonder about that.
Here, let's hear that again.
I don't want to say there's long-term concern. We got the MRI on Monday. We thought he just needed some rest and really weren't concerned about him not being good this week. But when he started up Thursday, Just surprised him, surprised us how it felt. So we had to shut him down, and so I really don't know what to think of it. The MRI doesn't look like that, so it should be all right, but the way it responded this week, it's really up in the air for next week. So we'll have to see on Monday.
Yeah, I don't know, but I
don't know if we got a second MRI.
I mean, it sounded like that yesterday, and I know John Lynch earlier today referenced that the MRI, they felt good about where the MRI was.
Right.
But obviously the shoulder doesn't feel good, so you can tell people the pictures say whatever the pictures say, but that's not telling the whole story.
Exactly. And if he had an MRI Monday and they looked at it and they felt like it wasn't going to be that big of a deal, which is what he said, that tells me that the Monday MRI didn't show anything of a real dramatic damage. And so the MRI was clean, but he still had shoulder soreness. And so you're going to shut him down, and then you try it again on Thursday. And when he goes out there after 2 periods, it already is starting to be a little sore or whatever, and you shut it down at that point. You could do another MRI, I guess, but I don't know if anything's going to show up in the MRI. It could just be a bruise. It could be shoulder fatigue. It could be a number of different things that wouldn't show up on an MRI.
Yeah. Let's go to Ronnie and Tracy. We'll let you hear Kyle Shanahan in full in approximately 10 minutes or so. Ronnie and Tracy on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Ronnie. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Listen to Dibs picks. Here's what I got to say. If the line stays at 6, the last time the Niners were a 6-point dog, I believe, was when they went and played them in the divisional playoff game against the Packers. So here's a 3-team parlay, all in favor for the Niners. Okay? Niners, money line. We need this win. We can take a loss next week, and then we got to get on a roll after that. We need Seattle to win this week, so add that to the card. Last leg, you got to get Philly. Got to get the dub for them because we need the Rams to go under 500, give us a chance to at least have a chance to get to the playoffs. That's all I got.
Ronnie, those are money line, all 3 of them?
All 3.
Okay.
He needs, I want winners. That's the Mike Singletary parlay.
Yeah.
He wants winners.
He wants to parlay the Seahawks, the Niners, and the Eagles.
I want winners.
Seahawks minus 108 on the money line.
I want people that want to win.
Eagles minus 146. Niners plus 200.
Plus a lot, yeah.
So that will probably pay you about 6.5 or 7-1 odds on your 3-team money line parlay. Had to take it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Hit you with that Friday tick.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's, I guess it's 2 dogs and a favorite. Or 2 favorites and a dog. 2 favorites and a dog. Minus
Honestly, well, the Cardinals and Seahawks are almost a pick 'em.
Plus 873.
Oh, so even more than that. Yeah, 8.5 to 1.
Okay.
Plus 873.
Okay.
I lowballed it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That sounds tasty. It's
Cash me out one time.
also probably not going to happen.
Well, I mean, the least likely of those obviously would be the Niners on the road at Green Bay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Seattle, that's a coin toss. They're home and they're getting 1.5, and Philly at LA only laying 2.5. That's one of those,
Yeah. Where are you seeing Seattle getting 1.5? I'm seeing them as a pick 'em.
FanDuel plus 1.5.
Really?
On the duel.
Damn.
Yeah, it's minus 122, getting 1.5, which means it's probably about to move to 1. Usually when those odds get to minus 125, they click at 0.5 point. So that thing might jump down to Seahawks getting a point.
Yeah.
Home dog.
I'm seeing it as pick 'em where I throw M&Ms around
in the UAE.
Yeah, Belize is we
you
Belize.
Better believe me.
We Belize.
Thank you.
Anyway, 888-957-9570. What is your outlook now on the 49ers season with Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa both out this weekend, possibly Trent Williams as well, as they hit the most important and most difficult portion of their schedule? And also we know about the disappointment in the first 10 games coming out of their 5-5. It really does. It feels completely like season on the brink. I get that. But for me, any thought or talk about the NFL draft, has to, at minimum, wait 10 more days. You have to wait 10 more days, in my opinion. Because even if they were to go out and have a total stink bomb at Lambeau Field, for all we know, a week from today, Brock Purdy will be announced back in. They will go to Buffalo and be impressive on Sunday Night Football. Who knows? And if you do walk out of these next 10 games or next 10 days, if you walk out of it 6-6, you're going to be right in the thick of it. You're going to be right in the thick of it, and I would argue probably still at most a game out of first place in the West. That's my guess.
Yep, could be 2 games out. You just don't know. But for me, it's never time to look at the draft until you absolutely have to. And I don't believe in the idea of tanking when you're 5-5. You can't tank enough to make it actually matter. And you want to go out there and maximize this window that you have. And you're not going to do that if you're a team that fancies itself as a good team and a contender. So even if you get to 5-8, if things go really bad and you lose the next 3 and you're 5-8 and it looks like all hope is lost, okay, then you can start talking about starting Josh Dobbs and let's see what Garendo can do and Pearsall and Cowing when he's back, and you just play the kids fine at that point. But we are a long, long way still from that.
We're a very long way from that. I would argue, unless you're like a really, really awful team, you don't even start thinking about that stuff in the month of November, no matter what. Because there's just too many things that can happen. Now, if you're sitting there right now and you're 2-8, okay, fine. You can think however you want to think. But quite frankly, I mean, I'll preview the next 10 days. Even if they end up 5-7, you're still going to be in the first week of December, and you're still technically can go be a 10-win team. That's still going to be on the table, even if they lose these games. And so, we'll wrap the injury conversation into it. By then, we'll know more about Brock's injury. We'll also know more about what Brandon Allen looks like. And so all of those things could affect the way that we feel about this. But none of that takes away what an unbelievable gut punch this is. I do think that you at least let your mind wander to the phrase lost season. I think that's probable. It's probable right now that this is an incredibly unfortunate lost season.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
It's not done. No, I'm just, again, probable.
It's possible still.
Betting favorite.
Well, depends on how it goes. You can suddenly win on Sunday and he could come back and be healthy and you're 6-5.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I do think that if you wanted to balance out on the one side, lost season, on the other hand, playoff run, and you wanted to balance those out going into the last couple of days, I still think that playoff run was a heavier probability than lost season.
I agree with that.
But now with today's news, I believe the scales have shifted, but not so far that everything is now into the lost season.
No, listen.
But as you mentioned, 10 days.
I ain't changing my 1:25 Pacific time plans.
No, but if the next 10 days go really bad and you get news about Brock and it's like, yeah, he's going to need 4 weeks and Brandon Allen isn't the dude and Trent isn't able to go and you lose both, well, then now we get to 5-7. It's like, what are we even doing here? But we're still a long ways away from that.
Long way away. Tony in the city. Hi, Tony. Thanks for calling.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up?
The silver lining in this is at least we can stop talking about this ridiculous notion of getting rid of Shanahan and blowing up the team. It's just the whole situation sucks for all of them. They want to win just as much as we want to see them win. They're all doing their best, and they're dealing with a whole bunch of injuries, and it just sucks. So we just got to be supportive and hope everyone recovers and is okay, and look forward to whatever good times are coming in the future and go Niners,
Tony, I love the attitude. Thank you for the call. Here's all I will say about that. I don't think there's anything wrong with fans expressing frustration or any opinion, no matter how wild or crazy or emotional as it may be.
Even if the opinion is that Kyle Shanahan gets his quarterbacks hurt?
I'm allowed to say that that's ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with feeling it. Okay. You can feel it. You can share it. I think it's absurd.
I agree, but that opinion, I was just trying to come up with an opinion that might get you to rethink that statement.
No. Again, I don't think there's ever anything wrong with it. I reserve the right to be like, that's stupid or absurd or wrong or whatever. And that is how I feel about that one. I mean, the Shanahan thing, that's where I sit. It's very strange to me that is going through some fans' minds. This conversation broke out on Steiny and Goo. I was listening to it earlier today about would you take Belichick? Would you get rid of Kyle for Belichick? And they were both sitting there talking. They're like, why? Guru goes, I know Bonte and Joe would. And I bet Willard and Dibbs would too. And then someone texted in right away and goes, Mark Willard would absolutely not.
And I would not either.
Of course not. I actually think it's a bananas idea. And my immediate response would be, did Belichick never have a bad year?
Right.
Like what?
Did he ever have a good year with a bad quarterback?
No, I don't.
Right.
Like it's the changing of history when emotionally frustrating things happen is pronounced. It is pronounced. It's just like how Michael Jordan never lost a playoff series. Never.
Yeah. He actually never won a real playoff series for about 8 years of his career.
Like, go to the internet. It's there. Bill Belichick had bad years. Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan. Maybe this is that. Maybe it's I'm not here to tell you he's coaching his butt off this year. It's going very poorly.
Well, this is a big weekend now.
Yeah.
And now you don't have your quarterback.
We can state all that. But that is my opinion, that if you take the frustration of this year and your brain goes to fire Shanahan and Lynch, you're emotional.
Yeah, especially when you look at the injuries.
You're emotionally out of control with regard to this topic, in my opinion.
Well, and I think you look at the track record and it's a non-starter. It's a non-issue, and it's something that you wouldn't even consider. I do look at this weekend and wonder what he's going to do differently to try to make this work.
Let's go to Rob in Castro Valley. We'll play the Shanahan for you here in 2 minutes. Rob, hey, you're on Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say nobody's brought up about doing something about this offensive line.
What would you like to do about it?
Let's draft some linemen. Instead of always going after receivers, there's no chance of him throwing to the receivers if he's not being protected and running for his life a lot of the time.
So, Rob, two things. And Dibbs, I bet you have and stay right where you are, Rob. I bet you, have the numbers on how the offensive line is performing. But, Rob, and was Pooney in the third?
Yeah, last year.
Does that not count if they address it in the third round and they got someone who's playing really well?
Yeah, that does start to address it. It just seems like they haven't been addressing it as much as they should over the last few years.
Yeah, I get that.
Aaron Banks was a second-round pick in 2021, and he still is playing and starting.
He's been pretty good.
Right, and, they did draft McKivitz, and he was a fifth-rounder in 2020, and now he needs to be replaced. And the whole idea about tanking, and forget tanking, let's just say you struggle to the finish line, there are 3 or 4 tackles in most mock drafts that are going to be gone by the time you get to the 14th pick. So that would be the only upside to a bad finish, is you might find your way into one of these really good tackles that'll be available.
What are the metrics right now on the Niners offensive line?
According to PFF, and I checked the other day, they were, I think, top 10 overall in offensive line play. They were number 15 in pass blocking, number 1 in run blocking.
Yeah.
Number 1.
That doesn't feel right. But, Jordan Mason he had a lot of good games. Yeah. Especially early, he had a lot of good games.
And they, as a rushing team, they are yards per play. They're one of the top rushing offenses in football.
Don't forget, we're only an hour away from Warrior basketball right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors in New Orleans. Tip-off set for 4:30. Warriors Live is right around the corner, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're also sponsored by Lucky California. We want you to hear on an important day like this everything that Kyle Shanahan had to say right after practice. So here it is, Shanahan earlier today from the Niners facility.
Injuries for the game. Charvarius Ward will be out. Jacob Cowing out. Tatum Bethune out. Kevin Givens out. Nick Bosa out. Brock Purdy out. Trent Williams questionable. Feliciano questionable. Go ahead.
Is there any development with Brock's shoulder where it got downgraded during the week, and is there long-term concern for it?
I don't want to say there's long-term concern. We got the MRI on Monday. We thought he just needed some rest and really weren't concerned about him not being good this week. But when he started up Thursday, just surprised us how it felt. So we had to shut him down, and so I really don't know what to think of it. The MRI doesn't look like that, so it should be all right. But on the way it responded this week, it's really up in the air for next week. So we'll have to see on Monday.
Did it happen on the touchdown run?
He doesn't know in particular. I don't think so, but he can remember a play that specifically happened on.
Things where, as time went on, it just started to bother
Just was complaining about how tight it was throughout the game, and it started happening throughout the game. That's why he was warming up just a lot more than usual. He said he had a hard time keeping it loose, and then after the game is when it really started to hurt, and then Monday morning is really why he had to go get an MRI for it.
Will Brandon Allen start?
Yes.
What do you like about Brandon?
I think Brandon's a really good thrower, runs our offense well. He's done a really good job since he's been here. Been here 2 years now, and guys believe in him, and believe he'll give us a good chance to win.
It's one of the positives about Brandon that the offense doesn't change very much with him in there, that he's like Purdy in a lot of ways, that you don't really skip a beat.
Yeah, there's not a big game plan adjustment. This is something that we didn't think would happen early in the week, so we were fully preparing for Brock to go, and getting a little surprised about this on yesterday. Nothing has to change, so that's a good deal for us.
Without Purdy, without Bosa, the situation, obviously doesn't look great. It's the NFL. Everyone will say, "Oh gosh, you guys have no chance," but all crazier things have happened. I guess, what is your message to the team when you face this kind of adversity?
I think we've had a real good week of practice. I know it's disappointing. We knew there was a chance for Nick. I think the guys were a little surprised with Brock yesterday, but we addressed all that today, and we're going to have 48 guys in uniform, and I know our guys believe in themselves. I believe in them. We're missing 2 good players, definitely, but we got a lot of good players out there, so by no means do you not have a chance to win. So we're going to go fight our tails off and expect this to be a real good game.
With Mooney, he just needed some more time to kind of...
just taking 3 full weeks off. It's not like dealing with all that stuff. He's getting workouts in or anything like that. So we were just happy to get him back in the building this week. We don't want to put any pressure on him by any means to get ready to play. He just wanted to get back into the field. He had 2.5 good days of practice. I say half just because of what today's like. But hopefully he'll be good to go next week.
Has Trent showed progress, or is it still right up to kickoff?
No, it's still right up to kickoff.
You went through 3 quarterbacks a couple of years ago and still made the NFC Championship. Give the team hope, knowing that you've been through this kind of adversity before?
I don't think they look at it that way. It's good to have that story and stuff, but I think why they have hope is because they're with Brandon every single day. So, I know outside of here, people haven't seen a lot of Brandon because he hasn't had to go in yet. But this is Brandon's 2nd year. They see him on scout team all the time, and obviously guys want Brock up, but guys are excited to see Brandon play.
Given that Brandon had been sort of in your coaching tree, so to speak, with Sean and with LaFleur and Zach Taylor, who had been with Sean, and did he get here? Did he pick things up quickly as soon as he got here?
He picked things up just being a vet and stuff. I'd say the coaching tree's a little overrated. It branches off. We're all from the same places, but he looks at things where he's been. Things are all subtly different, but he's got a lot of experience, been around a while, and he's been comfortable. We've been comfortable with him since his first day here.
How did Charvarius Ward get through practice this week, and where is he at?
I thought he did a real good job getting through the week. We threw him out. He got to ease in there and doing all the scout team stuff. I thought he really gave us good looks all week, got his body feeling, just more confident each day. Just talking to him, I think he's in a good spot, and we all know he's grieving a lot, and that really probably never fully stops, but I think it has been somewhat therapeutic for him to get out on the football field and things like that, and be able to focus a little bit on his craft for just a little bit, and but he's always going through that, and it's nice that we can be here for him as much as we can with him back in the building.
Disappointed as he would expect to be when he wasn't the backup. How has he been as the 3rd guy all year, running the scout team, doing what you asked? And
he's been awesome. It's they split the scout team reps, so they both get equal reps over there throughout the year, and really loved having him in the room. And he's been great on the field too.
About Jordan Love yet? What do you like about him? What's unique about him?
Just how big of a threat he is. He's a thrower. There's not a throw he can't make. I love his mindset, how aggressive he is. He's always trying to end you. He's always going for the big plays, and he's got the skill set with his feet too, that when things aren't there, he can make a lot of plays. Big, tall guy, very athletic, and we know how good he's been these 2 years, and he's going to be good for a long time.
Will Brock stay behind for treatment rather than...
No, he'll come with us. He'll come with us. No, Bosa will stay here. All right, guys.
Okay, that's interesting there at the end. What do you make of that? Nick Bosa stays home. Brock Purdy goes on the road.
More helpful to have Brock there to sit on the sideline and open up the tablet with Brandon.
Yep.
I don't know what Nick can do. Hey, you need to bull rush him a little bit harder. I'd go with the spin move if I were you. So the quarterback being there, I do think there's added value in it.
Nick could show up to the winning team on-field interview.
He could.
You can do that.
Yeah, he's allowed to, yeah.
Well, actually, he's not allowed to do it the way he did it before. But anyway, speaking of which, Brock Purdy being there to help Brandon Allen. I thought this was maybe the most interesting thing Brandon Allen said today. Listening to him talk, now he's been in the league much longer than Brock Purdy. Listening to him talk about what he's learned from Brock in terms of getting ready for a football game.
Yeah, no, he's unbelievable the way he prepares, and you kind of have to be able to execute this offense well. And there's a lot of motions, a lot of shifts, a lot of things that go into it, and to be on top of all that, and you've seen him on the road doing all that with silent cadence and all that. So there's a lot that goes into it, and his preparation kind of was when I first got here last year watching him do it. I was like, okay, this is kind of how you have to study here, because you can go other places and offenses aren't as complex, aren't as difficult, so you can still study, but, you're looking at the same things week to week. But in this offense, we really do a good job moving guys around and getting guys open, so there's a lot of studying that goes into it. So watching him prepare and the way he does, I've definitely tried to model my preparation after him.
I mean, can we grab that for the crowd that's like, will you please let Brock, will you put more on his plate? Listen to Brandon talk. Brock might have, and I've heard this from receivers before too.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan's offense might be asking the most of his players of any offense in the league.
And Kyle's already said that, where he puts a lot on Brock. And so everyone on the why won't you let him audible train, and you know who you are who says that, you're an idiot. It's not about audibles. It's about everything that Brandon just said, the shifting, the motions, the movement, the traffic coppery that has to go on. He has a lot on his plate, guy. Not Haberman.
We need to shift right now as well.
I'd love to.
To Warriors Live. There's a game in less than an hour.
It's a big game, Mark.
Warriors Live is next on 95.7 The Game.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on Honeysuckle White Whole Frozen Turkey, 12 to 22 pounds, just 49 cents per pound.
quiet leader.
The Curry quick release, splash!
And a not-so-quiet one.
Rejected by Draymond, knocked away. What a block!
And above all, a team that brings the entire Bay Area together.
Curry, one step in front of the logo! A right-hand slam and a little elevation. Sensation.
This is Warriors Live on 95.7.
And tonight down on the Bayou, the 4-12 woof New Orleans Pelicans, who are really good at one thing, sitting their players, will host the 11-3 fancy and impressive Golden State Warriors.
Their season has been the sits so far.
Very good. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Willard and Dibbs with you here on Warriors Live, in a game where the Warriors have a very small injury report. The Pelicans have a very big one. The Warriors are rolling. The Pelicans are not. These two teams have played one another already twice this year. The Warriors have them both. And there is the possibility of the Warriors winning their NBA Cup group, possibly tonight with a victory. Lots on the line.
Yeah, lots to the extent where Denver loses and you win, and you can go ahead and clinch the group and get ready for the quarterfinals going forward. And Steve Kerr already told us that the guys are into this and they're competitors and they want to do something that they haven't done before, which would be this. And tonight, Mark, you should be able to handle your business at New Orleans, favored by 10.5 in a game that will probably feel a little bit like a home game with all the Curry jerseys and the Warrior fans in the house in New Orleans.
Let's talk about the injury report because, as we said, it's lengthy for the Pelicans. The injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors, I think you know it. DeAnthony Melton is out for the year because of that ACL surgery. Steph Curry was listed as probable, but go ahead and put him in. He is available with that left knee bursitis. He's good to go. That's your Warrior injury report. That's pretty much it. You ready for the Pels?
Yeah.
Check this out. Zion Williamson, out, left hamstring. DeJounte Murray, out, fractured left hand. Herbert Jones, out, right shoulder strain. CJ McCollum, out, right adductor strain. Jose Alvarado, out, left hamstring strain. Now, Yves Missi was questionable left shoulder soreness, out of this game. Brandon Ingram and Jordan Hawkins with a left ankle and a lower back strain are available. So at least they've got them.
Which is nice. And, you're basically rolling with, I think the minimum you can start an NBA game with is 8. So they're going to find, you got Ingram, you got Hawkins, and you'll find 6 other bodies to throw Pelicans jerseys upon and trot them out there. But this is one that feels like it might be one that gets away from New Orleans pretty quick.
Warriors Live presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. They are in New Orleans tonight, and we're talking it out. And I want to jump right to this because I want to both send a little love this guy's way, plus just call it a gut feeling. I asked you right before we got going on Dubs, what is the over-under tonight for Brandon Pajemski points?
Yeah.
What'd you come up with?
I saw one on bettingpros.com at 5.5.
That's it.
That's all. Yeah.
Well, I get it. He's not been shooting the ball well discussed situation with Brandon Pajemski, but I'm feeling it tonight, Dibbs. So it is time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Take the over in Brandon Pajemski points. All he's got to do is score 6. All he's got to do is score 6. I think he can do that. I think there's going to be some things that start going his way. He's an intense guy. He's pressing. That Draymond Green lengthy press conference discussion about Brandon the other night, I think is going to get him going in the right direction. Take the over on Brandon for a game tonight.
Yeah, from one Brandon to the other. I look at Brandon Ingram in a game like this where he's going to come out and break a sweat, but it's going to be shutdown time for Brandon Ingram, I would imagine. He doesn't strike me as a put the team on his back kind of player, so I'm going under the Brandon Ingram points at 22.5. I smell a blowout, and I look at an early shutdown from BI in this one.
Okay, they did do a very good job defensively on Zion and Brandon Ingram in those 2 games when they were here at Chase Center just a couple of weeks ago. Let's also get the out-of-town NBA game of the night, which is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are 8 games around the league tonight. SFO can help you get to any and all of these locations, including Denver for Mavericks Nuggets. This game matters to the Warriors. We'll tell you why. Klay Thompson and the Mavs 8-7 so far in this season, but they've won 3 in a row. Nuggets just 8-5, having recovered a little bit after their slow start. Luka Doncic is out of this game. Nikola Jokic is questionable for personal reasons. So an interesting one, and it's an important game because that is part of the Warriors' NBA Cup group, the West Group C. Warriors currently leading it at 2-0. They're the only 2-0 team there. And if the Mavericks were to beat the Nuggets tonight and the Warriors were to beat the Pelicans, based on the tiebreaker scenarios, the Warriors would punch their ticket. They would be the winner of the West Group C and get ready for Las Vegas down the road.
Because even if Dallas won the next game and the Warriors lost, they would hold the tiebreaker in the head-to-head over Dallas. For me tonight, Mark, this is a handle-it early game. You're at San Antonio tomorrow, a back-to-back. Get this thing in the barn early. Give your older fellas a nice long rest. Let's see some Guy Santos. Let's see some Lindy Waters. Heck, maybe even, you get some Quentin Post in there if he's available.
Don't you put Lindy Waters on the garbage time list? He might be starting
he's a younger guy. He will, but go ahead and run the guys who don't get to play a lot out there.
All that said, road games in the NBA get a little uncomfortable with the whole, the game's over before it started thing, but I hear what you're saying. This is a group that should not be able to hang with the Warriors, provided that they are taking care of business, and that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. The game is right around the corner. We're heading into the holiday, and Willard and Dibbs do want to wish you a very, very happy Thanksgiving.
And we're so thankful for all of you, and we can't wait to get back with you after the holidays. Thank you.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Out to the arena next.
Ladies and gentlemen,